Every time. Every time. So I'm just trying to get everything set up a second here. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Hi Quantum, how are you? Alright, here we are. Hi guys, sorry, last minute adjustment to things. No Pathfinder tonight, so I will be here all the day, of course. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day today. Hope you continue to throughout, of course. And I'll be here with Etheria Dailies and Reverse 99 by the looks of things. We can crack into some more story today. We made progress yesterday. Good progress. We slammed through some mini games. More Candy Crush. Nah, I'm done with the Candy Crush. Quantum, we already finished it. But what a joy it was. Like, we'll always remember Candy Crush. Reverse 99 Candy Crush. Good. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Like, it was made out to be like the worst, the worst thing ever. It was demonized so badly. I thought it was going to be way worse. Yeah, the music was the worst part. I turned it off. I turned it off. I turned it off. I turned the music off. The music was something else. Agreed. It was the kind of thing that would drive you insane. Maybe they should have gone with something a little more withdrawn for such a long game mode. But who am I to say, you know? Who am I to say? Is Ember Trek tomorrow? Has it really been a whole month? It's Ember Trek on a month reset? I don't know. Is it 3 weeks? I don't know. Hi, Brim. What's up, sexy? What's up, sexy? Don't care about characters. We got a new she. Ah! Yeah, I didn't know that. Is it Faust? I saw people talking about Faust, so I assume it's Faust? Faust. Yeah, like, people always have talked about a few times how they don't make she units, like, despite everyone wanting she units, they don't make she units. Bowblade. Sounds cool. You try to explain how discipline worked to Genazad. How does Genazad not know how discipline works? It's just jeeps. There must be some steps you've left out here, Brim. Okay. Like, Brim is just like, oh, Genazad doesn't know how to do dupes. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he fucking does. Like, not only has he played that game for a very long time, he's played gachas for a while. Now, the merging system, that is dog shit. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if anyone was confused by that. What an absolutely awful system. With the merge system, yeah, sure. You kind of did him dirty there, Brim. I'm not going to lie to you, mate. Etheria. Vrim is out here just like abusing Genazad this morning. Shit talking him to the gang. Thank you, Bean Craving. Back to lurking, I love to have you lurking here. Oh, Bean Craving, thank you so much. That's so nice for you to resub. Thank you. 6 months, thank you so much. Appreciate it so much. It's so kind of you. I hope you don't have to work too hard today, Bean Craving. Why are all these impossible? All these are always impossible. Might be able to beat that, maybe. Maybe. Ammo is a mechanic that I haven't really interacted with, other than in Chapter 8, Canto 8. I'm guessing what ammo does is it just makes you stronger every attack that you make with the ammo, and then your ammo runs out and you either can't replenish it, or there are very limited ways to replenish it. That is not a strong Tiamat. You've dodged the strong Tiamat. Can be replenished on some units, right? And is there's one unit in Limbus that replenishes other people's ammo, isn't there? Maybe I'm just making that up. Maybe someone was saying that they would have liked that to be a thing. Rabbit Heath loses attacks once his ammo is gone, but he can still clash. I see. Real purpose is to be full stop Heath. I see. That's why I kind of found him lame, even though he does solid damage and clashing. His real purpose is to be an ammo assault for Thumb. That's Thumb May assault, isn't it? Lay assault. I understand the sort of now when people refer to things in shorthand occasionally. Real Limbus player here. Yep. I get some of the in-jokes. Not all of them, but some of them. What more could you ask for? But yeah, if you guys are excited for the Faust, then I'm excited for the Faust. Obviously, I'm not going to be pulling the Faust, but it doesn't mean I'm not excited for it. That's a Salins. Might get a bit fucked by that. Is this Rev Freya? Nah. Nah. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Probably beat that. You know you don't have the CID to be excited for. Hopefully you get good. Yeah, the Warp Train rerun should be next month, right? We were looking at the calendar for it. Warp Train rerun should be next month, and then Valpurgis. There's a Valpurgis like banner probably the month after, but I don't think there's an event really coming with it this time, right? I don't think there's too much for me to get excited about for Valpurgis, because I think it's just banner, is it not? No event, no story. They're busy working on, I was going to say Abyss 4. That is not the right game. They're busy working on Canto 9. I want flashy Walpurg units. Truly a man of class. Yeah, I'll try the Railway one rerun when it comes back. Yeah, I can't do the Railway 7 one. The Railway 7 one, I need a Honglu, I need a Mayassault, I need a Rhodian, and I need a Faust. I'm still holding my Season 1 selector so that I can fill a spot if and when we ever get the other 3 units. But there are no other like free units of any of those IDs. No other free IDs. Well, you know how it is, Quantum. You got to keep up with your gacha chores, don't you? It's very important. Mirror dungeons are a slog to you sometimes. I don't think that's only you. There are two camps of Limbus players, right? There are the people who basically ignore the mirror dungeons and maybe do one a week, and they just come back for the story. And then there are other people who are absolutely fanatical about Limbus and play mirror dungeon like non-stop. But you're not on your own. Oh, we can do this. Fucking hate mirror dungeon. I have no problems doing a mirror dungeon every week. I would not want to do more than one mirror dungeon every week. What I was really bowled over by Suchi from playing Limbus Company is exactly how many people play Limbus Company. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, I think because the game doesn't earn a huge amount of money due to it not being like insanely predatory like most gachas are, I think it kind of disguises exactly how many people play Limbus Company. The game is extremely popular. It just doesn't gross a huge amount of money because they are a temperate company. Yeah, the concurrent players is absolutely insane. I started looking at them when I started playing. I was like, wait a second, holy shit, this is actually wild. Like, this is probably more than most gachas, and like, we don't even have an event or anything right now. Like, there isn't even like story. There hasn't been story. We're right in the middle of like the old Kanto and the new one. It's about as far away from a Kanto as it could possibly be. Finally put together my Shelly. Cool. I don't know what good stats are on a Shelly, so me looking at this is just looking at a pile of numbers. But congrats, Rodius. Awesome. Yeah, it's really, really crazy. I know I'm just super happy to be on board the old Limbus bus, because I think the game is great. The game is absolutely great. I'm looking forward to getting to share, you know, like future releases with people. I am not a big streamer, but thank you. I'm certainly no big streamer. I'm afraid I can't really do anything for the game. I don't think I draw much attention to it, but it's nice for people to just have more people playing it, right? Any exposure is better than none. Not that I think Limbus needs exposure, to be honest. By the looks of its numbers, it seems to be doing perfectly fucking fine with or without me. Oh, I'm huge right now in my own heart, Sichi. Just do my one mirror dungeon a week and do dailies. Yeah, I think that's where most people seem to sit on Limbus when the Kantos don't seem to be going on. And then of course there are other people who are just like absolute grinders in mirror dungeon. Can't fight that. All these filthy messiahs. Disgusting. Actually disgusting. We can do this. I cried in every Kanto. I cried in every Kanto. I cried in a lot of the intervals as well, especially the later ones. Like, my porn acting skills is definitely not acting. I can cry on command sometimes though. Now that's porn acting. Did I summon on Limbus? No. Nope. I'm a no summoner. We don't summon here. Okay, we do in this game. Nah, I'm not gonna pull the egos. It would fuck up the account, Radias, because then we'd have loads and loads of sinners from like all of the other things. We got our Ishmael ego. We're not greedy. We're temperate. Using my extended knowledge of the Lingish language here. Thanks, Google. How about you, Radiash? Did you pull in Limbus? You get all the egos you wanted? I hope you weren't part of the 600 club. I saw, what, 3-4 people who went to 600 pulls for the egos. They just talked about food in chat. I mean, that's better than the usual chat that I see here. Hello, Savanstein! You have a paper soon. Oh, I hope good luck with the paper. I hope it isn't too shitty for you. Hope you cruise through it. Also height. Also height. All in 200 plus 7 triple O's and 2 egos. Wow. That's very much above the odds, is it not? Apocalypse Birds, well done. You didn't prepare, you'll be aight. I believe in you. A smart guy. Tonight I won't be able to... I won't be able to sleep. The excitement of Ember Trek reset will keep me up. El Kowalski, thank you so much for resubbing, I appreciate it. 3 months, dude. Love you, man. Thank you for being here, I appreciate you so much. See you later, Sebastian. Roadmap from Wiz for the month. It isn't the new month yet, but we probably will tomorrow. We'll get their like usual loose roadmap thing, right? I would imagine. This should be fine. I finished chapter 8. Yeah, so get in there. We got two more chapters. 2 more chapters and a whole load of other stuff. Like, there are so many other things to do in that game. But yeah, we're getting there on the story. On the main story. There are a lot of things to still catch up on. Yeah, you got this, Savanstein. I believe in you. Limbus ego pull rate makes me want to commit bioterrorism. So, as we've been talking about the last, I don't know, week or so, I think people have finally been forced to interact with the gacha in Limbus, and a lot of those people have suddenly realised that the gacha in Limbus is absolute dog shit and should never be interacted with. Ugh, that's gross. That's a gross bramble. This guy's Tiamat is so strong. What an absolute beast. Just taking like no damage through immense plume stacks. Yeah, good game. Good game. What a beast. The Tiamat difference is so crazy. Like a weak Tiamat and a strong Tiamat. Right, what else do we have to do? People say the Battle Pass in Limbus is great though. Is it one of those games where you buy Battle Pass? Yeah, not at all. Not at all, it didn't. Limbus's thing is it has a thing called a dispense system. So the gacha is one of the worst gachas in all of gachas. It's actually absolutely fucking terrible. But the dispense system exists. So like 2 weeks, I think, after a unit has run, you can just dispense the unit for like character shards that you've built up, and dupes don't do anything in that game. So you only ever need one copy of an ID of a character. So all you have to do is wait 2 weeks after the banner is finished, and then you can just dispense your character for free. That's literally it. There are very few limited things in the game. The Valpurgisnacht units, that runs like twice a year, and that has limited units, but they're limited in that you can only get them during the Valpurgisnacht. So like every time it rolls around, you can access all of those other units, and you can dispense them as well. The Arknights collab, this is the first thing ever in Limbus, apparently, that has been limited. Like, the first thing ever in the history in, like, two and some years of, some months, years of Limbus. So, this one, you can't dispense the egos that you're getting from the thing, and that's why people are forced to interact with the gacha. Is it 1 week? It's not even 2 weeks, Suchi! It's 1 week! Man, it's actually crazy the number of people who can't keep it in their pants for 1 week to dispense the unit. They have truly limited characters. They're not even characters, Idin. They're egos, and egos are like transformations for the characters. It's really hard to describe them. They're kind of like ultimates, I guess you could say. They're kind of like ultimates. What only reason Project Moon gets a pass for their rates is their dispense system. Yeah, their rates are fucking awful. The gacha system is utterly terrible, but the dispense system is the best thing in all of gacha. It's all good, Yaxion. Don't worry about it. Thank you for following. I appreciate it, man. You don't think they'll do another collab? I mean, it's taken them 2 and a bit years to do one collab. I think any collab they do, it's kind of like Wizardry. I think any collab they do, they want it to fit with the setting. Like, they don't want to bastardize the setting to make money, because it's against their kind of mantra, isn't it? It used to be 0 days, really. Should have seen peeps when it was changed to 1 week from 0 days. Yeah, I bet people were going wild. But that sounds like it's a very necessary thing for the game. Describe egos as alts. Yeah, they're not alters. They're not alters at all. They're not like the IDs themselves are alters, because you don't pull characters in that game. You pull IDs for your 12 characters. You never change your 12 characters. They're always the same characters. But they can put on different IDs to become different things. And that's what you get. That's what your characters are for. But egos are something else. They're like ultimates. Surprised yeah, like that sounds incredibly bad for their finances. I think the dispense system is insane as it is. Trunks and Future Trunks. More like Trunks and Super Saiyan Trunks, I guess. IDs wise, yeah, it would be Trunks and Future Trunks, I suppose. And like the egos would be like Trunks and Super Saiyan Trunks, kinda. Gacha was made by an intern, true. Goku and Goku Black, yeah, Goku and Goku Black is a good example of like IDs in that game, where actually it's not that good of an example because Goku Black obviously isn't really Goku. The IDs are characters from different timelines, from different realities, from different multiverses, I guess. Mirror verses. So, and they mirror. What's really cool about the IDs in Limbus is they mirror the, they mirror like the bosses and things that you've done and the various enemies that you've done in the game. So, say you really enjoyed a boss in one of the cantos, like there'll be an ID for that boss for one of the characters where they take on all of that boss's skills. Obviously, maybe not quite as broken, sometimes more broken. First time I did 1 week time was for manager. Is that manager Don? Yeah, what if character. It's really, really cool. It's a very, very cool system, and the dispense system is amazing. But yeah, the gacha's terrible. Never interact with the gacha. Hi Shakespeare, how have you been? How's life been? What have you been up to? I've been good, thank you. It's like Goku and Dragon Ball GT Goku. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that. It's like Super Saiyan Goku and like one ID. Like if Super Saiyan Goku is base Goku, then Super Saiyan 4 Goku would be like an ID for Goku, kinda. But also like it's a good example. Like a Pecan Piccolo. A Piccolo if Piccolo were Pecan. That'd be a kind of a good example of an ID. Terrible. Severe crazy. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shakespeare. I know multiple people in real life who have Crohn's. It's horrible, but they live with it just fine. And they've gotten used to it, and it doesn't seem to affect them too much once they've got it under control. I hope it isn't like. I hope things get better for you if it's very severe at the moment. You got fired. Oh my god, Shakespeare. That's awful. I'm so sorry. I hope things go better for you soon. That is a lot of bad things. There's too many bad things. You need some good things to balance them out. There's got to be some good things coming your way, Shakespeare. Surely. Surely. Insane knowledge. Yeah, I watched all of Dragon Ball Z and Super and Dragon Ball and GT. Long time ago now, though. I'm so sorry, Shakespeare. Yeah. One of my friends, two of my good friends have Crohn's in real life, and one of them was very, very sick for a time, but had a procedure and has been living much better since then. Hasn't had any real big issues. The other one still doesn't seem to get it too seriously, but obviously it is something that mounts up over time. It's a pretty horrible thing, as with most diseases. Did you, sorry, slight tangent here. You guys hear that there's actually a cured case of Huntington's recently? I don't know if you guys know what Huntington's is, but they actually cured a case of Huntington's apparently, which is absolutely incredible. Yeah, very, very, very recently. Yeah, absolutely insane, like, medical progress. Something that medicine never thought that would be actually possible, but yep. Actually properly cured, like no signs of re-emergence for some time. So that gives hope to anyone out there with any kind of chronic condition. Just because something's chronic and, you know, right now it isn't curable. Who knows, maybe 5-10 years down the line, anything is possible. Huntington's is fucking awful. I don't want to... Hold on. I don't want to get the definition wrong, as thankfully I do not know anyone in real life with Huntington's. God, I better start my Phantom Theatre just a second before I pull that up, or I'm being part of the problem. I haven't used my browser capture yet. Huntington's disease is a fatal brain disorder that runs in families caused by a faulty gene that produces a protein called Huntington. Huntingtin, I guess. The disease typically begins to cause symptoms in people between 30 and 50 years old. Yeah, it develops like later on in life, and then you just deteriorate. And it's horrible to watch. Apparently, thankfully, I've never had to see someone suffer with Huntington's. It ends up with people getting Alzheimer's-like symptoms, which I have had to deal with. Not in myself, thankfully, not quite yet, but in family members. My gran had terrible Alzheimer's. That is not fun. Yeah, it's horrible. But yeah, it got like there's actually a case that's been cured very recently, which is just incredible. So yeah, it gives a lot of hope to anyone out there suffering with a chronic disease. That, you know, even though these things claim to never be curable by modern medicine, there are some very, very smart people out there doing some very intensive testing on pretty much everything like that. And, you know, maybe one day, you can only hope, fingers crossed. So yeah, I hope everything's alright with you, Shakespeare, and it doesn't progress, and it becomes more bearable for you soon. And as for your job, like, that just fucking sucks. I hope you have prospects and can get another job soon enough, or that you are in a comfortable enough position that you don't desperately need an immediate income. I don't know what more I can say, really. It just sucks, doesn't it? Just shitty. This here, we have the Doki. It's got to be there, right? Ooh, could grab Hell Kid. Potentially cost us shards. We have like an okay setup here. Where would he put him? Here. Maybe we should put that over there in case we get thingy boost. That's still the best, isn't it? Oh, we can put this up here, actually. We need 2 though. Yeah, I think we do that and be safe. Ah. Shit. That's unfortunate. Okay. Can't really do anything about that, that's just the way it is. That doesn't help that. Can't swap anything here, right? Can't swap that anyway, yeah, okay. We can put that up there, it doesn't affect this. These don't really matter that much. Not quite, not quite. The people used to use malaria to treat syphilis. I was not aware of that. Yeah, like diseases and viruses can be used. I mean, they're used to make antibiotics and whatnot, aren't they? Many medical discoveries are found through utilizing like past illnesses. Penicillin was pretty world changing. That bulked out raw motor up there will give us a whole bunch of training data. Great. Has a reverse journey, by the way, gameplay wise. Gameplay wise, I wouldn't say that the gameplay in Reverse 99 is anything to write home about. It's just kind of fine. It's just there. I'm not pulling in that game either. There are some like challenging modes for it, but I just don't think the combat is really that complex. You are kind of gated by more by like what your characters can do and how strong they are. Limbus's combat is definitely a lot more technical than Reverse 99's. I wouldn't say that about Limbus's combat at all. I quite like Limbus's combat. I think Limbus's combat is very beginner unfriendly. But I do quite like Limbus's combat. I think it's interesting. There's a lot of spectacle to it, and it's just quite fun. But yeah, it's really, really unfriendly to beginners. Even with the tutorial that apparently is quite new, the extended tutorial, it's still just so confusing. If I didn't have people in chat like, on hand to help me out, I think I would still be extremely confused about a lot of the stuff. You end up gaslighting yourself that Limbus isn't too bad for beginners. It is. I think it's a weird one, right? Because like if people pull for broken IDs and they can stomp a lot of the game without really thinking about it, but eventually they will hit a boss where they have to read, and then they'll be like, wait, hold on, how the fuck does this game work? When they can no longer win rate the thing. And at some point everyone has to like get a basic understanding of how the game works. And whether that is immediately at the start of the game, or whether that's in chapter 5 when you fight Ricardo, or whether that's in like the chapter 6 boss gauntlet or whatever, eventually you're gonna have to stop and read. Or like chapter 4 Donbeck or something like that, where you need to read the boss or you will not win. And when you do start reading that stuff, if you have not read boss abilities or anything like that yet, you are going to be so confused. Super tilted by the first big event boss. I've seen a couple of people who were stuck just throughout the like the first opening stages, like up to about the 7th stage or something. You just want the Unga Bunga. Yeah, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your take, Limbus is not a game that you can 100% Unga Bunga. Powerful IDs definitely go a long way, but like, at some point you do need to kind of have a grasp of what is going on in the battle, on some of the battles. Because you can't really circumvent mechanics entirely. Quit Limbus during its first month or so because it felt so bare bones. Coming after 2 years, the game feels so much better. I don't have the first few months to refer to, really. But the game seemed like it improved a lot over the course of the cantos. Like, it seemed like there was a lot more stuff going on in Canto, Canto 8 than there was in Canto 1. There was a notable difference, a severely notable difference in terms of production quality and the intricacy of the fights. Obviously, the character designs are so much more complex now. There's just a lot more going on. Max 70% chance of hitting heads, really? With sanity locked at 20. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I don't like the Limbus coin system. I think that the sanity system is needlessly RNG, and while that makes for varied encounters, which is a good thing, it was also a massive source of frustration. It was 45, but it was capped at 75%. Interesting. So the idea of making that like 75% 25% rather than 95% 5% makes me feel a little bit ill. I think like the sanity system makes for some interesting encounters, and it spices up encounters by like things going wrong or things going very right, and that's kind of cool. But unfortunately, it creates that awkward thing at the start of almost every single fight where you are just clawing for sanity, and like often you have to restart. And I know even people with like maxed out IDs often have to like restart some fights if their first turn goes badly. Would have dropped Limbus instantly. I think I would have found it a lot more frustrating, yeah. But the story might have kept me going, Suchi. Story might have kept me going. I don't know, like the first cantos are very easy, so I probably wouldn't have minded that much. Although I guess base IDs wouldn't have had uptie. Oh, I wasn't uptie forward until Canto 5, so I think Canto 5? I didn't uptie 4 until whenever it was. Whenever you were meant to uptie 4, whenever they introduced uptie 4. Yeah, indeed, Suchi. Like, I didn't really like Ruiner that much, but the story was great. And I really didn't like Lobotomy Corp at all, but I still played it because the story was great. One clash going wrong could be run ending. One clash going right is just a bit of progress. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true, Lazy Lazy. From my experience with the like a bit underdeveloped run, like less than ideal IDs runs on Limbus, I don't think failing a clash really often makes you lose, other than in the first turns. If that happens in the first cycle, probably if you've got stronger characters, just the first turn, it can really just screw up the fight from the get-go, and there's no real point in continuing. It's just, it becomes so hard. But if you lose a critical clash like in the middle of a fight, often you can actually recover from that, even if it's very, very damning. And fights tend to be so long when you're not dealing as much damage that things inevitably do go wrong. And that's part of the fun, strangely enough, because you have to adapt to certain things going wrong. Like, when one thing goes wrong, you have to, like, pull back and adapt to it. That's part of what makes it fun. So, like, the sanity system, while it does suck, because it creates that awful situation at the start of fights where you're kind of screwed if you fail your first few clashes. It does also make for fun fights, like fun and ephemeral fights. The Runa beta did last for very, very long. Yeah, I didn't play it until it came out of early access, which was June 2021. Runa definitely feels better combat-wise. I actually couldn't disagree more. I don't think I like Runa's combat really very much at all. I don't think the deck building aspect of Runa adds much to it. Limbus feels much more streamlined. I don't know. I have a lot more fun with Limbus's combat than I had with Ruinous combat. I feel like deck building is one of those things that I enjoy in a game where deck building is the focus. I don't really enjoy it in like the Project Moon game in Library of Ruina. It feels like a chore to me, but I know some people who really do. So just personal taste, isn't it? Yeah, I just ended up finding the card system to be a chore in that game. I don't know. It was like it was trying to be a card building game in a game that was largely a visual novel. I just wanted to play on the story. I just wanted to keep playing the story. And Limbus's combat plays into that a lot more, I feel like, because it's simpler. It doesn't detract from the story, it just augments the story. It feels like, even when I'm doing stupid like 7-hour-long fights. The last collab boss, you didn't enjoy Mares. Mares was a lot more forgettable for me. I'm trying to think of Mares' mechanics now that I'm thinking of her. I think the Knight was much better than Mares. What were her mechanics even? Oh, she had the shield. Yeah, the mechanic was shit. The mechanic was terrible. Mechanic was terrible. Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. The mechanic was absolutely god awful on that boss. The Knight was very cool. Very much enjoyed the Knight. Yeah, it was ads and then shield. Yeah, I remember. I remember, like, it shows that I instantly forgot about it. I can remember the last Knight fight very intently, but I don't have any real recollection of that fight, even though I found it really quite hard to hit the damage threshold on Mares. I just don't really have any recollection of it. Yeah, because she was applying just loads and loads of stacks of nervous impairment. So you had to find ways around getting the nervous impairment stacks like wherever possible by just not interacting. And it just didn't feel very fun. And then the shield, I don't know, just felt bad. The shield felt super bad, like just trying to force against. It felt like a fight that was designed with healing egos in mind, and if you didn't have a healing ego, you were kind of like on this horrible timer where if you don't have enough damage, you're just fucked. And it's alright if you are a Limbus master, but many people are not. Yeah. Finding shield feels like hitting a wet towel. Yep. I was very sad when I found out that Dawn couldn't even heal off the shield. And that made me really sad. I was like, oh, Dawn's going to be able to stay up at least. Nope. Nope. Can't heal off shield. Turn off the impairment passive and close your eyes. Killed the Union boss. Nice, Judge. You killed it all by yourself. Mate. Absolute lad. Judge out here soloing the Union bosses. Steal someone's Chloros. Have we got Chloros up yet? Probably not, right? Oh yeah. Any of these Chloros' big boys? Any latticed Chloroses? Oh, we got some lattices over here. Oh boy, this is a 5 prowess Chloros. Wait, whose is this? Kin. What a beast. Yeah, okay, let's take that guy on board. This one, yeah? God bless these Chloros mains. I'm going to keep my ego selector in Limbus in my bag. Always there to get fluid sack if the game somehow becomes so degenerate that I can't progress without a healing ego. But I'm going to get all of the battle pass egos other than fluid sack. These fluid sack is GG, yeah. I would rather just avoid it, if possible. Every ID pre-season 2 will be made useless, yeah, I guess so. But there's a lot of Limbus left to tell, and if they keep power scaling, like eventually like those old IDs are going to become very bad because they're not doing up ties for them to raise them up. So they're never going to get any better, you know? The only way to make old IDs more viable, if you're not introducing more upties, is egos. Like egos that support them. They want the old to fall away. Yeah, and they should. Like, they kind of need to do that. I don't hold that against them. Buff the base IDs? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. There's always the chance. The base IDs already feel better than a lot of the early characters, early IDs. Like I would swear down that base Ishmael is like worlds better than She Ishmael in almost every situation. Basically, other than when She Ishmael is below 50% HP and when she has Flashing Strike like actually available to her. Ishmael carried me. I'm sure the same is true for many of the other IDs. Like I know that Gregor is much better than Butcher, than Sous Chef Gregor. Like considerably better. Yeah, Base Honglu's in a league of his own. Base Honglu is actually a good unit. Like he is a good unit. He doesn't feel that out of place in teams with you know, like Mola Otis and Heisho Sinclair. He still doesn't actually even feel that out of whack with them. He still puts out really good clashes. He does decent damage. He has good debuffs. He has a really good passive. He has a really good ego that's hard for me to use, but like, you know, like the base ego is really, really good. I don't know anything about them, Apocalypse Birds, though. That's why I'm saying, like, from my experience. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of really good ones, but I don't have any experience with them. You only talk about the ones that I have experience with myself. Even Eurodivi Ryoshu, she's worse than base reissue in almost every encounter. Like, unless she can actually reliably stack the tremor. Even then. Liu, Craig, Liu, Honglu and Leo May Assault, huh? What's so bad about them? Is it just like a mechanic that they share that's just not that good? We need to do threshold and a GP outpost. Just beginning IDs and no clashing power. I see. I don't know what was launched and what wasn't. She Ishmael is useful sometimes. That's the earliest idea I have, I think. She Ishmael is useful sometimes. If she's low health, she's decent. If she's not, she's absolutely awful. Dear God, is she ever awful. But I'm sure compared to like modern triple O's, like I don't think they can ever compete really. Especially since with the modern IDs, they generally work together as well. That's one big thing, right? Individually, maybe the gap isn't like absolutely insurmountable. Again, my only reference point here is Sinclair, who's probably the weakest of the Heishos, or it's got to be one of the weakest, right? Like, when he doesn't have any kind of support, he actually isn't that insanely crazy. He does a lot more damage than the other units, but his clashes aren't anything too crazy. And his functionality isn't anything too crazy. But as soon as you start combining them with other characters from their same clan, they become absolutely godly, like in comparison to the quite unfocused old characters, old IDs. Yeah, they all synergize really well together because they want them to feel fluid. They want them to feel really good to play with, which is understandable. Did I even do the Aurora? Did I just go into the menu and then not do it? No, I did do the Aurora, okay. Had a little time skip there. You give a better S3 to Yi Sang if you have N Corp Rio Shu. That's interesting. I think that things like that could be kind of cool, and I don't want to demonize power creep here because I think power creep is exceptionally important. I'm a big power creep supporter, not necessarily a fan, but a supporter, because I think power creep has to happen. What I don't like is direct power creep, where something is strictly better than something else, and excessive power creep, where like the power creep jump is way too big. And I don't have enough experience of Limbus to really be able to say that. I think the IDs are pretty unique, like even the old IDs, the ones that I've played with at least, they all feel unique with their own kind of playstyle. Even things like Mola Sinclair, right? Even things like Sous Chef Gregor, like he has a on-demand bind and paralysis. Like he actually has things going for him. You probably wouldn't use him over a modern unit, but he can do things. It's not completely useless. Yeah, Plume, Judge. Exactly. Exactly. Plume is both of those things, Judge. She directly power creeps Kloss, and her power creep is excessive. She is disgusting. She's a filthy girl. Favorite team to play right now is Envy Resonance team. Oh, to manual play right now is Envy Resonance team with Magical Girl Dawn. I don't really know what Magical Girl Dawn does, unfortunately. But I'm glad you're having fun with it. Malfaust seems very broken, yeah, the whole intercepting attacks thing. What's it called? Reactive guard or something like that. What's the term? Assist guard, yeah, assist guard, thank you. That seems pretty crazy. That kind of breaks the mechanics of the game a bit, which is worrying. I hope to get it with my pools when I had some. Good lord, I got destroyed. That will happen. If you interact with Limbus's gacha, there's a good chance she will get burnt. This has 2 days left, including this day. There's nowhere to jump to. Oh my word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we actually want to try for the boxes here because we've got so many good things lined up. So 2 or 6 is good for us here. Okay. This is a huge area. I don't know if we want to use this really. So 1, 2, 3 are all really good results. Oh, that's very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 and 6 are very good results. Ooh. Close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if we'll get around to this again. That's the only worry. 1 and 3 are really good results. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although again, we could spin. We only have 1 day of dice left. 3 and 6 are both good results. I think we do this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so close, so close. 4, 5, 6. Move, skip forward 3 to here, I think. Then we should get around the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is quite a good roll, though. 1, 2. We don't have any dice left, but like, this is quite a good roll. This skips us 9, though. We'll think about it tomorrow. I think I probably skipped that. but I'm not sure. I should grab this ability before I forget. No Pathfinder. Yeah, no Pathfinder tonight, Twishweet. One of the players can't make it tonight. Not feeling great. Had the shard, which is why I say get back into the Limbus grind. Ah, I see. Good luck on trying to get the Gregor Ego. Ready, S? Yeah, I guess that Lei Heng May Assault, the Thumb May Assault, has the same ammunition that Lei Heng has, right? Where it improves his attacks. But does he have a way of reloading it? He loses clashing power but gains damage when he has no bullets. Interesting. Oh, 20 turns of no bullets. That's a lot of turns. Yeah, Sinclair's the ID that reloads ammo for people, right? Oh, he does reload himself once too. Wait, why am I watching this? Whoops. I guess the ammo is quite powerful. I felt like the discard mechanic's quite fun. Deck manipulation's always fun. The little intricacy of being able to like hide away your other attack is cool. Use an ability and then hide away your other attack with your guard so that you don't burn it. Yeah, discard feels really good because you're just like cycling to your best moves. Yeah. I've been using Mola Otis. Discard just feels really good to use because you can manipulate your deck so much. Sadly, even for me, Mola Otis will probably get power crept because of Heisho Otis has much better synergy with the slashing units, and obviously Heisho Sinclair as well. But she's a while off anyway. It's not like Mola Otis is bad. She's fun too. Tremor is about the only team that I can actually kind of sort of make. If you count base Heath, base-ish, base May Assault as Tremor units. Yeah, if only Tremor did something on its own, indeed. You need egos to kind of make it work. Maybe I'll get some of those egos, I don't know. I haven't really looked at the Battle Pass egos too much. We're still working on Lifetime Soup right now for Don. When I played with the T-Corp units in Mirror Dungeon Rental, I really didn't care much for the like time lock mechanic thing. It just felt really awkward and janky. Yeah, I didn't like it at all. Good on bosses, yeah. I haven't touched this rental this summer around. No real point to it. Doesn't give event currency, and we can just clear the mirror dungeon now on hard. So we probably won't do much with the rentals in the future unless they give increased event currency. I'm sure they'll line one up with the warp train event. KK Heathcliff we get from that. Which is exciting. Is it MC Heath? Is it not KK Heath? Oh, wrong one, sorry. It's the other Heath. Yeah, KK Heath is the other one. So I can dispense that when that comes out. I won't get a chance to pick that up from the thing, but I can dispense that when the season rolls over. It's the other Heath. What's the other Heath called? It's the Charge Heathcliff. The one from Warp Train. Multi-crack, yeah, multi-crack, thank you. Yeah, KK Heathcliff is another free character, but I can't like easily get him anymore. I just have to wait until the new Canter comes out for Heath. The other guys, Heisho Otis and Lantern Sinclair? No, Lantern Yisang. We can wait for the event reruns. LCB checkup and sweepers. You're about to get swept away. Oh, we forgot about that clown. Just cracking the same joke like 8 times. Eight hours on Railway 3. Jeez. I haven't got to really experience a railway yet. If I wasn't locked out of the current one, I would have tried that one. But I cannot even enter it. Sag. Nope. As it is, is 5 the current one? No, because I need 2 IDs for all of my characters, which I don't have. I'm missing Rodian, Mare Salt, Honglu, and Faust. Kimchi Rice! Thank you! Thank you so much for following. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I never really got kimchi. I know people who are absolutely crazy with kimchi. I really don't like the taste. Yeah, I know loads of people who love kimchi. I don't know, I can't even describe what it tastes like. It tastes off to me. Yeah, I'm missing on some good food. I know. I was hoping it would be one of those things that as I got older I'd grow accustomed to, because everyone always talks about how much they love kimchi and I'm just like, I still don't like it. I don't know. Weird. It's okay, a little bit of it is okay, like with some other food, but yeah, like mixed in well with other food. But I know people who just eat kimchi, just like dive in, you know? I don't know how they do it. A little bit of kimchi on as seasoning. I'm Gucci with. I'm all about it. It can be a delicious accoutrement. But I know people who just delve into a pot of kimchi, and I'm just like, they're like cheese. Oh mate, we have a friend called Alex. He's a moderator in the chat, and he's a wonderful guy, but he doesn't like cheese, and we bully him endlessly for it. The poor dude. I know very few people who don't like cheese, but I do know people who don't like cheese. Do you get a hard time from your friend group, Kimchi? Yeah, you do. It's rough, man. It's rough being a cheese disliker. Do you like really not like it? Like you won't touch it? Or is it a kind of like you'd have it on a cheeseburger kind of deal? We talk about all the most interesting subjects here. Yeah. So it's kind of the same thing as me and kimchi, I guess. Like by itself, you don't want to eat it. You don't really want to eat it. But if it's as a part of something else, you're like, yeah, it's fine. As it's like just kind of seasoning. I get that. I'd love to understand more about flavour and that kind of thing without actually having to be a chef. It must be really fascinating to learn about how and why flavour changes. You don't like it with burger but not in pizza? So you don't like it in burger, but you do like it in pizza, Solarian. Is that what you're saying? Or you do like it in burger, but you don't like it in pizza? It's all about, like, flavour index, isn't it? Like, that's what little I understand. I don't understand the actual thing itself, but I understand the concept of it. Flavour profiles, that's the word that I'm looking for. Hated carrots as a kid. So I'd love it when I get older. It's oh man, with vegetables and that kind of thing, it's all about how it's prepared as well. Like I hated Brussels sprouts for like the whole of my life, and cabbage for the whole of my life, because whenever I would have them, and broccoli as well, whenever I'd have them as a kid, like they would be prepared just dry, just like dry broccoli. But if you go to a restaurant and you have vegetables that are like cooked properly, seasoned properly, probably cooked in butter as well, that helps. That goes a long way too. They're absolutely delicious. Of course they are. Everything is delicious when it's cooked in butter. Yeah, absolutely. There are so many different types of cheese, Judge. For a lot of people, I feel like the stronger the type of cheese, the worse it is, and the more of an issue people take with it. Mellow cheese, like American cheese and mild British cheddar and that kind of thing, Monterey Jack. Those cheeses are pretty inoffensive. But once you start moving into like smelly cheeses, things like Camembert and Brie, that's when you start having people drop off and be like, I'm not saying. And then, of course, there's much smellier cheeses than that. You mean you like it in a burger but not in pizza? It's probably just the quantity of it, right? The cheese in a burger just kind of augments or just slightly changes the taste, but a cheese in a pizza is often the focus of the pizza, depending on the type of pizza you're eating. Having preferences is fine, but some people just avoid pizza at an unhealthy level. Oh, absolutely. I know a guy who for the longest time, this is a real like medical issue. So I'm not mocking him at all. It's like a real medical issue. Just couldn't stomach anything with like different textures. Anything that wasn't pretty much just like breaded chicken and fries and that kind of thing. And it's really, really bad. Like it really, really fucks you up. But his stomach would just be turned like at the thought of eating anything outside of those things. It's like very much a medical condition. All sorts of weird stuff in the world. Eating so much cheese that I'm indifferent to it. I've eaten a lot of cheese. I'm a cheese fan. But I don't like blue cheese and that kind of thing. I'm not that big of a fan of that at all. So it depends on the type of cheese. I quite like strong cheese, but I don't like that. I can't even describe it. There's a very specific taste in some of the blue cheeses that I just don't like. Yeah, bad vegetables is almost a matter of not cooking it right. Indeed, El Kowalski. So I went through most of my life thinking that I really, really disliked pretty much all green vegetables, because every time I'd ever had them made or prepared or anything like that, I absolutely hated them. They tasted so bad. They tasted just like soggy and flavorless. It's like chewing on rubber. But when I prepared them for myself, and like I ate them at a restaurant once, and I was like, man, these are good. And then I started preparing like vegetables for myself, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's just the way that they were cooked. Wish I'd known that like 30 years ago. So many people just don't salt their food. It's absolutely crazy. Like, obviously don't overdo it. Like, don't give yourself a heart attack, but a bit of salt and pepper, even just basic condiments, goes a real long way on food. First good veggies when I ate at a Thai place. Oh, yeah, like crispy vegetables. I remember having that as well and being like, wow, this tastes very different to what I'm used to. Crispy vegetables in stir fries and that kind of thing. Just hit real different. It absolutely can be a medical problem. There are all sorts of... it's just an eating disorder, and eating disorders are horrible. While it probably likely doesn't have the kind of danger level and severity of something like anorexia nervosa or something like that, which of course is horrendous, and bulimia, it's absolutely an eating disorder, and it can be very, 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 very like damning on your life. It's horrible. It's horrible to live with any kind of eating disorder. Just terrible. All vegetables are fine except Brussels sprouts. Fuck those guys. I used to feel that way. Not honestly that long ago, started eating Brussels sprouts after realizing that they could be prepared in a very delicious way without really that much effort. Salt and butter. Yep, pretty surefire way to make anything better. I like Brussels sprouts. Problem is, after you eat them, Yeah. It's the same with eating a lot of vegetables, I think. Tastes like car tires. Yeah, fair. Tried it recently, made it yourself. Yeah. Some people are just not going to get there. You're still quite young as well, Apocalypse Birds, aren't you? I think. So your taste buds may develop over time still. Still what, like 21 or something? 19? Somewhere in that area? I like a lot of things now that I can stomach things a lot more than I could 10 or 20 years ago. So it might just be a taste bud thing. Or maybe, yeah, you just don't like them. Never will. And that was an interesting little segue. Don't think you ever had Brussels sprouts? They're weird little things. These are Brussels sprouts. These things. They're like very small cabbages, kind of. That's the best way that I can describe them. Like extremely small cabbages. They have a very notable taste to them, though. Cannabis is the only green that is worth it. That is a take. True. Sad you can't stomach chocolate as much anymore. What? Just like it's too rich for you, or it doesn't agree with your stomach? You can blend anything into a soup, but I wouldn't recommend eating things that you don't like by blending them into soup. Things generally aren't that good for you. Just know from TV shows that it was always mentioned when a kid never ate their vegetables, of course. Something that gets drilled into you, isn't it? It is very important to have a balanced diet, for sure. I did not have a balanced diet as a child, and I was very fat. I would not recommend. Keep them in bacon grease in Christmas, yeah. Brussels sprouts are a big Christmas food. In the UK, at least. Get my uncle to give us an October roadmap for Wizard. Isn't even October yet for him. Patience, sir. Patience. It's almost October in Japan right now. Wait, maybe it is October. No, it's like we're about an hour out, right? Or 10 minutes out. EOS announcement. On the first day of October, a Dreecom sent to us an EOS announcement. EOS mentioned. Oh, it's Sensor Tower tomorrow, isn't it? Gacha report. As well. I forgot. I forgooted. You're Australian. I think it is October, isn't it, for you? Oh, not quite. Not quite. It's a couple of hours out, right? It's almost there. I think Japan's like 8 hours ahead of me. Is that right? Anyway, it's almost October. We're almost there. They should bring it out. They usually bring it out at the start of the month. I sure love Sensor Tower Day. Oh boy. Everyone loves Sensor Tower Day. Purely accurate results. Every time. I don't know if that shoots above. I have no idea at all. Probably on someone. Sensor Tower is the Messiah. Yeah, Sensor Tower is the gospel. You can trust every word and every number that you see written on Sensor Tower reports. How many channels do we have today? Still on 4. Still holding strong on 4. When I get a Dreecom sponsor, I doubt it. I don't know, maybe. Probably not though. I hope that they talk to Genazad. Really, I really hope they talk to Genazad. Genazad is the guy who can actually bring attention to the game. I cannot do that. I can keep people happy a little bit who are already playing, but I don't really draw people to the game. Don't have that kind of reach. Probably never will. I would really, really, really like Abyss 4 to be next month. It doesn't fit very well with the things that are launching next month, but just love for them to bring it out. I feel like people have waited for so long. I don't think it's very healthy for them to wait any longer. And if they are still in heavy development, then I feel like they should be honest about it and actually share their progress so that people have a time frame. Am I hinting? No. I have absolutely no knowledge of it whatsoever, Twishry. If only. I'm as clueless as anyone else. Leakers! I love a good leaker. Leeks are another vegetable that I absolutely hated, and learned that they could be prepared differently, where they weren't just floppy, horrible, disgusting, piss-flavoured vegetables. The more you know. We pull for the red-haired boy tomorrow. Tomorrow in this game. Oh wait, no we don't. It isn't tomorrow, it's the day after, isn't it? We have Kakadi and Aya real soon. We should have a patch tomorrow. I don't know what will be in the patch, probably nothing. But these guys will come the day after, Kakadi and Aya. I'm very curious as to whether this effect works the way that it should do, or whether it genuinely is the start of each turn. I think this only refers to her turn. I really hope it only refers to her turn. What does new content mean? I don't know. What does new content mean to you, Twishry? How much accuracy do two-handed weapon users need in Wizardry completely changes depending on what you're hitting. There is no de facto number. If you're missing a lot and you need to be hitting more on those mobs, then you need more accuracy. But you can always substitute accuracy, of course, by just using like heavy attack. Gives you a whole boatload of free accuracy. I wouldn't say that accuracy is too important. But if you have absolutely no accuracy on your gear, then you might find yourself missing quite a bit on, especially on monsters that are very evasive like vampires. $130 sounds like a pretty decent line, yeah. Like 130's not bad at all. If you've got 130 on your characters, you should be fine for most enemies. And anything you're not fine on, you can like heavy attack. 130 is insane, really. This is why numbers don't really work too well in Wizardry, because everyone's so... How do you still have such high surety? Played for a long time. Got good gear. But you should be fine with less than 130 accuracy as well, I imagine, Moon Knight. Right. Stop lollygagging here. That is your taste. Most people will tell you that surety is better. If you purely want to do better on bosses, attack could be better. But surety for grinding and whatnot is definitely better. You'll clear stuff a lot faster with surety. What's going on here? Ah, they've got colour codes working in the chat. Always fun. Feet segs salins. Damn. In old castle ruins, did you run 3 mages in the back row? I see, we know. It sounds like you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, penguins. Feels really good to progress in Wizardry. It's a really good feeling. And they changed colours in chat. They used colour codes, most likely HTML or something. Six of these, right? We're working towards it. Actually, can you stop licking my arm, please? Thank you. Can we not do that? Thank you. Sometimes I have to have stern words with my cat. It doesn't look like they are doing a, like, pull extra copies of the character and get lattices thing for the RGBs, which is sad. I was really hoping for that. To help fix the lattice situation. Right, I think we're done here on Etheria. Tomorrow we have Ember Trek, so there'll be a lot of Etheria tomorrow. We're going to be sat here for a while. There's also Patch Day tomorrow, and we have Aya and Kakadi on Thursday. So a fair bit of Limbus? Fair bit of Etheria over the next couple of days. But for now, we must retire. If they don't address Lattice by CZN, I'll be stepping away from ER. Yeah, it's fucking annoying, isn't it, Judge? Like, it's annoying. It's really annoying. I was very much hoping that they were going to make it so that every unit now, when you summon extra copies, you get an extra lattice for that unit. But it does not seem like they're going to go that way. We will know for sure, I guess, tomorrow or the day after. But I think they would have announced it by now if they were going to run that event again. I guess maybe they're going to just run it for LDs, which unfortunately for the majority of the player base, that does not really help. It only kind of makes the gap wider. If anything, it actually makes it actively worse.
Have a seat.
It's extra annoying because it's a week 1 problem that everyone has been talking about since week 1 yet. And let's not forget that Sean B, our fucking Crusader and champion, spent 4 hours trying to talk to them about this with that hyper talk thing that they did at, like, the live hyper talk thing that they did. And they just, like, brushed it off completely. At the very least, let us reset units. Unfortunately, I think that's a dream at this point. They clearly don't want to let us do that. I hope that they do, though. I'm with you, Dev Magic. It's unfortunately they refused to release 12 lattice pack bundles. Honestly, like, anything would help, kinda. I think the problem with that specifically is it's just going to widen the gap, right? But I think if they released more reasonably priced lattices in the shop, then that would help a little bit with at least like mid spenders, like low mid spenders. If they gave you like a weekly lattice for $10 or something, that would probably help. I don't know. Makes new players want to bend over. Dear God, we were talking yesterday about what a new player does if they come in. If they come in after Plume banner is gone. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine trying to do the content of the game now where it's going to be balanced around Plume existing, around everyone having Plume? Can you imagine trying to do that stuff without Plume? Holy moly. Pity Plume is a new player. Fuck yeah, it's worth it. You have to. If you miss Plume, your account is bricked. I said this on the first day that Plume came out, and I actually got a bit of backlash over it, but I still stand by it. I think your account is bricked if you don't have Plume. Yeah, like, genuinely, I think you might as well not play the game if you don't have Plume. It's like what people were memeing about with Lily, except it's actually true. Any future PvE is going to be designed around you having Plume. All of your clears are infinitely slower if you don't have Plume. All your farming takes infinitely longer. You might not even be able to do some things without Plume. If you don't have Plume in PvP right now, like, being on the back foot doesn't even begin to describe where you're at. You're fucked. You better hope that you go first and your opponent bans Plume out of fear of you having Plume. I didn't lattice Plume and still can't do Chloris. Yeah, it sucks, man. Yeah, they already have a human rights character, indeed, any bit. It's not great. It's really, really not great. What are we doing on here today? We're doing story, I think, since we don't have Pathfinder. Chapter 9. And because they've set that precedent of how powerful that character is, I think there's a very good chance that the next LD in, what, 3 weeks? 3 and a bit weeks, will probably end up being really, really gross as well. Heaven forbid it's a bruiser or a DPS that, like, power creeps as well, because, like, then you kind of need copies of it, or it's forever underwhelming.
It's up to you.
Fire is versatile. Whether it is sent from...
we need to do Critter Clash. We can do Critter Clash today as well. We can finish off the Critter Clash, since we gained time today, essentially. Next unit is going to be, I'm dreading them releasing some, like, powerhouse bruiser or DPS, because I somehow don't think I'm going to get lucky like that again, like we did with Yelly and Lilium. Those P5s on those units, like especially the Yelly, probably the only reason why I've been able to clear any of the PvE, the hard PvE. The amount of damage they gain from that is so immense. I love that for the whole of the time that we were on Etheria, all we really talked about was food and Limbus Company. And the second we get off of Etheria, we're talking about Etheria. Classic.
wishes to come along. See how they are an accurate reading.
You can really tell that the amount of people playing Etheria has declined in West. Like the number of chat channels. EU often has 1 chat channel now, apparently. We have 4 in global. But just the number of people who come through the stream for Etheria, like who actually want to talk about Etheria, has gone down so much. It's sad. But also it's not on Steam, yeah.
The puppy wishes to come along.
It's a number of things on Steam. It's visibility of how many people are playing. It's comments and reviews, and it's also the policy that they have to sign, that they have to agree to, where they say that they'll continue developing the game even past the OS, or they'll continue to provide access to the game even past the OS. I think those are probably a combination of those reasons is why they never actually launched on Steam. It's really dirty, by the way, to advertise your launch on Steam and then not launch your game on Steam just to generate like hype for it on a platform that you never intend to launch on. That is a dirty tactic, a dirty marketing tactic. Yeah. While I don't like shitting on ER that much, I still stand by my opinion that XD is a really, really, really bad company. As far as the consumer is involved. And I'm sure there's probably worse out there, but in my experience, they are the worst that I have personally seen by a way. The fact that I've now experienced 2 of their games does not make it better. Etheria, I don't know if I'd say it's a good game, but it's at the very least a passable and a serviceable game that you can play and you can enjoy. And I know people who played it casually and have really enjoyed it for a few weeks. I know people who played it seriously and they are still enjoying it now. It's not a bad game, but yeah, like the management of it is what has really killed it, and that probably isn't even like the developers or the designers. It's probably like pressure from on high. Who knows? Indeed, I do agree with that any bit. A just alright gacha doesn't really do it anymore. Especially in a genre of gacha that is already kind of cornered. Summoners War and E7 have been on the scene for a long time, and while people wanted something new and something fresh, I think unfortunately for a lot of people Etheria was not it. It ended up not being it. No, that's right. She seems OP. Let's do her. She doesn't have to recruit anything specifically, right? No. Pieces in the frontmost tile. Grant this piece's attack and HP. Oh, it's the piece within 1 tile behind. Oh, that's so strong. Oh, what? I'm mad. Oh, we need the thing as well. I'm an idiot. I didn't even see that we had that. I tried to refresh to get our +1/+1. But it isn't refreshing, it's spending her ability. Oh boy. Don't talk about that. What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. Did any other gacha do rebate? I don't know. I'm sure there have been gachas that have done a rebate, but I do not know of them. Matilda! Yeah, crack on. Is this purchase effect? Yeah. Oh no, retreat effect. Tap plus 2 and HP to 2 in each habitat. Neutral, base 4, aquatic, mine. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Lucio on the board. Growth is not bad. I have heard of, I don't know, I couldn't name any other gachas, but I was told like other games had done that before. I don't necessarily agree with it, but yeah, I don't think it's unprecedented. Two allied mine pieces. Oh, that's including itself, right? If the seller of this piece randomly distribute one top map to allied mine pieces. One piece in each habitat. Oh, we got messed up. ER will go down in history as one of the more poorly monetized gacha games ever. I don't know. I'm not even that sure. We've had some real shitters this year. I think, in my opinion, lattices are absolutely awful. I feel like lattices are the ultimate downfall of the game. They're just so bad. They're just such a bad concept. They don't benefit the developer. They don't benefit the consumer. They don't benefit anyone. They just suck. I don't recognise what some of these pieces look like. Purchase effects will trigger T times. That's the Ember one. All of the carbuncles confuse me. They all look exactly the same to me. Don't really have any shield, do we? We should really put that back down again. Oh, damn. We got messed up. We got crushed. Ghost Fort pieces. I don't want the Ely. I guess we're going with her again. Hi, Azafriel. What's going on? Tribe 9 officially dead next month. I have no idea. Tribe 9 is already kind of officially dead. I don't really know. The game is a mess. It's gone. It never even had a chance. I'm good, thank you, Zafriel. Already finished chapter 8? Yeah, I already finished chapter 8. Thank you. Oh shit, we got this. This is the Ember, isn't it? Yeah. Oh shit. Idiot. Idiot. Gonna replay Tribe 9 before the servers go down. Yeah, it sounded like it was a pretty good game. Sounded like it was a pretty fun game. This grows. This grows more. This might still be better because we have aquatic synergy. At the end of the shopping phase, gobble the aquatic piece. Probably don't want that. This is top hat? No. This is habitat. It's okay. Do better. When taking damage, grants one top hat to allied mine pieces. Wow. I kind of still prefer this, I think. Entering battle for each one morale lost by the player. That's gains HP plus 2. It's like just a pretty decent thing. After the purchase of a piece with a purchase effect, get +1 and HP +1 to all allied pieces. That is also quite good. Should probably do that. This is top hat, right? 1 top hat to allied mine pieces. I think we're better off just refreshing. Morale is kind of useful. He's in the frontmost tile. Oh, that has been the frontmost tile. Shit, I didn't even realise. Oh, good thing I can read. I love reading. What an idiot. This guy. Robot with tail equals furry. If you say so. How was chapter 8? Did I enjoy it? I did enjoy chapter 8. Yeah, it was alright. Like, definitely not my favourite by any means. But it's hard to follow up 5 to 7. 5 to 7 was definitely the best, like the most solid arc that they did. But it was fine. Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it all the same. I heard they locked Guna interactions behind 4 dupes. Really, you have to get 4 dupes to unlock the the Guna interactions. That's interesting. Probably a bit late for that now. Get rid of here this. This is still probably quite good. Even with just a few turns left. Oof. Gonna get smashed by that line down bottom, yep. Damn. We got messed up. We got messed up! Oh, I didn't mean to save that team formation. No idea what I was doing. Three Muse coins to place a random piece higher than the monster dock level into the reward slot. Higher than the monster dock level, so those are the higher rarity characters. I don't think I've seen Lucy before. Spend a 1 Muse coin to seek a factory piece. Seek a factory piece. Guess we can try her. I've been playing this for about a month. Thing? Yeah, about a month. Like 32 days or something like that. Do you also play this? So how does this work? Not one of your mates, sure. Yeah, I've been having good fun with it. But that is so not useful in any way, shape or form. This is the goose. The goose. The goose, the goose. Oh, we should have done this first. What's this again? Yep, that's my bad. Yep, we should definitely done that first. Purple and yellow quality pieces get attacked plus 2. This is alright. This thing again. Let's look for purchase pieces. What characters have I gotten so far? I don't pull in this game, thing. I can show you my roster after this. Is it worth investing real life money in this game? It's never an investment to put money into a gacha. You are not investing money when you put money into a gacha. If you would like to put money into the game to enjoy it, then by all means. But you're the only person who can really say that. Halo? When taking damage, you get to top hat to mine pieces. Actually, I don't even know if we have any mine pieces. I don't think we do. I think these are all neutral. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. This is a mine piece itself, at least. So. This is... Purchase costs 3 morale. Just burns down your morale. After the purchase of a mine piece, gain 1 Musei coin. Purchase of a piece with a growth effect accelerates the growth rounds. I guess we take this. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Let's go. I forgot that would give me a free thing. I don't think that does anything for us. We are looking for purchase effects. I mean, this is technically a purchase effect. It is a very bad one. This sticker is not really doing that much for us though. Oh, we also get a free refresh because of that. Not that it really does that much for us, probably. Oh, that's actually quite useful. Sell this. Grab that. We are pretty much just looking for purchase effects. And square pieces. We've got this too. So that's with the shield. After another piece loses a shield, gains another shield. Don't think we can make that much use of that. We can use this. I think we only have this as a yellow piece, right? Oh, that's a purple piece. Oh, we should have... I'm stupid. We could have... If we'd done it the other way around. Right, we're looking for purchase things. We definitely do not need that. We can definitely use that. Lucy. I think we just buy this because it is a purchase effect. Darn thing. We can't really even put that down. You do not have purchase effects. That's really huge. Buffs everything really massively. Oh God. This is Ember. I guess this first. Is this event repetitive or can I clear it in one go? You need to do it a lot of times. You need to do it quite a lot of times to clear all of the, to like get all of the rewards, but you don't have to do that. if you don't want to. You can get most of the rewards just by playing a few of them, I think. At least 5 types of carbuncles this game. Don't think we have 5 carbuncles, do we? This thing's pretty strong. I don't think it beats anything else that we got on the board. We are looking for purchase effects. Here's our boy. Yeah, you get an extra bonus, right? I've just been trying to do a few runs. Just like a run every day. I don't think this is even worth really getting up to. I think we got all the other achievements. Like, this is, what, 1 clear or something's worth. This is like a tiny bit of stamina's worth. I don't hate the game mode, it's perfectly fine. But yeah, I try not to do too much of it. I didn't do any yesterday. I was very lax. It's naughty. What browser do I use on my PC? I mostly use Google Chrome due to its integrations, but I do also have Firefox that I use intermittently. Google Chrome is harder on your memory than Firefox. Why do you ask? Says Afriel. Are you having browser woes? We did this yesterday. We did the Candy Crush yesterday. What is it? What's the matter? What's wrong? You little troublemaker. Right, we're cracking on with chapter 9. Using Brave for a while now, I'm noticing it drains my laptop's battery faster than Microsoft. I do not know anything about Brave. I think I heard of someone using it before. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. So the Platonic year, worlds out new, right and wrong. Worlds in the old instead. All men are dancers and their tread goes to the barbarous clangor of a gong. 1919. WB years. It's the final days of March. The daylight hours in Ushuaia. Oh, it's shrinking away. Okay, we're gonna have to say that word a lot, aren't we? Ushuaia. It's in Ibiza, apparently. Ushuaia, apparently. Ushuaia. Past the busy season, the city is faded and quiet. At this moment, in a cafe at the end of the world, conversation and laughter are sealed within an airtight glass dome.
Hace algunos años, trabajé como guardabosques en un campamento en Cuernavaca. Allí conocí a un poeta surrealista mexicano. Estaba especialmente agradecido de que estuviera ahí. Unos animales habían entrado al campamento y los ahuyenté por él. No fue gran cosa, en realidad. Como muestra de agradecimiento, me explicó esta extraña historia. Una que ocurrió en un pueblo del desierto de Sonora, llamado Amalfitano, en 1975. La gente ahí seguía una creencia muy poco ortodoxa.
Sorry, I'm listening very intently because it's hushed as it's through a glass panel.
Un día, una investigadora con una maleta llegó al pueblo. Vino a estudiar sus costumbres locales. Una razón nada sorprendente para que una intelectual erudita apareciera en un remoto asentamiento del desierto.
It's cool that they do things like that, like reducing the volume, making it muffled because of the perspective.
Unexpected path.
Hold on. Sorry
Makes the whole
to
experience a lot more
interrupt,
like immersive.
Does this researcher have a name? She could be Nora, Joanna, or Teresa. Any name, really.
I think this is our first
like
introduction to
you want people
Recoleta.
focusing on this story, not keeping track of who's who.
Confusion and shock intertwine on the storyteller's face.
Thank you for your advice. But she isn't a Nora, or a Joanna, or a Teresa. She's just herself. A paracausality researcher.
You see that look? She's halfway to eating you alive. Face it, Maria. She wouldn't be the loca we know if she listened to anyone.
Ah, alright. So you didn't like the opening. Fine. I'll come up with something new. Maybe I'll start with a bit of exposition on the Die of Babylon, beginning with its origins, as a secret relic created by an Aztec priest, imprisoned by the conquistadores.
The mysterious die's origins never get a continuation, as the story is interrupted a second time.
I don't know if that's going to do much, hermana. I'm beginning to think we'll never figure out what you're trying to say with this novel. And, well... and this isn't your fault.
Ay, Dios. Just tell her, Maria. We're going back to Buenos Aires.
¿De vuelta a Buenos Aires? ¿De repente? ¿Así? ¿Sin más? Pancho, Maria, what's going on? Did I do something wrong?
I take it that
travels?
Zafriel means a euphoria for her? Or something? Subtle storyteller's eyes, eyes are companions of the last 2 months, searching for reasons.
Ah, see. I know what it is. I've bored you with my constant rambling over this novel.
No, Recoleta. It's got nothing to do with your novel.
Don't you get
I've
it?
seen
For fuck's
Recoleta
sake.
mentioned multiple times, so the character's already out, right?
Why do you think we're stuck here scrubbing tables?
Man slams his damp washcloth on the table to emphasize his point. His voice breaks the illusion of silence in the cafe.
Because we can't pay for all the mate we've been drinking.
That wasn't a question, Regoleta. We've crossed the continent, crashed the readings of all those prestigious poets, and leave the way a real artist should. And, I admit it, it's been just as amazing as you promised. But we can't go on living like this.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be a new unit.
You know that we both care about you, and we believe in your novel too. I'd be lying if I said this journey meant nothing to me. Getting to ride around the continent on a motorcycle like Che Guevara himself? I never could have imagined I'd get the chance to go on an adventure like this. We got to live the dream.
A real dream. Except for those days when the motorcycle broke down. Though that was a real tribute to Che's journey too.
Don't tease, Pancho. Recoleta, since you invited us to join the Visceral Realists, we've both found amazing new ways to channel our inner poetry. Even though I still don't understand what in the world you're trying to say with your novel, or for that matter, what visceral realism actually is.
Maria,
Pancho, you told us not to worry about the definitions, to feel and to live in our words. We did just as you said, and it felt great. But...
She looks out to it. You swear. You swear. You swear. Feeling a chill. Snow falls from the dimming sky. The season is shifting. Soon, grey and white will blanket the colourful houses of this desolate land.
Ahora el frío del invierno se instala. Y lo único que parece importante es ese pequeño pueblo ficticio.
Words are hard. The storyteller sinks back against their accusations, searching for words.
I appreciate your honesty, amigos. I was worried the problem was much worse than all that. Winter here isn't as dreadful as you think, and I know just the place to keep us warm. It was 1520. Arcanist Ferdinand Magellan sailed across unfamiliar waters under orders from the Spanish crown. Over the vast gray sea, he saw spots of light in the distance. An island. He named it Tierra del Fuego. For the next 400 years, Ushuaia faithfully served its role at the end of the world. It became the continent's penal colony, and its largest building even served as a prison.
It's okay. Don't worry, Zephyr.
By the turn of the century,
Don't have to be sorry for typing in chat. I love people typing in chat.
The Sanatorium was built. Well, as you may already know, at that time, most Arcanists were believed to be victims of madness. The Sanatorium was their ship of fools. However, as people began to realize that Arcanist blood wasn't a guarantee of madness, fewer and fewer were imprisoned there. By 1947, it was officially closed. Until the 1970s, when a group of people from the National Foucault Studies Association returned to the island with new ideas for the location.
Oh, she
They
does
spoke
look like
in abstract
Recoleta, yeah.
terms and opaque theories that no one could understand. They rebuilt this place and gave it a new name.
Yeah, she looks
After
quite a lot
long
like
period of
Recoleta.
construction,
I can see
the
that.
Comala Sanatorium became a prison once more, one designed to hold Arcanist criminals. They were taken from the streets and the psychiatric clinics, from secret societies and rebel groups. Any Arcanist deemed mentally or socially unfit would be locked away there. This association claimed the inmates would receive the best treatment, and they would fully recover before being returned to society. A prison, a medical lab, a sanatorium, call it whatever you want. That is what Comala is today. And we could spend the whole winter there. It'd probably be the easiest winter we've ever had. All that it requires is a little bit of acting. It won't be hard to pass ourselves off as a bunch of unstable crackpots. A touch of madness comes parceled with the gift
I'd say it
of
would be
being
pretty
an
easy for you,
Arcanist.
Recoleta.
That's your brilliant idea? To get us locked up in an asylum?
Single type Dynamo character. Is Lucy an AoE character then?
You understand we'd be prisoners
Because obviously
there,
she's a
don't you?
Dynamo DPS as
It's
well.
not like we get to put our feet up and relax by a fire.
Her increasingly agitated companion turns his head aside, catching the faint outline of a patrolling gendarme through the frosted window.
You want to go to jail? Well, see that man over there? Go greet him with a punch to the jaw, then you'll be set for the whole winter.
It sounds like a good idea.
Recoleta, please. We're not messing with the Gendarmeria. We're going to my Aunt Julia. She said she could take us in at her vineyard up north near the capital. Well, it's harvest season. They could use all the help they can get. We'll return to Ushuaia next year. Or when the winter has passed. It'll still be great.
Lucy's at AoE, I see. Yeah, sure. Recoleta's expression is as cold as the mate tea on the table. Mate. It must be
hear you,
mate.
amigos.
Mate tea on the table.
But respectfully, I must turn down your offer. This has been more than just a road trip for me. I know sticking around here for the winter won't be easy. But this could be my last chance. What if things change again? I can't just wait for spring.
Recoleta.
What did I tell you, Maria? She never listens. Wasting your breath. Adios, Recoleta. I don't think we'll meet again.
Pancho's apologetic words freeze in his mouth.
Mierda! Those gendarmes are looking straight at us!
What?
The cafe door swings open. A gust of cold air and dampness sweeps through the room. Recoleta's hair stands on end with the chill as she turns to face the door.
Stop right there! You three match the descriptions of some intruders at the poetry meeting in Casa Pionera.
Recoleta plans a response, only to hear the scrambling sounds of her companions bolting away out the back door.
Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse.
Where is that bucket hog hiding?
Oh, we're meant to use... We're on the wrong team. It's fine though, probably.
Calculate, simulate,
Ready?
decrypt the Cosmo. An adequate
Uli will
sample.
dominate. I believe in it.
The puppy.
We still have so many characters we need to build
Now a big shout out to the champion!
for the reveries and whatnot. The gendarmes are left behind in the cold, but the flustered young writer still dares to not stop running. Until she stumbles on a patch of wet and mushy snow.
Oh, gracias a Dios. Creo que los perdimos. Are you alright? Gracias. Better to kiss the ground than kiss the gendarme's boots, if one must choose. Wait a second. Doris, is that you? Funny how life moves in circles and puts an old friend in my path. How have you been? Are you paying another visit to Kamala? Doris.
A name falls from the sky, offered by a girl who just face planted and cannot see the figure before her.
Timekeeper. Could she mean our Dr. Doris?
Was
Hey,
I
Soneto.
mistaken?
Thanks for showing up. She wipes the snow from her face. Still dizzy, she makes out the stranger before her. As her vision clears, it becomes apparent that fate is not a perfect loop. At least the person holding the suitcase in front of her is not the same woman she met before.
How strange. I've never seen two people so alike. But please, forgive me. It's been a long day.
No need to apologize. In fact, the person you just mentioned sounds like someone we're looking for. Could you tell me where you last saw her?
Sure, Excuse me. You're not from around here, are you? Your accents and those clothes give you away. Come with me. I know a warmer place to talk.
That's weird. I figured that Dr. Doris was with us somehow. I'm very confused right now as to what we're doing and why we're here. There seems to have been quite a jump between the last chapter and this one. Just trying to make sure that I didn't miss anything here. Okay. I'm sure these things will catch me up. She got kidnapped by the Admiral. Yeah, I remember. But that's why I thought it was very, very strange that she was saying Dores, but I guess Dores hasn't always looked like that. Authority. It's always so flexible. The Buenos Aires division has received members of the Storm research team, Ulrich and Regulus. Both are to be temporarily stationed at the division while undergoing basic health examinations. The timekeeper and her assistant received the message upon landing at Tierra del Fuego and have departed on a mission. The message source and details of the operation have been reported by Soneto. Our side currently has no access. Other survivors taken in. Barcarola, a pure-blood arcanist and musician aboard the Free Breeze. Fatutu, a pure-blood arcanist and a member of the Nukate... some kind of people. Further investigation of her people is required. For the full risk level assessment report, see attachments. I-35. It's a 2.4 event which takes place before this chapter. I'm with you, I'm with you.
The moment armies start to march, the world stands still. You fight or fall back, charge forward or run. Those are the only rules on the battlefield. I don't see a start time on this report, nor does it state the reason for or the demands of this war.
That's because the war hasn't started yet. Because this is a war waged with paper and pens.
Ah, a literary war. Indeed, the violence acted upon words is often just as devastating as an order on a battlefield. Words must fulfill their duties to their creators, just as soldiers must answer to their commanders.
I still don't see how this relates to what's happening now.
You don't?
Yes, I'm probably going to be a bit confused here because I haven't been able to do events in between. But I'm sure I will get a grasp on it.
In dark days of bloody conflict, soldiers often find comfort in scriptures and verses, or in letters from their loved ones. They hold those words close, a fragile piece of home, a brief solace from the roaring of the battlefield. But as they fall one by one, they learn the bitter truth. No destiny awaits them but death. That bitter homesickness still weighing heavy in their hearts.
I hope they can at least find some peace in their dreams.
In dreams? Maybe. Walking the streets of your hometown, spending a lazy afternoon at the writing desk. Dreams can take you anywhere, but live there too long, and the line
Sammy, thank you. I appreciate the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
And soon, you'll never wake up again.
Whatever you are up to.
Soldiers crawl through trenches, roll in the mud, and charge to their deaths again and again, while words are forever trapped within the confines of poetry, made to live, die, and live again under the golden prophecy. I can't stand the way poets talk.
This guy seems in good spirits today. Our dearest announcer. Reports. Endless reports. Why are there only ever reports? It sounds like, yeah, he sounds like he's a real big party guy. Sounds like he'd be a real hoot. The tremors from the explosion at Ushuaia Port. Ushuaia Port, I think it is. Ushuaia Port. We heard it said in text. Ushuaia Port shook the surroundings for nearly 10 seconds, after which strong winds carried the flames across the dock area. Thick smoke spread the several kilometers. The explosion injured 12 people, over 200 residents were evacuated, and it took the Navy and Fire Department nearly 6 hours to contain the fire. Unfortunately, key logistics facilities were reduced to ruins. Investigations confirm that the explosions originated from 3 sources, an oil storage tank and 2 cargo warehouses along the third dock. However, the disproportionate scale of the explosions raises suspicions of arcane skill involvement. It is still unclear whether this incident is related to the Xeno mutiny, and simultaneous investigations are ongoing into other arcanist organisations that may be responsible. What the hell is this? You call this a report? This is all you're handling? This is all you're handing in? Panic is already spreading. Do I need to remind you that Ushuaia is our nearest deep water port? Port? Flames higher than the lighthouse. Seawater dyed blood red. This catastrophe is bringing up painful memories of the war front over a decade ago. Our wounds are being torn open in the worst possible way, and after all this time I gave you to investigate, you're just giving me a list of possibilities? A few days ago, people suspected those lunatics locked up in prison, but what the hell can they even do besides bash bash their heads against barbed wire and spout that pathetic rhetoric. Maybe they scribbled out a doppelganger on a pile of backwoods poetry, conjured up a few imaginary hot air balloons to float them to the port, and then moulded a ton of bombs from mud and ice? Fat chance. The only thing you got right was not including them in your list of suspects. Otherwise, I'd have thrown you in that prison alongside them. Interesting. Someone seems grumpy.
According to these news reports from Ushuaia, there was an arcane attack on the pier
I
about
got it
a
right.
week ago.
Let's try it.
All the ships in the port were destroyed. Could Manus Vindicte be responsible for this? Or perhaps the Xeno rebels?
We missed them,
Hard to say, but things have been suspiciously quiet these past few days. I had been hoping we'd find some clues here in Ushuaia after we lost track of the Manus in the Free Breeze shipwreck. They would have gone to ground somewhere remote and off the radar. Indeed, it's possible they've already left Ushuaia. For whatever reason, it seems they haven't been pushing for the storm to happen quite as eagerly as before. I have a strange feeling about it all. They're definitely up to something. For now, it seems our new friend's story lines up with the intel from Moth.
Moth is the mole that they have in Manus Vindicte.
We should see if there's anything more she can tell us.
Timekeeper.
The chief assistant hesitates.
The Foundation doesn't have any intelligence on Tierra del Fuego. If the Manus really are here, then we'll be on our own. The closest Foundation branch is in Buenos Aires, 3,200 kilometers away.
She reflects without words, a reminder that the chaos caused by Igor's rebellion is still fresh.
Careful and well considered as ever, Soneto. It's possible they've already infiltrated Ushuaia, just as they did in Chisos. But the Xeno rebels may still be holding Dorez. We can't just wait around. I'm afraid we'll have to take the risk. Ushuaia is not very big. If Manus Vindicte is here, we'll notice. Stay sharp.
Understood, Timekeeper. I'll keep an eye out for them and for Dr. Dorez.
After a chaotic hunt and escape, the cafe regains its usual peace. The gendarmes are gone, and so too are Recoletta's companions.
My friends. They're really gone. Adios, Recoleta. I don't think we'll meet again. So that's all I get? We could have exchanged some farewell poems, read them out loud like we used to, and shed a few bitter tears over our heartfelt goodbyes. But you know what they say. Goodbyes are only a senseless feast of unhappiness. Pardon?
I'm not sure people say that,
Oh, it's
Recoletta.
nothing. Never mind.
Any
Please,
of you guys ever said that?
And could we get a pot of mate with mint, please?
Thank you.
Recoletta watches with interest as the two girls take the offered cups of tea.
So you're looking for Doris? I can tell she's important to you from your look.
Correct. Is there anything more you could tell us?
All the time. Yeah, all the time. It just slips out, like, even when I don't mean it.
Of course. It was one of those grey, overcast afternoons. I had just turned onto Calle Bolivar when I ran into this blind woman on my way to the post office. To be exact, I didn't run into her. She called to me. It felt like a sacred moment in time. Like something unworldly. I just stood there, frozen, as she walked up and fixed a loose thread on my sweater. I stared at her until my fingers went numb, and the letter almost slipped out of my hand.
Miss, could you tell me what's in that direction?
I followed her hand as she pointed forward. Strangely, even though I could see she was blind, I had a feeling that she knew exactly where she was pointing, and where she intended to go. That's the way to Comala prison, Senora. Is that where you're headed? I could walk you there if you'd like.
She's a little suspicious.
Thank you, miss.
Is our
But I think I found my way.
She held a typewriter. How ironic that God would give her, at once, both books and night. I am Recoleta. What may I call you, miss?
Recoletta's a special soul, isn't she?
I hope you don't mind me asking, Senora. I didn't mean to pry. It's only that I have to know. You're a writer too, aren't you? I've been working on a novel and for some reason
She's too
I
precious.
have a feeling you could be a character in it. Forgive me. I'm just so excited. I really want to remember this moment. Please, may I have your name? Or whatever you'd like me to call you?
People really have their favourites in this game, don't they? In terms of the girls.
I don't think I'll ever forget her smile. It was soft, kind.
I've seen a lot of 37
almost
fans.
merciful. And oddly, it felt so ancient.
No offense taken, Miss Recoleta. But first, I have a question for you.
Meow. Meow.
What does literature mean to you?
Marcus, 37, is old. The chapter with Marcus is old. It was what, chapter 5? Marcus is old and Kanya. They were all really good characters. 5 to 7 was just really, really, really good.
Sorry?
I very much enjoyed it. It's the most gripping part so far as well by quite a long way. Although 3 was really good too.
What a question it was. I wasn't expecting anything like it.
You're a writer, are you not? And one I sense with purpose. Tell me, where does such powerful motivation come from?
Actually, well, I'm not sure, Senora.
She
I
is
have my pursuits and
loco.
questions, but literature is neither the goal.
She's
nor
not
the
that
answer to them.
crazy, guys.
Literature is.
You can
well,
fix her,
it's
don't
just
worry.
Literature. I suppose if I had to define it, I'd say it's a tool. A kindling for fire, or a lens to see through. A means to explore and raise questions from different angles and express our perspectives.
And what an interesting perspective you've expressed. I see. But how does literature make you feel?
Like, you can't fix Arcana, mate. Nobody can fix Arcana.
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope.
Arcana will fix you. Into dust, probably.
Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle. Just when I was looking
You'll
for the
probably
right
enjoy
word,
it. No,
she
you...
turned away with a little wave, heading toward the prison, her feet crunching over the fine snow. So she must have gone to the prison.
When did all of this happen?
About 3 days ago. I remember the sun came out for a while that day.
You're deviant.
And the streets were glistening with melting snow. You've heard of Comala Prison, haven't you?
Word by word, the question turns from an implication to a declaration.
3 days ago. Then we may be able to catch up with her there, Timekeeper.
You're right. We need to get there as soon as we can.
Whoa, amazing. So decisive, assertive. A true show of character.
That's our
You
Verton.
must be the very archetype of a charismatic leader. What's left to say? Whenever the protagonist has what they want fall into their laps, we're all quick to complain about lazy writers using Deus Ex Machina to keep the story together.
Ugh.
So, let's not dwell on it.
Can't stand Deus Ex Machina. She reconciles this observation with a silent nod to an unseen author.
But anything can happen in a place like Ushuaia. It's a city where the day may only last 4 hours, and the streets are full of exiled arcanists.
We appreciate your help, Miss...
Recoleta, please think nothing of it.
Miss Recoleta. I'm Vertin, and this is Sonetto. We're investigators.
Tried to pull the
from
new
St.
unit in Silver and Blood to
Foundation.
unlock the sex dungeon, but then the game gave me 4 SSRs. What? Harrison, what the hell? 4 SSRs in 5 pulls and only one of the new unit. What the hell? How? Like, why do the laws of mathematics work so differently to you, Aratems? What have you sacrificed, and who have you sacrificed it to?
Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, likewise. Glad that I could help. But listen,
He can't keep getting away with it. The girl winks playfully.
everything happens for a reason, and now it's becoming clear. You're going to Kamala prison, and so am I. Maybe it's fate that brought us together.
What's your business there? If you don't mind our asking.
Oh, it's a writer's mission. But anyway, we're friends now. If you're going to Kamala, you'll need someone who knows the way.
Chili, your face. You just got your tongue sticking out of your mouth. She's just on my lap, laid back, like. Oh, we've got a thingy event. Where is this place? The furthest edge of civilization. Oh, this is different. Historically, the town of Ushuaia originally was home to just 400 people until 1,100 convicts were exiled here. It's not hard to see why. After all, this little town has a chill to it that pierces the bone. Even the rain feels unapologetic and bleak. These exiles soon became essential for the town. They cut the timber, built the generators, survived the harsh winters alongside the townspeople. Some stayed after their release, and with time, the town prospered. The town so deeply intertwined with stories of exile and imprisonment. Don't you think that it gives a certain mysterious, intricate, unspoken charm? In the cold and silence of the polar night, a pair of warm hands can warm not just your body, but also your heart. Even if those hands belong to a death row convict exiled here? Of course. Even if they belonged to a waddling penguin, they would still be the hands of a friend. Over the years, we could even end up like family. Indeed, I think I understand how the residents and prisoners integrated. Surviving in the harsh climate of polar regions like this isn't easy. Prisoners couldn't make it alone. The harsh nature of their surroundings taught them a simple truth. No person survives on their own. Such poetic wording, Sonedo. You really ought to try your hand at poetry. It's an act of outpouring one's feelings and taking a journey through one's own mind. A journey through your mind? Thanks for the suggestion. Perhaps I'll consider giving it a try in the future. That's a new style of dialogue. The pulls of the dungeon. The pulls or the dungeon, both. Yeah, like Silver and Blood has realised its niche, and that niche is pornography, it would seem. Fair play to them. Worked out very well for Brown Dust too. Chapter 9 is a good event, but doesn't work well as main story chapter. They should have made Last Evenings on Earth as main and kept this as an event. Interesting. I don't know what Last Evenings of on Earth is. Is that one of the events that runs alongside this, or runs before or after this, Emmy? The grey riverbed winds through the frostbitten earth, disappearing into the distant horizon. For arcs where this is a recurring cast, this sort of feels like a one-off chapter for other character events. I see. A neat yet dilapidated circular complex stands alone beneath the snow-capped mountains, as if abandoned by God, humanity, and ghosts alike. Outside the fence, 3 uninvited guests discuss their plans to go inside.
Behold, Kamala Prison. It's the biggest building around. When the sun comes out, it looks like a rusty button stitched into the earth. Everyone tries not to pay attention to it, but it's undoubtedly one of the most important places in town. This way. Careful. We're heading uphill. Oops!
The young writer begins to slip again. She's prevented only by Sonedo's quick reflexes.
Thanks. So, my new friends, you're from that St. Palominos?
St. Pavlov Foundation.
Close.
And Vertin is the timekeeper there.
Isn't available yet. Reflections. I got you, Emmy. Thank you.
Ah, very impressive. Sounds all official and polished. Then I take it you've already got.
But it's a reflection, is it, Emmy? The do you call it again? Sorry. Last Evenings on Earth. It's a reflection. Thank you for the info. The gate presents an unwelcoming face to the world.
I'll draft a letter to headquarters right away. Once they approve it, they'll notify the local branch in Buenos Aires. From there, they'll need to inform the Argentine government, who will then issue us a permit.
It's an event and will be available first on rerun, then on reflection. Yeah, I'll get to actually play the rerun of it, which is kind of cool.
Excellent. Looks like our bureaucrats still have some worth. No offense intended, of course.
Since we're pressed for time, I believe we can ask that headquarters give high priority to our request. If all goes well, we should have the permit in about a month.
I noticed with Haunted Highway that even though I did Haunted Highway, I still have to unlock, or I can unlock the reflection for it. Should I still unlock the reflection for that eventually? You like Reverse 1999? Name every character you met until now. Nah. No. No. So I should just not refresh it.
Ah, how expedient of them.
There are a lot of characters in this game.
Maybe we
Just
shouldn't
be
bother
an
all
exercise
those
in
hard-working government
painful memory.
officials with these trifling matters, after all.
I think I remember most of. I think I remember most of like Manus and Dictate and all of that stuff from 1. Chapter 2 was the Chapter 2 was within the Foundation. That one's like quite hazy, but I think I remember most of the stuff from that. I don't remember the name of the Chicago guy. I don't know if he was named. Chapter 3, I remember most of the kids. Especially the ring. Who could forget the ring? Chapter 4. What was Chapter 4? I remember not really enjoying Chapter 4. I don't really remember anything about it. The ring. What was Chapter 4, guys? Chapter 5, 6, 7, very fresh in my mind. Hey, I see what you did there, Artemis.
That suits the urgency of our cause.
Foundation politics. Oh no, I'm thinking of what was Chapter 2 then? What was Chapter 2? Oh, wait. Chapter 1 was Regulus, wasn't it? Chapter 2 was Manus and Dictate. Yeah, that's why. Wait, no. Yeah, Chapter 1 and 2 were together. Yeah, that's why. I was merging together Chapter 1 and 2 in my mind into just one chapter.
That sounds great.
Yeah, Chapter 4, and then I started thinking that Chapter 4 was Chapter 2. Yeah, Regulus's prologue, okay. I guess it stands to reason that chapters 1, 2, and 4 were my least favourites. I don't remember them as well as the others. Before anyone can stop her, the young writer hurls herself up the wall, scaling the side with the sort of skill that immediately suggests she's done this before.
To the other side of the wall, of course. From Guadalajara to Ushuaia. There has yet to be a wall that could stop me. Come on, ladies of the Foundation. Soneto, take my hand.
Soneto looks utterly flustered.
Miss Recoleta, please. A reckless act like that could have serious consequences. Please come back down.
I got hooked on this game by Chapter 3 and Haunted Highway.
In fact, while the details of our mission are classified, I should warn you it may be dangerous, and we cannot guarantee your safety once we're inside.
Soneto does not like breaking rules, no.
Return to town.
What? That is definitely not in my best interest. What sort of pusillanimous coward would I be if I just abandoned
that's a
my
word.
companions here?
Holy moly.
Of course I'm going in with you. coming with me.
Please get down, Miss Recoleta. Someone's coming our way.
From the other side of the prison fence, a predator's gaze locks onto the figure, perched on the wall.
Stop right there. What do you think you're doing?
Caramba, it's her again.
Caramba!
Jailer of Comala.
Did she say jailer or jaguar?
It's fine. Or I could beat her up. Oh. Let's switch out. Oh! Man, I remember seeing these before in one of the game modes and being like, can we play as one of these? Oh my god. I want to be a police jaguar. Yeah, we really do beat up a lot of animals and kids. They deserve it though, maybe? I don't know. I guess that's arguable.
Miss Recoleta, haven't I made myself clear? I don't want to see you here again.
Jailer, we meet again. What a delightful encounter on such a...
A sudden gust of cold wind interrupts her.
lovely day.
Would you please just leave this place alone? I'll never understand why a promising young woman like you keeps snooping around a prison. I can't make this any clearer. Trying to break into Comala will do nothing to get you inside, but it will get you into a world of trouble with the Gendarmeria.
When do we get to play as this character?
So, will you stop these senseless breaking attempts? Comala prison is only accessible to academic researchers and journalists, and even they must have official credentials in order to enter.
Isn't there any other way to pay a visit? I truly do need to get in there.
She racks her brain for a plausible excuse.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you just say official credentials?
Yes, you heard me right. And you are?
I'm the timekeeper of the St. Pavlov Foundation. My assistant and I are here to visit Comala prison on official orders from the Foundation. Here, this is my ID.
I hope you don't expect her to take it out of your hand, Vertin. That would be a real faux pas. No opposable thumbs. At the thought of lying, Sonede's lips fail to open for even a squeak. She goes flush red with embarrassment. Through the prison fence, the jailer examines the pair as she takes the idea in her sizable paws. It is at least a very presentable looking card, boldly stamped with the seal of St. Pavlov Foundation.
This is indeed legitimate.
She murmurs.
Welcome to Comala prison. Apologies for my earlier behavior. It's been a while since we've had any official visitors.
A faux paw. A fur paw, if you will. I won't, but you might. They brandish philosophy to persecute all heretics equally. The National Foucault Studies Association was founded by scholars alongside the junta to support the study of Foucault's theories and further exploration of social structures. Thus, a regular column was established in this publication where contributions from all perspectives are welcomed and encouraged. This newspaper is about as old as I am, yet you somehow managed to find a copy. Yes, the Panopticon of Comala was founded by the National Foucault Studies Association as a site for experimental psychoanalysis. I've read about it. A single watcher could observe all prisoners, and since the prisoners never knew if they were being watched or not, the surveillance system infiltrated every detail of their lives. It's smart, isn't it? The actual surveillance remains unseen, yet the prisoners nonetheless ended up trapped in closed, fragmented structure. Oh, those were my pen pal's words. He also said that it was a significant experiment for the government at the time. But in that era, Foucault's psychoanalysis seemed more like a means to an end. Huh? Wait, so if I had been born a few decades earlier, would I have needed to try so hard to get into this prison? Wouldn't the gendarmes have locked me up just for writing or speaking out? I may not always understand you, but I sincerely hope you are joking now. Back then, people faced more than just imprisonments. There were disappearances, torture, and many deaths. Alright, I apologise. That was probably a bit inappropriate for a joke, I admit. Please relax, Orlando. The prisons certainly weren't always sunshine and rainbows. But they comparatively probably are today. Not that I have first-hand experience with such things.
Día tras día, la investigadora de paracausalidad se escondía en la naturaleza fuera del pueblo de Amalfitano, estudiando los datos que había recolectado. Una tarde, al anochecer, una voz llamó desde fuera de su cueva. Ella dejó el equipo y las cintas y salió afuera. Un hombre estaba de pie, curioso, frente a su puerta. ¿Qué haces aquí?, preguntó, levantando ambas cejas. Nada sucede en Amalfitano en estos días. El local se presentó como el empleado del banco. Probablemente tenía la cara más amable del lugar. Ojos brillantes, mejillas levantadas, una mandíbula suave. Era una cara llena de esperanza. La investigadora le mostró los espectros que había estado recopilando. He estado recolectando historias sobre el dado, explicó. Quizás ellos contienen la clave para explicar la aleatoriedad que muestra el destino.
About the die.
Ah, eso realmente me intriga, respondió rápidamente el empleado del banco. Me encantaría escuchar todo sobre eso, pero debo irme. No debo llegar tarde al funeral del pescador de dunas. Y con eso se fue. 3 días después, los mismos pasos regresaron a su cueva. ¿Volviste? ¿Cómo has estado? ¿Lograste llegar al funeral?, preguntó. No tengo idea de lo que estás hablando, respondió de manera cortante. No soy el hombre que crees que soy. Su rostro estaba agotado y demacrado, sus ojos hundidos profundamente en huecos vacíos. Era como si toda chispa de vida le hubiera sido arrancada, dejándolo solo con una cáscara vacía. La investigadora insistió que no se había equivocado. Conozco a las personas por su naturaleza más profunda, hasta la sincronización de sus espectros. Nunca me he equivocado antes. Lo que tú digas, el hombre murmuró de manera áspera. No entiendo nada de tus ideas tan elevadas. Solo déjame ir. Ha sido un largo día de pesca y lo único que quiero ahora es desplomarme en mi cama tambaleante. Se alejó con pasos que sonaban exactamente como los del empleado del banco.
What is that even in relation to? Like, what does it mean? Ooh,
As
pretty
you might
CG.
have noticed, Miss Burton, this facility isn't just a prison. It's also a research center. Its full name
Damn, the
is the
jailer's cool.
Panopticon of Kamala. It was established by the Foucault Association
I'd wail
in
for the jailer.
1975. We've hosted workshops, academic sessions, and even lectures about the Panopticon. You may even have seen some reports about it. Experts of psychoanalysis and scholars from various fields have come here to exchange ideas and seek collaboration in their studies. In many ways, the Panopticon is unlike any other prison you've seen before.
Like, what are you up to
I
today?
see.
Put me through
No
it.
wonder Miss Recoleta has gone to such lengths to become a part of it.
Must be late for you already, right?
Actually, my assistant and I are here to inquire about a prisoner named Doris. Does that name sound familiar?
Not that I recall. Could she have used a different name? What does she look like?
She'd have arrived here about 3 days ago. It's also possible that she came as a visitor, not a prisoner. She's a blind woman.
I love the sword just on her side, like, how on earth? How on earth is she ever meant to use the sword?
She used to be a doctor at the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence in Brazil. And on the subject of different names, she once wrote for Atu, under the name Erd.
I don't think I've seen anyone fit in that description. And as I said, we haven't had any visitors in some time. Certainly not in the last 3 days.
But I did see her. I saw her walking towards Comala prison.
Someone must have mixed up their memories. Simply put, I don't recall seeing anyone by that name or with that description here.
I see. Thank you, miss. Perhaps we made a mistake.
Sensing that her current line of questioning is going nowhere, she shifts towards a different topic.
Miss Recoleta, you've gone to great lengths to get into the Panopticon. Would you mind telling us why?
Finally! I've been waiting for you to ask. I'm here to find my pen pal in Comala.
You have a pen pal? In here?
Yes. 6 months ago, I went to a book exhibition in Guadalajara and came across the contact details of a few writers. I sent them my novel and asked for feedback. Looking back, it was a bit forward, but nothing unheard of between writers. A lot of friendships start through letters, you see, and Aleph wrote back.
Aleph. Now, Aleph isn't a name that we've heard before in the game, but I know Aleph is the weird thing with no face, right? Like, who is apparently human and something happened to him. Recoleta produces a thick stack of letters from her coat. The recipient's address changes with each letter, reflecting the turbulent lifestyle of a wandering writer, yet the sender's address is eternally constant, Kamala.
And how much do you know about this pen pal of yours?
Oh, well, he calls himself Aleph, which is a grammatically masculine word, so...
So you assume Aleph is a man?
A reasonable suspicion, but in her experience, never a certainty.
Yes, he's probably a poet, a writer, perhaps even an alchemist. He's one of the brightest people I know. There's never been a question that he couldn't answer. I've asked him about religion, politics, history, potions, even critters in length and breadth. Can you imagine someone who knows all those things and so extensively too? And he helped me with my novel. He always seems to know the best ways to bring my characters to life. Honestly, he's so insightful. I've begun wondering if he's omniscient.
It seems like a bit of a stretch, doesn't it, Recoleta?
With his help, my story grew richer and fuller, like a well-tended plant.
Wizardry
Strangely,
farm.
Can't seem to take it any further now.
Have you got any good
It's as
pieces?
if I couldn't
Oops,
understand
sorry,
why.
Recoleta.
So I resolved that
It's
I
as
would
if
see
the
him in
roots have been
person to
sapped of
find
their
out.
strength.
Again with this story about your uncanny pen pal? I've already told you 1,000 times. It's all very moving, but it still doesn't justify your actions. Writers experience mental blocks all the time, yet you don't see them trying to break into a prison over it.
She does have a point.
Please, Burden, jailer, have a little mercy, will you?
Hold on. I've been meaning to ask. Why are you only calling her jailer? Don't you know her name? Or do you just prefer addressing people by their occupation?
Oh, about that.
Unexpectedly, it's the Jaguar herself that speaks up.
It's okay, Miss Verton. I don't mind being called by my job title. I take pride in what I do. I'm perfectly fine with just being the jailer.
Exactly. A researcher is a researcher, and a jailer is a jailer.
That's deep.
Titles and code names often tell us more about people than their ordinary given names, don't you think? Take Sonetto, for example. Your name comes from sonnets, doesn't it? That great poetic form from Italy. Some people mistakenly think Shakespeare invented it. Some say it was Petrarca, though no one really knows when the first sonnet was written. Sorry, I'm straying from my point. You're Italian, aren't you, Sonetto? Is that your real name, or just a code name? Were your parents poets?
As much as I'd like to be able to answer your question, I never knew my parents. My earliest memories were of the School of Primary Defense of Mankind. I've lived there since I was a small child.
My apologies. That was thoughtless of me.
It's fine. You meant no ill intent, I'm sure. Timekeeper, if Miss Recoleta was right about Dr. Doris's
Ebon weapon the other day.
perhaps
Still looking for light type
jailer is keeping
weapons.
things from us.
They are a bit of a white whale.
Dr. Doris visited the Panopticon without her knowledge. Either way, we need to do some digging here.
I agree. Let's see if we can talk to some of the inmates and find out what they know.
I was going to do some wizardry grinding today, but with Pathfinder off, feels like a better use of the day to play through reverse story. As they chat, the corridors, until now endless,
We're about to enter
reach
the
terminal
main hall
point
of
with
the
voices
Panopticon.
echoing ahead.
This is one of the places where the inmates spend their recreation time. At this hour, they are supposed to be in their cells. But what's all that noise?
The jailer seems to be tense with the apparently unusual amount of noise.
Miss Verton, could you keep an eye on Recoleta if anything happens?
Recoleta tries her best to avoid the hard stare of the feline jailer by blending into the Foundation team.
Certainly.
You're considering going back to Wiz. There's nothing like crazy going on at the moment, but anniversary should be next month. Should be like very soonish, 2-3 weeks probably away. So I imagine they have some things planned for that.
What do you take me for? I'm not going to run away. That'd be a pretty cheesy way to start a story.
Wizardry is a game that you can take very casually at your own pace, much like Reverse 99, really.
Please,
You can like just drop
stay
it and come
close
back.
to me.
You can grind 3 balls with the anniversary, yeah. I wouldn't be shocked at all, says Afriel. I wouldn't be shocked at all by that. For like around the anniversary. And some broken anniversary unit on top, no doubt. Darkness has no form. The ever-shifting gaze seeps into every crevice. Oh. It's actually something. Oh. Looks like we've got a new arrival. It's pitch black in here. Can't be sure she's new just yet. Hey there. Welcome to La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Or maybe she's just one of those who broke out and came back of her own accord. Keeping quiet, huh? I get it. This must be a sacred moment for you. Return to the darkness. La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas? The textures she felt on her way here do not match the words she just heard. Guided by her keen hearing, she pauses mid-step in what seems to be a reasonably open space. The room falls into silence, like the longest minute in human history. Are you still there? A faint cough, a heave of a sigh in the darkness. Pardon me, but have we met before? This is my first time in this prison, and far as I can recall. What a strange thing to say. Prison. When was the last time we heard someone say that? Back when the narrator was published. Wait, you aren't some ancient ghost here in pursuit of realism, are you? There is a theatrical flair in her voice. Rusty glares, pitch black cells, prison, bars for exchanging letters, a peaceful and secluded place. Sociedad de Poetas. And no, we don't know you. The three of them are spaced just far enough apart to barely make out each other's faces in the dark. What a wonderful example, Garcia. Exactly. It all depends on how you choose to see the world, my new friend. Roberta, we don't have much time. This might be the most important gathering of the month. No, maybe even of the year. You're right, Garcia. At this moment, nothing is more important than the salon the idealists are so carefully prepared. You should focus on sorting out those manuscripts first. Pardon the interruption, but might I ask why your organization is called La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas? I assume it isn't just simply because of geography. Don't worry, Senora. We make it a point to introduce our Sociedad to every new friend, but now isn't quite the time. After the salon ends, we'll ask the jailer about your accommodations. Wait a minute, Roberta. Your eyes are well adjusted to the dark. Use them. She's neither a newcomer nor a returnee. She's a blind woman. Ah, please forgive Garcia's rudeness, Senora. A sensory limitation can sometimes bring sharper intuition. In that colourful world of the mind, I'm sure what you see is even more beautiful than reality. But if you weren't brought in by the physician, then why are you here? She tries to construct a fiction in her mind, something that could justify the surreal nature of her arrival. From the humid trade winds of Sao Paulo to the crashing surf on the cliffs, now this strange land greets me for the first time with nothing but cold silence. Ah, Miss Grace! We know of Miss Grace from Haunted Highway, briefly. Miss Erd is to be placed in Ushuaia's Kamala prison. She is not to be treated as an ordinary inmate. In the words of the preacher, you are our honoured guest, Miss Erd. I've come to learn the name of this island, this land, Ushuaia, from that young lady's retelling. It lies at the southernmost tip of the vast continent of South America. As we walked, I could feel her gaze upon me, steady yet never intrusive. I could tell she meant me no harm. I've informed the administrator of Kamala Prison of your identity and special circumstances. He will ensure your safety. Good luck, and farewell. I sensed that I had been brought to a place most unusual, a building with a quiet peculiarity in the air. Two attendants followed close behind me, some form of liquid dripping from their faces, the black goop. I suppose I must claim a little freedom for myself in this place. I thought the darkness was a blessing. It wasn't too difficult to shake them off. I'm sorry for your undue trouble, my diligent friends. I'm a writer, and I mostly write my name under the name Erd. I'm here for a short visit, hoping to find some inspiration for my next story. I'm afraid I don't know of this physician you mentioned. See, Garcia? This lady is a writer, a good soul. You almost made us miss out on meeting a kindred spirit. Come, come. I'm sure you'll fall in love with our salon. This has nothing to do with me. It's dark in here, but I suppose you've already grown used to walking in the dark. Sorry, I mean no offense. I guess that is how she came to be here. Perhaps the pen pal you never see is the one you truly need. Aleph, my dear pen pal. Enclosed is the latest revision of my novel. In your last letter, you suggested the role of a bank clerk, marking Amalfitano with the stamp of the capitalist production model. An excellent idea. In this revision, I have incorporated some of my own thoughts as well. That is everything about my novel that I was impatient in sharing with you. The way, obviously, like this has the details omitted, but it's just kind of funny to read it like that and be like, well, that's it. I've incorporated some of my own thoughts as well. That is everything about my novel that I was impatient to share with you. Perhaps you won't mind me discussing something else? Throughout my creative journey, your encouragement and validation have been my greatest comfort when facing the countless closed doors of publishers. The long futile efforts feel insignificant in the face of your understanding. Oh, my dear pen pal, I say this sincerely, though I suppose such explanations are unnecessary. Perhaps I do not need to waste more ink describing just how much your letters mean to me. So I ask, with both sincerity and trepidation, may we speak in person about the dead, the desert, fate, the ending that troubles me so much, and the tides of imagination and insight that carry us both. Recoleta. At the poetry gathering in Santa Fe de Bogota's open air theatre, Colombia. Miss Recoleta, as I have mentioned several times in my letters, and as you have already surmised, I reside in the prison. This is why I have never met my pen pals in person. Due to its remote location and cold climate, Ushuaia is not a place people readily visit. People would rather sip a hot drink in one of Buenos Aires' century-old cafes than travel such a distance. Finally, I still wish you the best on your creative path. Aleph, at the Kamala prison in Ushuaia. I will be right back. Just one moment, my dearest friends. Before we get any deeper into this, I need to make sure cats are okay. I was a little bit reticent of my duties yesterday. Not that it mattered too much, the cats are always fine. But I should always check. I will be right back. Hello! The cats are so happy. It's a sunny day. They're all just sleeping in the sun. What's going on here? What's going on here? What is going on? Wenfield. I don't think there's any news on it, really. They announced. They just had a bit more footage of it. But I don't think there's anything too crazy. Oh, your name in Wiz is Aleph. That's cool. When is Wenfield? If we knew, then it wouldn't be Wenfield, would it? Yeah, Wenfield has become the meme name for Arknight's Enfield because, like, they've teased so much of it, but, like, they've never even started to tease a release date for it. The MC would look like him, named Aleph or Aura. Did it work? Did it work, increase voltage? Priest skills are not bad, yeah, Priest is fine. So, before, Arboris was bad because, like, Thieves sucked. But now Thieves are good because Bows are good. So the fact that he's got Priest subclass, like, isn't even bad because running him as a Thief is fine. So, the two-handed weapon buffs helped, like, all the Thieves a huge amount. Like, every single Thief. Including Arboris. I don't think it's even a bad thing that he got Priest anymore. Like, being a priest is fine now. Hell, if you wanted to now, if you really wanted to get spicy with Arboris, you could run him as a front row priest with Astral Break. And have him pop off on people. Like, front row priests are much more viable than they used to be as well, because you can use a two-handed mace now and it's actually, like, legitimately quite good. The two-handed weapon buff really helped the game in terms of, like, diversity of character power massively. Not only did it bring a lot of things much closer to where Shio is, it made it so that you can do pretty much anything. It's also interesting that now you can just run like a two-handed weapon on Iarimas and he does a load of damage. Like, it even helped Iarimas a lot. He has way less downtime, he has way more use for his skill points because a two-handed weapon does so much more damage than a saber does. You have Lanasor, the one that gets 3 hits. Oh baby. Yeah, the Cuisinar's a pretty good weapon. They just buffed up two-handers very recently, increased voltage. So two-handers are very good. They're like much more comparable to that now. But for the longest time, for like 11 months, the Cuisinar was like the best weapon in the entire game. Yeah, that bit changed very recently, as in like last week or the week before. Yeah, spears are really good. Spears have always been really good, but they're super good. Yep, Iarimas can use two-handed weapons. Like, he just can't use a shield. So Iarimas actually got massively buffed as well. Anything that was two-handed reliant got massively buffed by the two-handed thing. So anything that used a bow, anything that used a spear, anything that used any kind of two-hander, any of the 3 two-handers, it just blew the game up. Like, blew the game wide open in terms of what was viable and what is, like, damage competitive. It's a really good change, really healthy change for the game. Me still waiting for a good priest to synergize in the backline. So evil or neutral. I guess you're talking about Quantum.
I didn't expect any of this from what we saw outside.
The mottled yet pristine walls, the still waters, the silent white tower standing within the labyrinth. Nearby, several prisoners form a circle, some standing, some sitting, engaged in conversation. Oh, that's a cracking team.
For a moment.
Increased voltage.
I have duties that I must attend.
That is a very powerful team. to be fair, like, Lavana is so good now, it probably doesn't even matter. You could probably just do without the thing in your back row. With a sigh, the jailer steps into the gathering, causing a strangely subdued reaction from the prisoners.
They don't seem intimidated by her at all.
Yeah. They just look like a bunch of artists having a chat in the garden. And the jailer seems to be like a grumpy neighbor coming over to ask them to keep it down.
The grumpy neighbour continues her chastising.
Everyone, you know the rules. There are to be no after-hours gatherings here without the physician's approval.
You sound softer and softer each time you come to warn us. Why not just join us? Isn't it better than circling around the Panopticon all day? And look around you. We're in the Hall of New Encounters. What better place to host a salon?
You're missing out in Comala if you don't even get a taste of our literature.
Exactly. Even those oil-dripping musicians drop by from time to time. Not that they're the kind to care about the beauty of words.
Oil-dripping musicians? Are they talking about Manus? Because the black goop.
Oil-dripping musicians?
Sonetto.
Could they mean...
Like, Sonetto, look, Sonetto and I are on the same wavelength here. We're connected. Before the jailer can say anything else, two of the prisoners simultaneously gesture for her to stay silent, pointing to the centre of their gathering.
Quiet now, please. The DAILIES salon is about to start.
These people seem friendly enough. Why don't we see what this is about?
En desiertos, en estrellas, dentro de laberintos.
En aguas, en espejos, dentro de reflejos.
Soñamos sobre la almohada de paja de la muerte.
Aquí estamos, rendiendo homenaje a los fantasmas.
Para rendirlo todo otra vez. Para rendirlo.
Such a beautiful language. Dances from the tongue.
My dear friends,
not when I try to say it.
We face a difficult truth. The movement of visceral realism still stumbles in the dark.
Oh yes.
Our poems, our
this must be
language,
Aleph, right? This must be Aleph.
By a stifling vine, a mundane, stale vision shared among all bourgeoisie. We follow this vision blindly, clinging to the comfort brought by logic and conventional wisdom. And by it, we nip every branch of new art in the bud. Poems are perhaps too fragile an outgrowth to develop one's life upon. But here, we may light them like candles at our funerals. Let poetry become the bridge between us and the world.
So people were saying that they don't like Chapter 9 too much, or Chapter 9 stands out, or is a bit weird. What about Chapter 10? What was Chapter 10 like? I'll be doing that soon. What was the general approval level of Chapter 10? Lone clap breaks the silence. It comes earlier than all the other cheers from the audience.
As we come back and forth over the boundaries of life and death, the old obstacles begin to take on a new look. With the eyes of poets,
Sag.
we may see behind them.
Dear.
You're a visceral realist. I can't be mistaken.
Nothing but praise to Chapter 10. Cool. I've tried to keep away from it because obviously I don't want spoilers. So I haven't really looked at what anyone's been saying about it. The idealist's eyes pierce through the grove of literary enthusiasts, reaching a distant, drifting new world. You haven't finished it yet yourself.
Finally home.
Ah yeah, this must be Aleph, right?
What a wonder. You're in time. The salon has just begun. And La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas isn't like those salons that care more about who's invited than the art. All are welcome here.
A literary salon in a prison? Though, so far it seems to have more dancing than poems.
Did you understand what that man just said?
No, sorry, Timekeeper. I need a moment to think it through.
Don't worry, Sonetto. I would guess we're not the only ones who are confused here. Miss Jailer, is this that peculiarity about Kamala you mentioned earlier?
Enough, idealist. You're still an inmate here, and you are walking a very fine line right now.
Oh, I'm quite aware of where I am and what lines I tread. This is a prison. The safest place for poets in this part of the continent. One cannot be arrested twice, after all.
The man's words draw laughter from the other prisoners as they turn to discuss the speech with excitement.
But please, don't trouble yourself with our little farce. What harm could a few poets possibly do?
All the irregular rhymes and wild contradictions of aesthetics converge into a chaotic countercurrent, crashing against the newcomers. Recoleta clenches her fists in shock, certain that the man before her is her mysterious pen pal.
Senor Idealist, might I ask you something?
Hold on, Recoleta. All forms of communication with the inmates must conform to our regulations. We will need to record the conversation and submit it to higher authorities for review.
I have some questions for the gentleman as well, but we're more than willing to follow the rules. I think the person I'm looking for might have attended this literary salon, or at least talked to some of its members. I'd wager she's spoken to that gentleman. That is, if she has been here at all.
I see. Go ahead then. Just watch the time.
As the visitors petition the jailer, Recoleta pushes past the bustling crowd and takes a deep breath.
Are you Aleph?
The noisy atmosphere plunges into silence, just like the still waters nearby. Again, we heard the bell. The idealist is evidently taken aback by the name.
Oh, another visitor looking for Olive.
So you know him?
Naturally, but I'm not obliged to speak of him to one who does not, stranger.
The salon host is non-committal, turning toward Recoleta's companions.
And you, young lady in the hat, are you here for Olive as well? What a lively day this is.
No, I'm looking for a blind woman. Her name is Doris.
Ah, yes, I remember. Her writing was impeccable, like an exquisite crocodile skin handbag in a shop window. Elegant, yet condescending.
Do you know where she is now?
What an analogy.
I'm not able to keep track of every inmate here, miss. Perhaps you should ask those who have seen everything from above. Through the glass, where the scrutinizing eyes of power look down on us.
Eyes?
She scans the prison walls. The walls, the great tower, and the pool remain unchanged. Nothing appears amiss. All the prisoners present nod in agreement, prompting a weary sigh from the jailer.
Have you taken your medicine today, idealist?
I'm feeling marvelous. Today I require no help from them.
Marvelous.
I've warned you. It's unwise to act against the physician's orders.
Act against him? No one may act against him here. The physician must have misunderstood us. I suspect he doesn't understand half of what we say. I'd like to know how he got his medical degree. Not by cracking open skulls, I should hope. What a pity, jailer.
Prisoners exchange knowing smiles.
I've always believed you had the soul of a poet, just like us. We've already spoken enough rebellious thoughts outside of Komala. How else do you think we ended up in your nut house?
Imagine getting administered anti-cray pills by a literal jaguar. Yeah. I'm still a little confused by the whole, lack of opposable thumbs thing. I feel like that must make her duties very difficult, especially considering she probably needs to use keys at some point.
We've been here far too long. Long after the junta was removed.
I'm just not sure she's the right cat for the job.
After our home became a deserted wasteland in the aftermath of the Latin American boom.
What are you getting at?
That power is boring, meaningless. Nothing holds on to power forever. And the one true connection we have to life is poetry.
See, Jailer? Even an outsider understands our ideas better than you. It's time to open your eyes to reality. La Sociedad is the only way for us to feel truly alive in here, beneath the gaze of those prying, ever-vigilant eyes.
Idealist, last warning. Stop this now.
Fine, fine. All right, compañeros. Sadly, the salon must come to an end, as our jailer insists.
Moo. I'm not booing at you, Chili. You're alright. Crowd murmurs and grumbles as they begin to disperse.
Dear friends, I do not mean to abuse the power of suspense. I sincerely invite you to come with me to the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Perhaps you'll find the person you look for there.
Perhaps. The man strikes a gesture, somehow equally comedic and solemn.
We'd love to. Only if that's okay with you, Miss Jailer.
I suppose that's all right. You're already here. We can call it part of your tour, but please, ladies, take none of their rumblings seriously.
Thank you, Jailer. Please, follow me.
I want to be a jailer, main. Just imagine the poor jaguar trying to open a cell door. The poor thing.
Where is that budget hog hiding?
Why are we finding signs?
Wait, this isn't the way to the gallery.
It isn't the usual way. It's a shortcut. We call it the Reptilian Complex and Primal Hunger route.
Ah, of course you do.
Much faster than the limbic system and postmodern anxiety route, let me tell you.
Of course.
But this passageway has long been abandoned, and entries prohibited. It's extremely dangerous to...
Relax, Jailer. No one, not even you, knows this prison better than I.
But, Timekeeper, I think we've just gone in a circle.
Simulate calculating the Arabic parts. A message from the stars. An adequate sample.
I hate signposts. I don't believe in them. She made a great Twitch shadow with that backseating. She would be a Limbus frog. Like, Sonetto would actually be a Limbus frog. In general, while I was playing Limbus Company, almost everyone was wonderful, was really nice. But I did encounter a handful of people who really couldn't keep it in their pants. Like, it was actually impossible for them.
Who charts the star's orbits?
No matter how much I politely asked as well, they just couldn't help themselves. But I've experienced that in lots of games, in fairness. It was just particularly evident in Limbus because people make a fuss about Limbus frogs.
I am destined for victory.
I was a bit blessed, I think, by the fact that I was running with almost entirely base IDs, so people didn't know how to backseat me.
Let's take a step back.
But people tried anyway. Mostly it was wrong information too.
Passion and dreams.
It was like, why don't you just do this and this and this? It's like, well, I don't have any of those things, so I can't do that. Let's take a step back. Pull you out of that whirlwind of passion and dreams.
If you want to make the best call, you need to zero in on what really matters. So what's your take on that big speech?
The Latin American boom.
A sudden explosion that shook Latin American literary circles about 30 years ago. It was destructive, but also gave rise to new life. And lucky for us, we don't have to worry about shell shock in the literary world.
You don't strike me as someone who knows about literature. Wow, that's a real assumption from us.
It's not about knowing literature. Any soldier with little experience
I'm sorry,
can
y'all.
deliver a status
Vertin is
report.
apparently very discriminative. I'm sorry, Mr. Soldier
Eyes
Man.
on the map.
I am your most powerful backseat. You didn't backseat at all, loser. You were very respectful. I definitely was not referring to you. Everything you said was very fucking helpful.
As we speak, ships are lined up on the Spanish coast.
You were front seating, mate. You were playing more of the game than I
A
was.
new kind of discovery, if you can call it that. And here are our new Columbuses, heading to the docks to embark on their journey. Carmen and Carlos, the driving force behind this literary feast between Spain and Latin America.
Love it where the part they backseat you on my first attempt. The only time that I actually got a little bit annoyed by the backseating, we had, I can't remember who it was now, someone in chat who was like, I tried something for the first time and they were like, oh, it looks like you should probably turn down the difficulty. I was like, have you... why would I do that? Why would I turn down the difficulty? Like, why do you think I'm playing? I just didn't know where to start. I didn't know where to start. Like, why would I be playing with lower IDs if I wanted to not have a challenge? I
Carmen, with an eye for opportunity and a mind for business.
I was just more like flabbergasted by it than anything. It was just like, I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know how to put my thoughts into words concisely.
His deep understanding of market dynamics brought these works
Pro
to
at
the eyes of the
distorting
European
people.
public. Then
We all have our callings in life, Milky Way.
it all kicked off with a scandal at a military academy. And soon, the entire world was captivated by the story of a baby with a pig's tail from a faraway land. But we mustn't forget the writers themselves. Fuentes, a towering figure of the Spanish-speaking world, and Cortázar, the writer ever seeing through the eyes of a child. And of course,
Yeah, most of the Limbus Company community was very, very nice at all times, and even those people, most of them are probably they're just passionate. They just wanna help. They hold it against anyone. It just sometimes I'm just like.
They corresponded regularly, always expressing deep admiration for each other's work. In fact, one even wrote a doctoral thesis on the other. Ah, friendship. It was. But no matter how explosive the boom was, it couldn't escape its fleeting nature. With the second imprisonment and self-criticism of a Cuban poet, in came an inexplicable right hook, and bang, silence. The military junta had gripped the poets' throats. The verse of the pioneers was cut off, their voices no longer heard. The bond between two generations was broken, and for the younger of the two, the silence was intolerable. They looked for a new theme, a new idea, a new voice, a new method to speak on their disappointment, their horror, and their anger. And they became the new guerrillas.
I have to admit, I have no real knowledge of this part of the world at all, any of the history, really anything. I'm not exactly great at history in the first place, but this part of the world is an absolute mystery to me. Towering walls, prisoners deep in the abyss paint pictures of the sky. Ah, we've got another cutaway. I read in an article that once that you Chileans don't like Baroque literature. Something about it being too noisy. You sure are a quiet bunch. Is that so? And you Argentinians just love it, right? If you're any metric to go by, I'd say that you're all loud and obnoxious. Just because the Idealist isn't here, you think you can turn this salon into a debate hall? You started it. Enough! Stop squabbling and post your work so we can read it. If you ask me, you're simply more interested in rhythm than form. Spanish is a rich language, one that is inherently expressive, ever-changing and artistic, much like Baroque literature. Talking about us! No, enough! The typically quiet man's words doused the argument like a cold splash of water, sending the group into a rare moment of calm. All jokes aside, I do miss them. Ever since those mad members left La Sociedad, we've had far fewer breakthroughs in stream of consciousness writing. I, for one, would gladly discuss the aesthetic value of stream of consciousness composition. As this new topic surfaces, the inmates' voices began to rise once again. It was a most unusual literary salon, full of emotionally charged statements and biased opinions. But I didn't mind it. In fact, my feeling was quite the opposite. The inmates give me an incredible feeling. Not one of them saw themselves as a prisoner stripped of their freedom. A group of literature enthusiasts coming together in an abandoned prison and collaborating to build an ideal nation. It felt as though it was a result of some kind of pact, but in reality it was clearly a government-run prison. Everyone, quiet down. I have something to announce. An unfamiliar voice cuts off the clacking typewriter in Doris's mind. A woman walks out from the far end of the darkness and steps into the corner of the salon, stopping before the whiteboard and podium. Mr. Idealist entrusted me with hosting the literature salon. He left a letter under a stone in the corner stating that he had a personal matter to attend to. For this session, I will now announce our next research topic: fiction's duality in reflecting reality and the self. Heavy gasps, turned heads, an uproar spreads through the audience. Clearly this wasn't the topic they were expecting. She raises the letter in her hand in a gesture for silence. Like-minded fellows, aspiring writers, since the turn of the century, the names that once shook the literary world have gradually faded into obscurity. Literature has been shoved aside in the world of art. People attend theatres, cinemas, and even art galleries to enjoy paintings and sculptures, but few can finish a book. What is left for us to do when families are torn apart and our nations are ravaged by tyranny? Let stories be our weapon. They should be the sword that cuts through the bloody truth, the beacon that lights our way forward. The audience falls into silence. You could try writing a Latin American War and Peace, and we could continue with our original salon topic. The two aren't mutually exclusive. I spent a whole month preparing for the topic the Idealist previously proposed. If you insist on changing the subject, then I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave. Miss Octavia, forgive me for interrupting, but this isn't the topic we agreed on. Everything you've said, we just can't do that. We haven't even figured out things for ourselves yet. Octavia, it is an interesting topic, it is, but perhaps we can talk about it another time. Besides, don't forget the reason you're in here in the first place, for preaching that the novel is a weapon. Yeah, if it weren't for your rich daddy, you'd be on the gallows, not standing here preaching to us. Hey! Another prisoner stands, his voice clear. You completely missed Miss Octavia's point. A great writer should be like an obsessive gravedigger, digging up the rotting flesh of social realism from the grave of our times. Only this vast crucible is worthy to be the host of our literature. At that time, Mr. Garcia looked visibly resistant as Mr. Giulio issued stern reminders and Miss Roberta attempted to mediate. More and more members joined the debate, and voices both for and against Miss Octavia's proposal emerged. It didn't take long for La Sociedad to split into two camps. That was when I realised I needed to do something to get this derailed literary salon back on the tracks. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dorez from Sao Paulo. I'm a writer, and I mostly write under the name Erd. Erd? That name sounds familiar. Have you written for Utu? Are you the Erd in Utu? Wow, I never imagined we'd be welcoming such an honoured guest today. I thoroughly enjoyed your piece titled The Tin Soldiers of San Paulo. It's an important part of my visit to hear all your ideas and opinions, if you'll pardon my intrusion. And tell me, Miss Erd, what are your thoughts on today's salon topic? A difficult question, one involving preference, a creative stance, and a political alignment. A scale that is never easily balanced. However, the answer has never been the most important part of such questions. In these restless times, literature has been overlooked, forgotten, pushed to the edges of the world, much like Ushuaia. Some fall into deep thought, others nod in agreement, and a few look puzzled. The audience is largely unaware that the topic has already shifted. To most, this prison at the end of the world is a distant, cold place, perhaps even a place of hopelessness. When a prisoner is first sent here, I cannot help but imagine that the first thing they feel is a stagnant pool of water and a calm, quiet despair. She seizes this chance to guide the literary salon back from the muddy trenches of ideology. She recalls the days of typing while looking out over the river, boats and palm trees. Words are honest. They have no capacity to lie. I came here to gather material for my next book. I plan to record everything I experience in this place, faithfully. And what kind of work are you planning to write? A non-fiction piece, I presume? About Kamala Prison? Its theme is fate. I am a little clueless as to what is going on really here, but it will come to us, no doubt. Where is the second thingy? We should have a gold arrow, should we not? Oh, I'm not on the right thing, maybe. That is bugged. That's bugged. Okay. Is there one here? Is there an extra one here? Or do we just move on? Milky Way. It's bugged. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Index here. Just move on. Thank you. Thank you! Probably saved me a lot of time and pain there.
La investigadora se despierta en su cueva en la duna, que le parecía tan vacía como una tumba. Era poco antes del amanecer. Montones de cintas habían ocupado su espacio vital, apilándose una y otra vez. Cada uno de estos carretes giratorios hablaba de historias sobre esa cabaña con techo azul. Oyó la voz del asesinado conductor de burros detrás de ella. Oigo a todos ellos, las risas y las voces de generaciones pasadas, como hojas secas atrapadas en las grietas de viejas paredes, crujiendo solo cuando el viento sopla a través. No pondría un pie en esa casa si fuera tú. El mendigo al lado de la puerta también habló. Duermo en el porche cada noche. Cada mañana una luz tenue brilla a través de la ventana, pero nadie sale nunca por esa puerta y nadie ha entrado nunca. Luego la voz del empleado del banco. Es la historia del alter ego. Esa casa debe haber estado llena de deudas que nadie reclamaría.
Ah, that's the one you just did. It'll happen again. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Index here.
La casa recuerda esos días.
cuando la gente desaparecía en la oscuridad de la noche.
That will certainly help,
Los
penguins.
niños eran robados por las tormentas.
La investigadora de paracausalidad había oído suficiente y volvió a dormirse. Solo quedaba el traqueteo del dado de Babilonia resonando en su cueva vacía.
In a deteriorating activity hall, thousands of floating slips of paper form a blurred colossal face. It's hard to imagine how the prisoners managed to transform this place into what it is now.
I've always wanted to use the element of fantasy to better establish our theme. And I was right. Now the stage is captivating, the timing is perfect, and the audience is ideally placed. Only one imperfect element remains in the scene. The creator, who hasn't stepped away from his creation. No. There's another thing.
Garcia, the curator of the exhibition, stands beneath his work, deep in thought, agonizing over every minute imperfection. His fellow poets whisper to one another.
Can you even tell any difference between today's setup and yesterday's?
Seriously, Roberta? That's a rude question.
Well, what's the difference then?
I can't see one either, but you should never judge art by how much it changes in a day. It's a creative process. We might be standing at the edge of the world, but art has no boundaries. We have to show him our support.
Easy for you to say. He's been tinkering and tweaking for over 3 months. Even if the idealist himself entrusted him with this exhibition, he can still be wrong sometimes. This gallery is turning into a dump.
Estoy viendo fantasmas, todos con las mismas caras, Garcia. Demasiados. Es fácil perderse en ellos.
Having navigated through the labyrinth, the idealist, the leader of La Sociedad, arrives at the exhibit's entrance, accompanied by several new faces and the jailer.
Idealist, you're back? Are these new recruits for La Sociedad? You must have had a very successful day.
He just recruited the jailer.
It is good to see you, Garcia. How has your vision progressed today?
First a salon, and now an art gallery. Is this really a prison?
Her shock is evident on her face, but her words are ignored as Garcia begins to vent his frustrations.
As you can see, I've strived to push the element of fantasy in my work so that it might reach perfection. But why doesn't it look like what I imagine? It's like I'm trying to work on a shadow. Some shapeless thing that morphs and shifts by the hour. Idealist, am I losing it again? I took my medicine as instructed.
It was never the pills that blinded you, my dear Garcia. You mustn't let tedious routine stifle what's truly alive. Remember, like those old poems, your exhibition must have a timeless rhythm that's never lost to the changing of minds.
Garcia holds out his hands as if grasping something fleeting, but fails to hold on to it.
Sorry, maybe I'm just not getting it.
Look out. There's your answer. Though the sun rises the same way every day, the multitudes of shadows it casts are ever changing. Isn't that the only constant in life?
Guess I don't see a lot of sun down here. Probably not the best analogy.
We foolishly pursue stability and constancy, but our very world denies it. Take a step back. Take several, and see the truth for yourself, lest you too become lost among the shifting shadows.
I get it now. It's the changing light that makes the exhibit seem different from what I expected. I shouldn't waste my time on freezing things in one perfect moment. Instead, I need to embrace change as it comes. I don't know how to thank you. I won't let you down. I must complete this exhibition. Complete my alter ego.
The choice of word widens the writer's eyes.
Did you say alter ego? And he called you Garcia. Is that your name? Garcia, where did you learn about this alter ego? Do you happen to write under the name...
But the curator has already returned to his work, uninterested or oblivious to his visitors.
Please recollect.
A change of music there was a little foreboding.
Can't you see? He's already returned to his own time and space. He can't hear a thing you say.
He's right. Garcia is deep in his own head now. He won't hear a thing until he's done with whatever he has to do. Even if the floor were to collapse out under us, I think he will be left standing in the air without even noticing.
Pardon me then.
She takes a step back out of respect.
All right, my dear guests. Please forgive my late introduction. Welcome to the Gallery of Bewilderment.
Thank you for inviting me here, Mr. Idealist.
The Foundation's investigators have been carefully observing each prisoner's movements since they arrived, but unfortunately there is no sign of Miss Dora's.
I imagine you're curious about what we do here, in the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. We're putting together a magazine, a collection of poems from Kamala, our very own Casa de las Americas.
Casa de las Americas?
Someone broke NDA and streamed DNA early. Oh boy. The Idealist nods with a smile.
Exactly. Named after its great predecessor.
They're gonna be in trouble.
At this very moment, all our compañeros are working on it. Garcia's exhibition, Alter Ego, is centered around the birth of this magazine. And here, you can see the signatures from all the poets involved, along with a few words they've written for it. Reading it is like looking into the soul of our society.
All these signatures.
So now they step forward to examine the perplexing artwork. In the dim lighting, the enormous face appears to be looming watchfully over the entire room. A floating slip of paper catches her attention.
Timekeeper, here. It's Dr. Doris' pseudonym, Erd.
Then she was here.
Zanede pockets the slip of paper dutifully.
Precisely. She used to be one of us, and still is, if I may correct myself. You can ask around here. Maybe some of our members know where she went. Don't we all miss the familiar faces of old friends? I'm sure they'll do everything they can to help you find yours.
As he finishes speaking, several enthusiastic prisoners come forward to greet the Idealist.
Mr. Idealist, I finished my short story. It's called Weightlessness. It drifts around the subject like a sheep floating in space. The readers can start anywhere in the story, or read it in any order they like.
And please take a look at my piece Off Limits! Every word that has been forbidden is either erased or replaced with symbols. It's a one-of-a-kind jarring experience.
And I finished a new paragraph. Just wrote it today.
The prisoner, wrapped in several meters of manuscript paper, like a strange sort of mummy, squeezes into the crowd.
Oh, new faces. Welcome.
Without any warning, he calmly tears the manuscript to shreds. The fluttering fragments fall like trailing sparks from a fireworks show. The abrupt welcome ceremony leaves the newcomers stunned, while the natives share knowing smiles.
Idealist, did he just...
This is the writer for the prologue of our magazine.
The leader of La Sociedad, either misunderstanding or evading the question, responds with enthusiasm.
The prologue consists of a 2,000-line poem and an introduction that is written in 86 languages to avoid misinterpretation. It represents every second we spend here. Naturally, the arrival of new members disrupts its structure, and so we must begin again from scratch.
So he just tore it all up like that because he thought we were joining?
Desmond's just sniped it quickly because the VOD's gone too. Oh boy, they are going to get blacklisted at best. Yeah, they are going to get blacklisted at best. It's going to be rough.
With all due respect, isn't this a little excessive? Heaven knows I'm not one to judge. I've torn up plenty of writing for my novel.
Please, pay it no mind. It may not be an easy task, but he's doing his part. Destruction is hard, but more necessary than you think. Without it, we'd all be stuck in a still and stagnant pond, with all the smells that entail.
This all sounds very complicated. When will your magazine be finished then? Forgive me, but I'm not sure what a floating sheet, a jarring reading experience, and all this constant rewriting are meant to express.
The jailer, having remained silent, takes a deep breath and interrupts.
As I've said, Komala isn't like any other prison.
Miss Jailer, do you mean...
This place also serves as a research center. And the prisoners here, for all they
Made me
claim,
jump.
are not just poets.
Thank you, Ephemera. That's so kind of you. I appreciate it. It makes so much difference. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. I appreciate you so much. I really do. It helps me out so much. Thank you.
They are Arcanist
6 months.
And each one of them has been diagnosed
It's a
as
long ass
mentally
time.
ill.
The leader of La Sociedad remains composed, like an island in a rough sea, leaving the onlookers to question whether he is entirely mad or the sanest of them all.
You're quite right, jailer. But let's not forget that mental illness is merely a deviation from the norm.
True.
And who decides the norm? You, the physician, or the ones outside these walls? We've been exiled here by the standards of our time, deprived of our roles in the outside world. So please, as we agreed before, I ask you not to interfere with the affairs of La Sociedad.
These people are visitors, not your new recruits.
But should we not hear their thoughts first?
The idealist turns toward the visitors with an urgent plea.
My friends, no one escapes the eye of power. We must resist.
Of
Stand
course,
with
the eye of
us.
power.
Pick up your pen and take poetry as your shield before it is too late.
Idealist, I admire your fight, but I came here with a different goal.
Leader of La Sociedad, caught in his further, ignores her words and carries on.
We're the last true owners of an old legend, words now only remembered as myth. We must stay on the path of literature until I find that transcendental solution. To invent an idiom that is generic, all-encompassing, yet precise. My poem will be written in this language, leaving no room for doubt or misinterpretation. How blessed is a man with infallible memory. He holds the finer details of each object within him, more vivid than anyone else. In the end, he'll have all the answers, if time allows him.
Didn't even occur to me that this was 6 months. 6 months is a long ass time, yeah. I've been doing great, thank you. What have you been up to, Ephemera? A dreamlike expression crosses his face. It briefly seems as if he has become a entirely different person, but his vision is soon interrupted.
Tongue, sister, howls, hermaphrodite, tango.
Sir?
They put the whole city in the nut house.
Timekeeper, look over there.
Isn't that the prologue writer?
There's something off about him. Please, Timekeeper, stay away from him.
What's happening?
Idealist, Pablo's having another episode.
Multiples of us. You make reality sick.
A flash of arcane energy flares up, and the jailer steps into the crowd reactively.
I could use your help, ladies.
This whole chapter so far has just seemed like one big analogy that I barely can grasp. I can see Recoleta popping off.
Calculate, simulate.
Más allá del concepto mundano del
An adequate sample. Decrypt the cosmos.
Idealismo, vuelos de fantasía. Nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
It's alright.
En todos los mundos, I believe in you. Cosmología, filosofía clásica, el fundamento del mundo.
I will pray for you. Sorry.
Busy with work past few months. I've been able to lurk several times. Yeah, I see you in chat every so often. Couldn't really participate in chat. No, it's fine. Don't worry. I see you on the chat list sometimes. It's wonderful to know you're doing good. I always appreciate you being here, whether you are silent, if you're just hanging around. It doesn't make any difference, Ephemera. Thank you. And it's always good to talk to you as well. So when you do get a moment, always pop in and say hi. Please do. Love chatting with you. I hope that you don't stay too busy, or if you are enjoying being busy at work, that it continues to be busy. Whichever of those is true. The frenzied prisoner is subdued. He lies convulsing in the center of the exhibit hall.
Poor soul. I'll bring him to bed.
You're all good. Enjoy
Well
it.
done, ladies. Aren't you full of surprises?
What was all that?
It seems he
And
had a
thank you
mental
again.
breakdown and lost control of his arcane skill. It appears that every line he recited carried unbridled power.
Usually, only specific lines can channel arcane energy. You can't just force the power into words or craft a poem to serve your purpose. Pablo must have a rare gift for identifying empowered lines. When he recited them all aloud, they overwhelmed him.
That's right. He's a genius who writes the tides of emotion, just like Arthur Rimbaud. We always keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't recite anything while reading or writing.
You heard it here first, guys. Quantum's leaving. Bye, Quantum. We're finally safe. Roberta trades glances between the tense jailer and her visitors.
But sometimes things slip through.
You must understand how difficult
Wouldn't be the
it
same
is
without
for a
Quantum
poet
around.
to never taste the words on his own lips.
Dream viewer, says Afriel. Ephemera is wonderful.
So then, this isn't the first time, and you're all fully aware of it.
But wrong. You were wrong.
Do I understand you right? Did you just admit that you've been hiding an
Love you,
inmate with
Quantum.
a dangerous condition from us? According to the safety regulations for the Panopticon of Kamala, he must be sent to the physician for immediate treatment.
The jailer's command caused a dramatic shift in the room.
No, wait. We can explain. He's doing fine. We know how to help him. This was just an accident. We got distracted by the new members.
We won't be handing him over to the physician. No true writer would allow their mind, the most sacred palace of their thoughts, to be opened up to that cold-hearted, ignorant butcher. Even one who believes their inspiration flows from a source beyond the mere substance of a brain would refuse it.
The jailer furrows her brow and pulls out her weapon. How? How? Explain to me logistically how the Jaguar is going to brandish her saber. Please. The air tightens into an invisible thread. Must be mouth. Yep, gotta be mouth. Now, I don't know how that's possible from the, the place that it is. Duct taped to her paw. Rust fills the air. An exiled bird has found a branch to rest upon. Her tail. How opposable do you think tails are? Says Afriel. Fate, yes, it looms over us, yet each of us may hold the power to steer its course. Just like this nation of contradictions. its fate should also be. In that case, shall we officially begin that salon? The ever observant Roberta, noticing the tears welling in Octavia's eyes, cuts her off. Would anyone like to share a story on this topic? Whether it's a personal experience or a written tale, let's bring some life to this salon. Well, if no one has anything to say, I could always retell the story of my fateful journey across the Mexican border. A chair screeches as one man stands. All eyes fall on his face, shadowed by his heavy brow and sharp cheekbones. An unexpected twist. No one noticed him quietly sitting at the edge of the crowd until now. I spent the first half of my life as a bank clerk. One day, sitting behind that glass window, staring at the endless stacks of checks, papers and flyers, it hit me. I was serving a life sentence. So I quit, went home, and decided to write something. My wife threw a fit at me first, but when I wouldn't budge, a cold war broke out between us, and then finally she issued a unilateral eviction notice. I got drunk, punched a bastard officer who was beating a beggar in the street, and everything after that's a blur. When I came to, I was already here, a place that feels more like home than any other place ever did. The idealist gave me some water, suggested I write to Aleph. So I did. I wrote a letter and asked a question. 2 weeks later, I got a reply, just one line. I'm still trying to figure out what it means. In the short span of life, there exists an infinitely extending staircase, and at its end lies nothing but a silent body of water. Julio, I had no idea you had such a story. Why haven't you mentioned it before? I didn't know that you'd written to Aleph too. Octavia, maybe you did choose the right topic. Young, passionate writers like you should carry the dream of changing society. Don't end up like me, waiting until this age to finally pick up the pen. Oh? The hostess, fully engrossed in the story, has almost forgotten all about the topic. Great. I suppose it's my turn then. So here's my tale of crossing the Mexican border. For heaven's sake, spare us. I've heard at least 7 or 8 versions of that story already, not to mention the 5 short stories in your collection. 5 stories, Roberta. 5! And the only difference between them is the narrative perspective. Repetitive narrative is indeed an important topic in the literary criticism. The remainder of the salon is spent in noisy chatter as the storytelling quickly spirals out of control. Only Dr. Dorez quietly repeats the name to herself. Aleph. Mr. Julio's past was an unexpected golden nugget, the perfect material for a biography. I'll treat it with care in my next submission. By then, I had nearly forgotten I was still in prison. I'd been swept up in the literary salon. I resolved to record all that I witnessed in this prison. As to whether the inhabitants are truly prisoners, that will be for the readers to decide. At the time, I did not ask how they found their way into the prison. Like them, I was thinking of purer things. Looking back on this journey, I now see that the tangled strands of Las Babas del Diablo has formed an interconnected web. The babies of Satan, the babies of the devil. The babies of the devil? I now see the tangled strands of Las Babas del Diablo. Just as the salon gets into full swing, a face emerges from the shadows, only the smile clearly visible. Done with your paper? Yeah, all good, Sir Vanstein. I'm glad you're done with your paper. Rarely do I observe the salon from afar, taking in all its symbolic quirks and subtle metaphors. The bridge between reality and unreality, the poetry of the typical and the atypical. This is exactly how I envisioned La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas when I founded it. The new arrival catches her attention. Reality and unreality. Are you referring to the difference between non-fiction and fiction? I'm afraid I haven't quite grasped your full meaning. Ah, but you understand at least part of it, didn't you? That alone proves we're walking the same path, the unwavering pursuit of aesthetic truth. We are citizens of this literary kingdom, stargazers chasing the first light to teach the stories of the new world, children crying beneath the tree of pure ideals. As its founder, I sincerely invite you to join La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas and become one of us. Join La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas? Gentlemanly bow, an invitation that is hard to refuse. Everything here carries an air of mystery. The literary gathering, the strange architecture, the enigmatic recipient of all those letters. A rare opportunity. I'm truly flattered by your invitation. I'd be delighted to join the Poetry Society. But might I trouble you with one question, Mr. Idealist? You call yourself the founder, so I assume you are the idealist, yes? Ask away. Could you tell me about Aleph? Okay, we can get this one. Ah yeah, that's completed now, the last one. A woman's documentation of a blind society. Even though they refuse to discuss the outside world, spending even a few days inside the prison makes clear that the reason they are here is precisely what they avoid speaking about. Ushuaia is a cold town on the tip of Argentina's southernmost territory. The polar night, the frozen sea, the proximity to Antarctica, the endless winter, it all makes the place seem blurred by time, buried by time and forgotten. It possesses all the necessary qualities of a prison, making it an ideal place to send arcanist suspects diagnosed with mental illness, a place to be forgotten. Setting aside the true definition of madness and their status as prisoners, what I see in this prison are former poets, writers, and social activists. In this era, some spoke of poetry, and disappeared from society for owning a book by Jean-Paul Sartre. Some incited grassroots rebellion against hierarchical structures, only to be exiled. They were repeatedly questioned. Why do you read these books? Why do you write these poems? They were branded thought organisers, and eventually sent here to partake in an experiment conducted under the names of Foucault and psychoanalysis. It is nearly impossible to determine whether their madness was defined by society because they resisted order, or if it was induced through relentless electric shocks and torture. Or perhaps all of these reasons are one and the same. The reason is often avoided, sanitized, or ignored because, deep down, we all know how deeply it is woven into the fabric of all our lives. At first, they said nothing, but this very act of deliberate avoidance was what truly conveyed their grief and fear. Don't have to read all of it. I'm reading all of it because I want to. It's all good.
This is a serious violation of the rules. I'll have to report this to the physician, and all of your treatments will need to be reassessed.
Look, right. She bends her neck around to grab this with her mouth. How does she get it out of the scabbard? Riddle me that.
Until a new treatment plan is in place, all members of La Sociedad are confined to their cells without any of their usual privileges.
The jailer heavily emphasizes La Sociedad, triggering a commotion among the prisoners.
This is not what we agreed to.
You gave us your word! Affairs within La Sociedad were not to be disturbed!
Please, don't do this. Please, he doesn't deserve this. No one does. We don't want to lose our friend.
The previously convulsing prisoner struggles to his feet.
Senora, I swear it won't happen again. I'll take the medicine.
Man, they are terrified of the physician. What's the physician gonna do to them? Like lobotomize them or something horrific?
I promise I won't hurt anyone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pablo, but rules are rules.
Before you take this poor man from his friends, may I ask you something? Do you know where these inmates go after they see the physician?
My duty is to keep order here. What happens beyond these walls is not my concern. Perhaps they've recovered from the physician's treatment and were returned to society.
I very much doubt that. The jailer's expression relaxes.
Within these walls, the only truth we know is this. No one returns from the clinic of the physician of Kamala. Are you certain this treatment they received is really a cure?
Pablo is harmless. He's just a writer who has a talent for finding words and poems. That's all. Please, let him stay. We'll look after him. He can have our share of the medicine. We'll keep him in check.
But this doesn't conform to our regulations.
Still as arrogant as ever, Idealist. One day, you'll get us all killed.
A stranger enters the exhibition hall. As she arrives, the jailer exhales with a relief.
Oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you here.
Hmm?
Who is that?
That's Octavia, one of our model inmates. She's been a great help in the past. If you're interested in prison literature, I'd suggest talking to her instead of the Idealist.
So, she's a writer too? Who would have thought? This place has got writers coming out of the woodwork. I thought it would be easy to find my writer friend in a prison. But what are the odds that I'd break into a place absolutely lousy with them?
She used to be in their gatherings, until she got tired of their nonsense and started her own faction.
The new arrival brings out a change in the Idealist. He clicks his tongue imperceptibly.
What are you doing here, Octavia? Haven't you heard? The era of chieftains, ghosts, and plantation stories is over. Visceral realism is the future.
And has this brilliant visceral realism helped you finish any of these poems? What a waste of time. I'm not interested in your movement or arguing with you. I just walked by and happened to witness another episode of your brutal arrogance. And I'm not about to just stand aside and watch you repeat your mistakes. I'm taking Pablo to the physician. Care to lend a hand, Miss Jailer?
We agreed to mind our own business. Are you breaking our agreement? No one will be allowed to erase a word from our poems.
Poetry fight.
The puppy wishes to come along.
Haven't you let your ego cause enough trouble, Idealist?
Better that than siding with the devil like you.
Enough. This pointless arguing ends now.
Simulating the Chaldean order. An adequate sample. A message from the stars. Interception hit. Hold on.
The puppy.
A sword shot.
Decryption failed?
Premia sereno intenso ad infinito.
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its maximum speed.
Stand down, both of you.
I feel just as clueless as to what is going on in this chapter as when I started. The heated debate continues without any concern of the jailer's warning.
You've never listened. I pity your followers. To be led by such a reckless megalomaniac. Do you even think about the consequences of your actions? We fought hard to earn
Riders
the
in
freedom
it.
to discuss literature under their
Too
watch.
true, Algar. Too
Your
true.
impulsive ego threatens to destroy everything
Too
we
true,
built.
mate.
Spare me the lecture, Octavia. We don't need permission to do as we please. You're just another puppet of power, kneeling to the eyes behind those glass walls. They've trained you to believe it was your own decision, to be good and conform. Who could have done a better job? When I look at you, all I see is a sheep, docile and obedient, just the way the tower wants. What kind of work could someone like you create? Literature isn't defended by those lounging in cozy rooms, scribbling to soothing music.
Have you looked in a mirror, idealist?
Wake me up.
You've become a
when
pathetic windmill tilting
September
fool.
ends.
A monster
Not
tearing
long
down
now.
everything around you.
A beast of prey, you mean? Naturally, a sheep would be appalled by the mere thought of...
2. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You should write a book. Maybe you should write some poetry or something about it.
Confusing the blade that would set it free with the jaws of a tiger.
Such a master of metaphor. But I beg you, learn to distinguish right from wrong, fantasy from reality. Only then can you truly lead our people toward what's right.
Distinguish right from wrong. Don't make me laugh. Is that the limit of your vision?
You...
The impassioned leader jumps onto a nearby bench, striking a dramatic pose before the crowd. He raises his arms and launches into a speech.
Compañeros, friends, listen to me.
My nose.
There is no truer home to literature than a prison.
Of course. A blast of deafening sound, and all words fall from the air. The idealist's expression freezes. His eyes search down from a frozen face to the dark red hole in his chest. An ominous shade of crimson seeps out.
No!
The horrified Arcanist stumbles back, screaming.
Who did this? Hands behind your head and drop to your knees. All of you, now! This is your last warning.
Oh, she's snarling. Prisoners show no reaction to the jailer's final ultimatum. They stare at the idealist, unmoving.
Idealist, you're bleeding. It's in your chest.
As his life drains away, the idealist appears unsurprised. He simply turns his gaze toward Recollector.
You must.
Yes. Idealist?
Unfinished words dissolve into silence as the prison itself begins to tremble. The entire exhibition hall twists and contorts, its surroundings warping beyond comprehension, as if dissolving and expanding freely. Garden of Forking Paths. The hall is still. Time seems frozen in place until someone utters the first words.
Was he shot? Where did the bleed come from?
A spray of blood across her face.
Miss Jailer, and you ladies over there.
A nice touch.
Come, give me a hand. We need to get into the physician.
Her words ignite the first spark.
Did you do this, Octavia? You couldn't face the burning truth of his words, so you pierced his very heart instead, just as it was blazing with the fire of justice. Or was it you, Jailer? Did you intend to crush the voice of poetry beneath your wheel of power?
How does she hold a gun? My man!
It has to be one of you devils in disguise.
She's a fucking cat!
Can't you see? I had nothing to do with this. I'm as innocent as any of you. I've been trying to keep order here, to protect everyone. And now you blame me?
It's a tail.
Don't listen to her. The idealist
That prehensile
made it very
tail.
clear. She's trying to get us punished for her own gain. You're a murderer, Octavia.
The prisoner's fury erupts. In the chaos, Sonedo blocks an arcane skill that pierces the air.
This is mad. You're accusing me without proof. It wasn't me.
This is getting out of hand. I suggest you ladies leave now.
No, wait. It all happened too fast. What happened to the idealist? Is he alright? I didn't even get a chance to ask about Aleph.
I'm sure a cat could benefit from a gun if they could use it. As the tide of people surges around them, the line between life and death blurs beyond recognition.
I agree with the jailer.
Of course you do, Sonedo.
Miss Recoletta, let's get
You
out of
fucking
here.
nerd. The violent conflict rages on, and everything else becomes meaningless. The illusion of time dissolves its flow unknown. Under the garden's influence, the frenzy of prisoners begins to resemble an unreadable, chaotic epic. At this moment, an unidentifiable figure enters their midst, though no one takes notice. The newcomer scrutinizes the motionless corpse.
His vitals are gone. At last, some peace and quiet.
My thoughts exactly.
For a liar and a thief like him, there's hardly a better end than this.
Finally got rid of him. Hello, D20-san. He reaches into the idealist coat pocket and pulls out a die. It's an artifact marked at patterns veiled in smoke. An object seemingly not meant to exist in this world. A 20-sided die, known only through an omniscient perspective. And now it is stained in an utterly corrupted blackness.
Just as I thought. You had it all along.
What if the gun had a laser pointer? I don't see how that helps. Penguins. Fate is like a mirror. Its strongest reflections are shaped by time. Up to this point, I have participated firsthand in several sessions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Those literary experiments treated language as an advanced game, weaving reality and fiction into an invisible web, ensnaring everyone present in a maze of words. Never before had I been so intimate with literature, or thought about it so deeply. I was amazed by how words could so vividly express both playfulness and values. Until that ordinary afternoon, when a poet named Eduardo was reciting his new piece with refined rhythm, and Miss Octavia was discussing the state of Sao Paulo with me. No one noticed anything unusual about Mr. Giulio's condition. She'll leave the gun and just jump straight towards the pointer, but then the pointer won't stay in the same place. Just like he wrote in The Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo. The greatness of Latin America lies in its richness, and from that richness comes misfortune, gnawed by insatiable greed. One man's poverty is another's feast, suffering nourishes joy. They are like riverbanks, clearly divided. This duality, this paradox, isn't it precisely the kind of question we should be posing through literature? The thud of bone against a hard surface interrupts her. Giulio is banging his head against the wall. Not enough, not enough. Not like this. You can't grasp space and time. I'm still missing some essential language frameworks and thought patterns. With our current language system, I cannot catch the ghost of time. I can only let it slip away from the tip of my pen. Mr. Giulio, what's wrong with you? Unlike the panicked Octavia, I think it is, isn't it? The other inmates around Giulio seem unfazed. The wall is unscalable, Giulio. I told you already, I can lend you some of my bandages from last week if you need them. For a permanently silent object, any form of narration is futile. In the end, you're just wrestling with your own shadow. What are you all standing around for? Can't you see Giulio's hurting himself? Octavia is clearly flustered. Doris knows she must first eliminate any outside interference that might obstruct her ability to help. Miss Octavia, please calm down. Tell me, what did you see? It's Miss Giulio. He's hurt. Bleeding. He tried to break through the mirror of language with his head, but it was actually a wall. By now, Doris has learned how to filter out the surreal embellishments typical of the La Sociedad members in order to correctly assess the situation. Mirror or wall, it doesn't matter. Please take a closer look and describe what you see, clearly and without embellishment. What is Mr. Giulio's condition? His muscles are spasming uncontrollably, as if jolted by a cold electric current. His face is tightening, twisting, like he's struggling against a silent force. His fingers are curling into unnatural shapes. His expression keeps changing. First pain, then panic, and finally, blankness. Sounds like he's having an epileptic seizure. Perhaps I could offer some help. Guided by the sound of Julier's whimpers, Doris approaches. His head is bloodied. Please, Miss Octavia, help me, so I can help him. Could you lay him down flat on his side? We have to stop him from hurting himself. I can use my arcane skill. Flashing lights could worsen an epileptic seizure. Does your arcane skill emit intense light? If so, I must ask you to refrain from using it. Octavia hurriedly retracts her incantation. She presses down on Julier's shoulder and lowers him onto the cold, hard floor. The doctor kneels quickly and gently turns the man onto his side, preventing him from injuring himself any further. As time passed, Mr. Julier's convulsions began to subside, but his body remained stiff, his jaw clenched tight. I took a disposable bite pad from the first aid kit and carefully placed it in his mouth to keep him from biting himself. Eventually, the situation came under control, and Mr. Julier's breathing stabilised. And there everyone went, straight back to the gathering as if it were only a minor inconvenience. Thank you for your help, Miss Erd. The doctor responds with a silent smile. You seem experienced. Was it a major part of your responsibilities in San Paulo? Yes, saving others is my profession. Writing is my hobby. In my home, I am first and foremost a doctor. Miss Erd, you have my utmost admiration as a doctor, as a writer, and even more as a person beyond any social categorization. You, a doctor who actually lived in the favelas, pointing the barrel at yourself before wielding your words as weapons. Compared to you, I've achieved nothing of the substance. All I do is wave ideals around, as if that's enough. Miss Octavia, I'm simply a writer who follows her curiosity. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to provide you with any concrete evidence, nor am I as great as you say. You're well prepared for your vision and ambition, for modesty is such an essential part of writing, and you've just demonstrated a skillful use of introspection. Thank you for your kind words, but I'd like to return to my room and think for a while. See you tomorrow. She association is real. Yeah, there's a she association ID. Faust, right? The mail, I got 5k crystals in Wizardry. Holy moly! Holy moly, increased voltage. It's a lot of crystals. The idealist pursues his ideal to erect a magnificent vision atop the tower of literature. But for those outside the tower, what good is that magnificence? Here I am, locked away in a prison, my words going no further than these walls. I even only have my life because of my wretched father. It was foolish to think that ideas alone could ease people's pain. Maybe we're no different from the heretics who we burned at the stake in the Middle Ages. Perhaps only professionals like Miss Erd, doctors with real expertise, can truly save a person. Wait, but this prison does have a doctor meant to handle every kind of issue, whose specialty is precisely in the mental field. But he's not just a doctor, he's the overseer of this prison. I once asked the idealist why the person in charge here wasn't a regular jailer or a police chief, but a physician. As expected, he brushed me off with some grandiose, idealistic rhetoric. But why has the idealist always seemed to so opposed to the physician? Why can't patients like Mr. Julio, who are clearly suffering, be sent to him? Puzzles on top of puzzles, questions after questions. My head. Her sigh echoes through the circular building, and is soon answered by a chorus of other signs. I can't do this anymore. Yeah, people were saying it was some kind of bow ID. Miss Octavia turned away and walked away. Though she looked disheartened, I could still see the power of the unwavering force that drove her forward. What would that force be for me? Looking back, I too began to reflect on myself, to contemplate fate, that grand and irreversible force. The same has happened there, right? Oh, I need to claim my thingy. Can't do anything with the penumbra, can? But we can claim it.
The fire brings down weeds in the field, and the rain...
Yeah, it's going to be hard
I must
to contest
apologize
with
for what happened back there.
Malfaust, right?
We were caught off guard. There has never been a commotion of that scale before. I must report this to the physician.
Don't worry, Miss Jailer. We made it out in one piece.
Thank you for your understanding. Ordinarily, I would arrange to escort you to a safer location, but I'm afraid at this hour you'll have missed the last train. And the roads are icy at night.
Hearing this, Recoleta exchanges a quick but meaningful expression with her companions.
Vernon, we can't leave like this. We appreciate your kind consideration, Miss Jailer. But we still have some unfinished business here.
I see. I'll arrange a clean room in a safer section for you. We'll do our best to ensure your safety tonight.
Night falls as the girls huddle together, scrutinizing their unfamiliar surroundings.
They actually found us a spare room.
Bleak, quiet, and somber. It's a cell like all the others.
Don't worry. This isn't the first time we've ended up on the wrong side of the bars.
At least this time we're just here for the night, not a full sentence.
Snudder lets out a whisper thin protest.
Though this cell is quite different from the ones we've been in before.
Not just the cell. The whole prison is unlike anything I've seen. And the society they've been running here isn't some mere pastime. They're having real discussions about meaningful topics, even though the rest of the world has been cut off from them.
They seem kind of crazy to me, Recoleta. I don't know.
We're still in an Arcanist prison. A place where conflicts and violence can erupt at any moment. Let's not forget that. Miss Jailer warned us from the start. These prisoners are mentally unstable and potentially dangerous.
I don't know how Jailer uses anything, Penguins. I don't think Miss Jailer Jaguar is good. Is a good fit for this job.
Miss Recoleta, with all due respect, we can't afford to see this place through rose-colored glasses. We'd be overlooking the risks, as we did earlier.
And with all due respect, Soneto, we didn't overlook any danger. At least I didn't.
Diversity
A
high.
writer must be observant if she is to accurately reflect the world in her writing.
But you...
It's diversity high. 100% Penguins. It's got to
We
be.
came here with different goals.
Need to meet
And still,
a quota of
none them have been
Arcanists.
accomplished. I suggest we focus on our respective
Or awakened
missions,
creatures.
instead of fighting with one another.
Apologies, Timekeeper. Miss Recoleta, I take back everything I said.
Don't apologize, Soneto.
Now
I'm
maybe
a fool
she's
too.
psychic. Maybe she's
Sometimes I
psychic
forget
like
that words
Pickles.
can be as sharp as swords. You were only thinking about our safety. I shouldn't have been so rude. I actually really admire how you fought back there. If you'd allow me, I'd like to write a poem for you, once my novel's finished.
That's terribly kind of you. But honestly, I think we've had enough poetry today to last a lifetime.
Let me know if you change your mind. By the way, did either of you see what happened to the Idealist?
Recalling their recent conflict, the indomitable girl finally
The jailer
hesitates.
told me she went back to the gallery once everything calmed down. She found nothing. No blood, no shell cases, not even a trace of the Idealist.
Timekeeper, now's really not the time for ghost stories.
Do you mean that maybe the Idealist somehow managed to get out of there on his own? Or perhaps someone else helped him?
Well, according to the Idealist and our jailer, any inmates who are unwell will be taken to the physician. It's possible someone brought him there, while everyone else was shouting and running about.
You're right. It could be that he's with the physician right now. I'm relieved. That was a sudden plot twist, but a visionary of his magnitude doesn't deserve to die in silence like that.
To be fair, the gunshot was quite loud, as was the ensuing commotion.
Nonetheless, he couldn't have just died like that. I mean, the readers would riot if a writer were to kill off a character so abruptly. But you believe he's still alive too, am I right?
She knows her words are merely a cover. She needs an answer. A real, undeniable
There's
answer.
nothing that we can be certain of for now. But on a brighter note, we didn't come back empty-handed from our mission either, Sonetto. We found Dr. Dorez's signature in the gallery. You were right all along, Recoleta. She was here.
But we didn't see her at the gathering. Could something have happened to her, like with the idealist?
Do you think she was also sent to the physician and never made it back?
This is all just speculation. If we want to find the idealist, or Dr. Dorez, we need to speak to this physician first. Miss Recoleta, do you believe that the idealist could be your pen pal, Aleph?
Whether he is or not, he's still my best lead.
That name touches a nerve once again.
Amigas, I've had this strange feeling in my gut since we got here. Something is slowing us down. Now, to figure out what it is...
A silent fear grips her, like ripples suddenly appearing on a once-still lake, unsettling in its quiet disturbance.
Look, it's a wild guess, but just wait till I finish. It feels like everything happening in this prison is somehow connected to my novel. El auge y la caída de la cordura.
We're no strangers to wild guesses, and sometimes they're closer to the truth than you'd think. So this,
the rise and fall of sanity.
Sorry. What exactly is your story about?
The question scatters the midnight gloom. Outside, moonlight spills over grey-white snow.
Huh. Nunca pensé que te interesaría. It starts... Sorry, it's been a while since I told it from the beginning. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger. It happened in a desert town called Amalfitano, in Sonora back in 1975.
Two patient listeners watch the stammering girl, waiting for the next part of her story.
You know what? Most people say the beginning's a bit hard to get into, except for Aleph. I'm thinking of rewriting it, but if you like the sound of it so far, maybe I could read you the latest part I just finished?
She studies her reader's expressions, guessing madly at the responses.
Todo empezó con los datos de frecuencia de las cintas. El patrón general parecía haber cambiado. Al principio, la investigadora de paracausalidad lo atribuyó a un error estadístico. Un fallo, tal vez. Oh, sorry, but after a few days and long nights of meticulous calculations, that explanation only became less and less plausible. The odds of success and failure kept shifting, and the chance of repeating the previous result kept growing. It was as if someone had tampered with the rules and tweaked it to their liking. She took her findings to Amalfitano, the town of nothing, as they called it then. Near the old looms, she met a blind weaver who spoke softly.
Sonetto does not seem to be looking at the book.
I heard a strange rustling at dawn, like a die rolling along a wooden floor. Then the morning light dimmed.
A die rolling across a wooden floor, huh?
That was the last time I saw the sun. My own hands, or the threads I worked with. The second time I heard the die roll, I was told the oxen in the fields sank to their knees and never stood again. By the third roll, the fields were crawling with frogs. Plows ran over them, and some still writhed, squeezing themselves deeper into the cracks in the earth. The fourth time the die rolled, 10 dormice plunged into the sea in a strange sleepwalk, and 10 bears feasted for the last time before winter arrived. The final roll of the die was cast in a cage during a duel. Before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner left with 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies, which fell on him to feast.
Those are my thoughts exactly, girls. The quiet spreads through the cell like a rotting tide.
Is that all? Seems like it.
Well, there's more, but I haven't quite figured those parts out yet.
That's okay. We don't need to hear more, Recoletta.
Anything.
I
can take it. Please, I really need some feedback.
I wonder if the protagonist ever finds this Die of Babylon in the end.
Oh, Verton, it isn't a real die, it's just a metaphor.
Oh, I see. I must have missed that. Sorry. Still, it's a beautiful story. Sad, but beautiful.
The story is still too obscure, isn't it? Aleph warned me about this. In our last correspondence, he suggested adding the Blind Weaver to shed light on the hidden theme. It helped at first, but even with a sage advice, no matter how hard I tried, the plot just didn't seem to move forward. Feel stuck in that village with them, lost, dazed, isolated inside their small, disconnected moments. Something crucial is missing, leaving gaps between the characters and the scenes. Should I change the storyteller's perspective? Start a different angle? Or maybe rewrite the characters completely? What should I do?
Before the writer sinks into a swirling vortex of self-doubt, someone decides to push for something tangible.
Apologies, but you said your story somehow connects to what's happening here in the Panopticon. What makes you think that?
It's a strange feeling. Like everything here belongs to a dream I once had. Only I can't remember it.
Do you mean that you have a sense of déjà vu? It's nothing to worry about. Our psychiatrist friend Kakania told me those moments are often the result of a dysfunctional connection between two parts of the brain. Like a little glitch in our heads.
No, it's nothing like déjà vu.
The storyteller snaps back, politely agitated.
Déjà vu is a single moment, a specific situation. But here it's everything. La sociedad, the rules, the idealist, even the incidents in the gallery. Each one unfolds in a similar pattern, like the grooves on a record, telling a story I feel I've listened to before. Amalfitano and Comala. They're two sides of that same record, playing out the same tune. Whatever happens in my story seems to be happening here too. I had that feeling when I met you as well, Miss Verton. At first I thought it was only an interesting coincidence. You're much like the first character in my story. A traveler with a suitcase.
The girl rambles on, desperately relating to her characters.
But then I realized, the doctor, your Dores, she's like the Blind Weaver who lost her sight to the die despite having always been faithful to it. And the jailer, she's the bank clerk who assisted the corporation in taking over the town in order to escape her past. And the idealist, he's the murdered donkey driver, and the Die of Babylon. Now, mis queridos amigos ficticios, ¿qué rayos les está pasando?
Wait. Are you saying that everyone we've met here matches a character from your story? Like some kind of archetype? That sounds unbelievable. But then again, maybe you're onto something. You see the world through a different lens that none of us share.
Not just the characters. The events here are mirroring my story too. Aleph, he's the only one who truly understood my story. If things are playing out just like my novel, then maybe Aleph is in fact still here.
Are you suggesting that someone is controlling the Panopticon in order to make it follow the same plot as your story? That they've set the rules, started the poetry group, planned the attack on the Idealist, and tried to prevent us from finding Dr. Dores?
Yeah, tell me about it, Despair One.
That's true.
Gonna say the exact same line as in my book.
It's very
Maybe,
likely
yeah.
that the one acting against us is in fact Aleph himself.
I can't say I'm finding this chapter particularly compelling. I'm struggling a little bit here. Recoletta never expected the chain of reasoning to unravel this way.
But No. How could that be possible?
She interrupts, only for confusion to creep onto her face moments later.
Why? Why would he do this? I don't see any reason why he'd be connected. He's an intelligent, cultured, and profound person, not a common killer. No, none of this adds up.
Remember, Dr. Doris was brought to Ushuaia by the Xeno rebels.
Maybe so, Blake.
And we know they're connected to Manus Vindictae. If this Aleph really is hiding Doris from us, he may be working with them.
Recoleta stares blankly for a time before clumsily shifting the topic.
Oh, my... Soneto. I didn't know you had such a flair for stories. Maybe you should join us and become a visceral realist too.
Maybe you should.
I think you're only
stop thinking
imagining
Recoleta.
things. Perhaps you were inspired by this strange prison?
Perhaps we all need to start writing our own stories. Come out now. Whoever's out there, speak up. How can we help you?
Who's there?
A monster! A spooky monster. Ooh, creepy.
Calculate, simulate.
My sword sharp.
A message from the stars. Who charts the stars?
So long lives this, and this gives power to thee.
Yeah, this is chapter 9.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Sempre caro mi su quest'ermo cole.
Just as I deciphered. Or...
They cover their eyes. They descend into madness. When they speak of Manus Vindictae, their tone is always light, often laced with jokes, colourful descriptions like a greasy-headed magician smearing tiles like a drunk Edward Goya. So they talked earlier about the musicians dripping with oil, right? Which I presumed was Manus Vindictae. Frequently crop up in their poetry. Even though I have never seen such a scene myself, I can still grasp their attitude towards Manus Vindictae. It was an impression surpassing even their past sufferings, yet subconsciously they ignored the similarity, perhaps out of a denial, or perhaps because the prison had already taught them to obey, also subconsciously. But as far as I know, Manus Vindictae did not bring their terror here. Those masks drove Arcanus to insanity and caused unbearable suffering, as if they were caught in an inescapable snare. After prolonged torment, they lost the ability to utter even a single phrase of their own language, reduced to slaves of this underground faction, left with only a singular thought, their souls having left the empty husk of their former selves. And as for humans, it seems they were driven to death en masse. At night, they were not allowed prolonged sleep, woken by their companions every hour to sit beneath the watchtower and chant prayers. And by dawn, high-intensity training and interrogations that did not require or expect any answers would begin again. The purpose of Manus Vindictae is buried beneath these cruel methods, as clear as the deepest crevice in the ice field, is nothing but destruction. They seek to completely destroy humanity. That much we already know. Game of the year for me, Expedition 33.
Easy, easy. It's me, Garcia. We met at the gallery earlier. Please, I come in peace.
It's not a particularly hot take, quite a tepid take, I think. Recoleta pays no mind to the young man's explanations. Her focus holds on the woman beside him.
It's you, Octavia! The murderer herself!
Please, calm yourself, Miss Recoleta. The jailer has already confirmed that she wasn't the one to fire at the idealist. The shot came from somewhere else in the room.
Recoleta bites her lip, giving up a little space to the intruders.
Miss Octavia, what brings you here at this hour?
I come here out of goodwill. Believe
Is
me,
it pretty hot? I don't
I
think
didn't want
it
any
is.
bloodshed either.
Anyone else think that Expedition 33 being Game of the Year is a hot take? I don't know.
I understand you just arrived today. There's something you need to know about the inmates here.
The visitor's expression is weary and low. I'm glad you enjoyed
We're
Death Stranding too.
outcasts, rejected by society and literature. And our privileges are limited within these walls.
Not Etheria Restart. No, not Etheria Restart. I don't think a gacha should ever be a game of the year.
Literature group, I struck a deal with the Panopticon authorities. If we cooperate and stay out of trouble, they'd leave us be. We could discuss literature freely and openly in Comala. Such a thing may seem trivial to you, but this is of immense importance to us.
Well, you were asking like what my personal take is. If you're talking about what will win Game of the Year, I don't think it fucking matters because it's a popularity contest. Who cares?
Oh, there's no happier thing in this world than discussing literature. No one should ever put limits
Hades
on it.
2 just came out, Penguins, like not that long ago.
You're right, Recoleta. But we're prisoners here.
God knows what will win
There are
Game of the
certain
Year.
rules we have to follow.
Whoever sucked off the judges enough.
Except, the idealist didn't see it our way. He refused to compromise, believing that the long poem and his so-called ism could break us free from the cage of the ever-watchful eye.
Perhaps he was right. You might have achieved more if you'd listened to him. After all, visceral realism keeps us connected to who we are. You have to believe in the truth of visceral realism, because out there, beyond these walls, many of us still do.
And what has it changed? Garcia, you're the latest inmate here. Tell us, 3 months ago, before they arrested you and took you here, what has the visceral realism movement accomplished out there?
Beside them, Garcia, who had been patiently leaning against the railing, produces a metallic vibration on its grates. A rough paper roll burns between his lips.
At first, it was revolutionary. Young poets joined in droves. We held gatherings. And the literary world seemed alive again. I was just a kid when the leading poets left the city. Everyone thought it was only temporary. But they didn't come back. And nothing has happened since. No one says it. But we all know. Visceral realism died in 1977.
Orc massage wins. Maybe if they've bribed the judges enough. It's basically it's basically just a popularity contest.
It's not dead as long as people still believe in it.
It's almost political, the Game of the Year. It's like almost the Eurovision Song Contest. It's so bad. Octavia ignores the childish remark. She knows that conviction can be as fragile as a spider's web.
Belief, faith, what is this obsession with the true self? Why does your type always insist on there being a true self hiding beneath our roles in society? Our disciplines?
Look at the idealist. He never once stopped fighting for what he believed in, even long after he was put behind these bars.
Idealist, what a name he gave himself. Who will he be when he finally breaks free from the eyes of the central tower? When he's left without his willful audience? And nobody. That's what.
I had a friend who used to be part of a company that did the game reviews for huge games. He said that during the review process they paid for him to have a private room at a resort, get whatever he wanted while he was played. Yeah. Of course they are, of course they are.
And that is a truth even he is terrified of.
Of course.
Miss Octavia, I hope you come with something more important to share.
Yeah, the Game Awards are no
Idealist.
different.
You're right. I have an important message for you. Dr. Torres. I heard you were looking for her. The woman from the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence. She used to write under the name Erd, didn't she?
Yes, that's right. Do you know her? You're the first person I've met here to speak plainly about her. Do you know where she might be?
We crossed paths, but only briefly. I'm not sure where she's gone. Maybe the authorities know. However, she left this with me. I think you'll need it more than I do.
Octavia hands over her personal folder. Before they might open it, She's already turned to leave.
We have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you to your business. Garcia, shall we?
They finally made it a requirement for the judges to watch the films. Woo! Progress. The Game Awards are, dude, like, the Game Awards are majorly are. Their visitors leave in haste. Their faces and expressions get obscured by the night's shadow. The Foundation's investigators open the worn manuscript folder with caution.
The physician told me the horrifying truth about the panopticon of Kamala and the power behind it. Manus Vindictae.
The Game Awards have absolutely no like merit to them whatsoever.
By becoming the panopticon's sole patron, they seized control of the resources.
It's the Eurovision Song Contest of gaming.
Turning this place into a living hell. I suspect that the physician, the current highest authority here, is responsible for this situation. I discovered that the inmates were put through brutal training, even when they were too sick to carry out their tasks. They also forced pure-blood Arcanist inmates to wear their masks, effectively turning them into murmuring puppets.
Just as we suspected, Manus Vindictae is orchestrating everything. No wonder we didn't find them in the city. They've been hiding here all along.
No one would have thought to come looking for them here.
They snap the folder shut. A familiar signature, seen on the forward page of the Utu magazine, and the receipt found in St. Paulo's heartfelt home.
But why would Miss Octavia bring this to us? What's in it for her? Do you think she's trying to mislead us, Timekeeper?
Maybe. But the handwriting in that notebook is most certainly Erd's. If she's leading us astray on purpose, why? Miss Recoleta, what do you think? Could she be Aleph?
Not a chance. Haven't you seen how she denies everything beautiful in the world? Aleph would never be so biased. No. Aleph is like a mirror. He reflects both light and shadow. But Octavia...
Recoleta's driving me mad.
Maybe she hasn't looked at the
I never want to
shadow
look at Recoleta
for
ever
a long
again.
time. I know that look on her face.
Get her out of here.
It's the look of a writer. I've seen so many like her during my trip. The faces of a lost, struggling generation.
Is there any site to help me choose the bonus points for characters? Not really. You can look on Faster Thoughts. They might have some info on it. I'm not sure. But just generally, you can't really go wrong with Strength for a damage dealer. Magic for a mage. Piety for a... Sorry. IQ for a mage. Piety for a priest. Dex for a thief. Under the night sky, Kamala Prison stands like a forgotten gravestone, covered by fine, cold snow. Just don't get Vitality. Just don't take Vitality. Luck can be alright, but it's generally quite unfocused. In a room repurposed from a prison cell, three girls in search of someone share an absurd, bizarre tale. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the central watchtower, a jaguar knocks on a secure door.
Dr. Merlin, I'm here to report on today's events.
Come in.
Kira probably wants Dex, but you could just use Strength. You could use Speed if you want to as well. You can use Speed on basically anything. I don't entirely agree, Penguins. I think even though there is a drop-off for Piety and for Divine Power, there are a lot of situations where Actions People doesn't actually do anything. And for the average player, I think they'll probably get more use out of, like, it'll be more helpful for them to just have Piety, because healing for more helps. But yeah, you can't really go too far wrong with Speed. Speed only really helps when you start, like, really mega pushing it with gear. Increase the limits for Speed now? No, I don't think they have. I think they were explaining why they changed speed in the way that they did. I think you might have misinterpreted their patch notes, Penguins. I'm not 100% sure though. Frantic writing breaks the quiet of the room. The jailer's visit does not deter the man behind the desk. He continues writing, wholly absorbed, as if each letter were filling the world around him.
There was a commotion in the gallery today, sir. An inmate known as the Idealist was severely injured. The inmates nearby said he lost consciousness from blood loss.
The problem with speed is that it doesn't do anything a large portion of the time, like a huge portion of the time. Speed does absolutely nothing for you. It generally only kicks in if you need it to outspeed something at the start of a fight, or if you play a lot of turns in the combat where you end up lapping, or you have incredible gear and you can like push your speed up. And in that case, like, those few points of speed aren't actually going to really make much difference in the large majority of cases anyway, because most of the speed is coming from your gear. So while speed on paper has the most pronounced effect when you put it into when you put points into it in your base stats, it actually doesn't do that much in the majority of situations. So you are doing it because it is on paper the best, but in practice it more often than not will not actually affect anything in the slightest.
However, after we put everyone back in their cell, the Idealist was gone. I made a sweep of the grounds, but there was no trace of him. It's possible that he regained consciousness and went into hiding. I'll perform a full search tomorrow.
Being the first to attack is nice, but if you have to actually know what the speeds of the enemies are, and different enemies have different speeds. I would advise that you just don't touch speed if you don't know what you're doing as a newer player, because it's a bit more complicated than the other stats. But if you want to put things into speed, it's never going to be like completely wasted or anything like that. It's not like it's a bad stat. Ultimately, I just wouldn't worry about those points too much. They really don't make much of a difference. A lot of people get really worked up over like the bonus points and the IVs, and it genuinely doesn't matter. Like, it matters the tiniest of bits. It's like less than 1% probably of overall power, way less than 1% of overall power. Especially the more gear you get, the less it matters. Like, the better your gear, the less it matters. So yeah, I wouldn't sweat it. Wouldn't sweat it at all. The Jaguar finds herself quite unexpectedly concealing the truth about Pablo.
No need.
Sir?
He knew the consequences of breaking the rules, did he not?
Yeah, I don't think IQ is going to give you much in the way of MP either. Like, IQ has a kind of whack scaling, just like Vitality does. It doesn't really raise your pool by very much at all. Like the 5-7 points that you're going to get out of IQ are not... I don't think they're even going to give you 1 MP. Maybe they'll give you 1 MP, I don't know. It's very little. IQ will just make a nuke faster, nuke harder. IQ makes her do more damage.
Sir, with all due respect, I think today's incident proved just how dangerous it is to let the inmates keep their weapons. We never should have let them walk around with deadly weapons. Even if we had to, we should have doubled the guards. We can't expect them to follow their own rules simply out of fear of the central tower.
They just posted a new update where they are bringing up all characters BP to 10, Fortitude 100 on October the 2nd. What, really? Huh? Really? Where, Tillian? Can you link me to this? It's a Jaguar. It's a Jaguar. But yes. It's an awakened Jaguar. So I don't have anything on the Discord like that. I don't have a link. I just saw it when I logged in. Okay, hold on. I can't... Penguins, I don't know if you know this, mate. I can't access Imgur anymore. Imgur is blocked in the UK. As of today. Yeah, it's because Imgur don't want to deal with the Online Safety Act, so they're just like, nah, can't be fucked. I'm probably gonna have to start using a VPN like full time. It was your favourite country to VPN to? Yeah, not anymore. Now it's the worst country to VPN to. Right. User data adjustments for the merge functionality changes. The previously announced user data adjustments of the following will be applied. All adventurers that were merged from the start of the service until the selected maintenance on the 2nd of the 10th will have their bonus points set to 10 and fortitude to 100. So anything that was merged. Yeah, not every adventurer. Thanks, increased voltage. I appreciate that. Yeah, I saw it just before I came on. But that is just what we looked at. We never should have let them walk around with deadly weapons, even if we had to. We should have doubled our guards. We can't expect them to follow their own rules simply based on fear of the central tower. Yeah, thank you for that. The physician interrupts her sharply, with no hint of concern. So the physician,
You only need to do what's required.
the physician is Aleph.
Is there anything else?
There is another thing. 2 guests from the Foundation came through today. They said they were looking for someone named Doris. They've shown a willingness to cooperate, though they were involved with the incident in Corridor 0.
The sound of writing continues. Her report is disregarded. The jailer takes a deep breath. The next part is difficult to say.
Sir, there is one more thing. I told Miss Octavia we're short on rations, and she's adjusted the inmates' portions accordingly, but that won't last long. Manus Vindicti stopped providing supplies back in March, and Sino has collected all the prisoners they had previously placed in her custody. I just wonder why they have so suddenly withdrawn from Ushuaia and brought all the prisoners with them. I also noticed that we haven't received any orders from the government since Warden Tartuffe was transferred. In fact, we haven't had any communication with them at all. Sir, in frank terms, we're facing down a serious shortage of medicine, food, and basic supplies. At this rate, the Panopticon will soon be unable to operate. Where will our inmates go then?
Saber falls out when she runs. No, it's probably quite fixed. I just don't know how she draws it. Like, maybe she can psychically do stuff. The man before her says nothing for a long time, his pen still flickering over the page.
Can we ask the Foundation for help? They've sent their people here. Maybe they're interested in the Panopticon? I could arrange a meeting if you like.
You're unusually talkative today.
The man finally stops writing and looks up.
Pardon, sir?
That's fascinating, you know. You've become so much more concerned about this place and its inmates than when you first started. You are now dictated by your title.
I didn't mean to overstep. I'm sorry.
You can go now. I have a great deal of work to do. Oh, and one more thing.
He beckons the jailer back before she leaves.
Make sure this month's Kamala Congress is held according to schedule.
Yes, sir.
The jaguar disappears beyond the door, metallic footsteps fading into the distance. Only then does the physician allow his suppressed frustration to surface.
How many times have I warned you about this? The idealist has to go. He's nothing but trouble for us. You're too soft on him, Aleph. Look at the mess he has us in now. Calm down. He's a rabble-rousing.
Oh, he's crazy as well.
Maniac. A snake in the grass. He even stole the tea of Kamala from me. He's nearly ruined everything we've worked for.
The man angrily erases the once lost and now found die. In the dim room, it flickers with a comforting glow.
It's only a die, Merlin. It does nothing more than a die can do.
Merlin.
You were there today. You saw what he did. He managed to change the panopticon with this die, even if only for a second. He'll ruin my work, Aleph. He's a slave to his passion. His head is filled with impulsive thoughts. I don't trust him. We can't trust him. I've done everything you've asked. Now it's time to do your part.
Aleph responded with indifference to the physician's frustration, continuing his writing without pause.
Time's ticking down. I can't afford any further mistakes. No one can be permitted to stop my experiment in the panopticon. I'll prove it to them. That we have found the path to the ultimate answer.
He seems like an ordinary sort. Seems like a dependable kind of guy. Based on the above information and the recent intelligence from the Timekeeper's squad, it is confirmed that Xeno's defector unit has entered Kamala prison, which held numerous arcanists and withdrew from Ushuaia on March the 2nd. The operation clearly involved cooperation with Manus Vindicto. The current whereabouts of the defectors remains unclear, pending further intelligence from the Timekeeper's squad. The information is fragmented and primarily inferential. For the full reasoning behind the operation and additional details, please refer to attachments 4 to 28. Do I discipline my Alice? Do not discipline your Alice. No, save your Alices. Save your Alices. Make sure you use them on people who have buffs that need to be extended. And if you don't have any at all, or buffs or debuffs that need to be extended, if you don't have any at all, then by all means inherit them to Alice. But I would not discipline her. If you can get Alice to 3, to inherit 3, then she is really strong. If you can get Alice to inherit 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 7, she's really strong. If you can get anyone else to inherit 1, that's really strong too, because it extends everyone's buffs by 1 round. Alice is still, even to this day, the very, very, very best thing that you can ever summon. Like, she is the best dupe in the game by a really long way. It would mean that any buffs or debuffs that Shelly applies all get an additional round on them for free. So yeah, it's pretty fucking good. Look, the smallest of clues, the greatest of structures, built brick by brick. During the 3rd Kamala Congress, Redacted's daily dose of diazepam was reduced from 2 3/4 tablets to none, replaced with 2 classified poetry collections, A1675, and 60 chlorpromazine tablets to be taken 1.5 per day. 2 days, 11 hours, 8 minutes and 4 seconds later, an 8mm crack appeared on the bar of his cell, which is on the 2nd floor near the 3rd staircase and is the 8th cell from the left. He scraped off a 4x3mm fragment from the 32nd tile. Mentions of the other me increased from 3 times in 48 hours to 25 times in 48 hours. 4 days, 3 hours, 7 minutes and 8 seconds later, he transitioned from merely collecting manuscript paper to collecting manuscript paper and mirror fragments. Within the next 24 hours, he collected 11 mirrors, which totaled 103 shards. During the 6th Kamala Congress, redacted supply of fluoxetine and valproate was completely discontinued, replaced with 4 classified L6759 literary selections and 4 rolls of 400 centimeter bandages. Averaged 32 bangs against his bars and walls per hour. The bandages were all used up within 4 days, 14 hours, 20 minutes and 9 seconds, with 89.3 centimeters lost in the water due to excessive ripping. 2. Wrote 15 pages of poetry over 10 days, 6 hours, 8 minutes and 3 seconds. Tore up 14 of those pages and swallowed the remaining one. I guess this is the leader guy, right? Whatever his actual name is. As he's covered in bandages. Also, like to spread Yeka around your team. Yeah, I would agree with that too. I think that's going to give you the most bang for your buck. Any extra Yekaterinas you have in Daphne. If you're not using your Katarina, inheriting it to your whole team makes ambushes a lot more pleasant to deal with. The truth is, no one can truly bend fate.
La cabaña con el techo azul estaba silenciosa como siempre. En un sueño fugaz, la investigadora de paracausalidad descubrió la verdad detrás del dado de Babilonia. Examinó cuidadosamente los patrones ocultos, como un astuto astrólogo rastrea los movimientos de las estrellas.
I'm hoping this is all going to make more sense and come together as the chapter goes on.
Las verdades del destino. Por el contrario, afirman su existencia. Solo pregúntale al gran Heráclito. En un universo no observado, el dado de Babilonia gira perpetuamente, dictando el destino de todos en un tiempo que es tanto infinitamente largo como infinitamente corto. Mira, cerró los ojos. Respetaba la aleatoriedad de los números y el destino. Respetaba el juicio del dado. De lo contrario, se habría perdido sumisamente en los huecos del tiempo y bajaría para siempre como un fantasma en el olvido.
In the solemn prison hall, under the half-light of the next day, the prisoners of Kamala gather. Octavius steps onto the podium with a stern expression.
First, allow me to make one thing clear. I had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to the Idealist yesterday. I swear it on my career as a writer. As you all know, the Idealist and I are the representatives of the 2 factions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Américas. As you also know, we have been at peace since the Let Sleeping Dogs Lie agreement was signed a few months ago. Despite our differing views, we have coexisted to this day under the watchful gaze of the Central Tower. Rest assured that we will work tirelessly to locate the missing Idealist.
Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Miss Octavia. His death wasn't your fault. After all, he was the one who threw the first verbal dagger.
The murmurs cascading below reach the ears of the prisoners from another faction.
Show some respect, you morons. The Idealist is missing, not dead. I'm sure he'll show up in one piece before we know it.
Better face the hard truth now, Roberta. Though, I have to say, it won't be easy for you to find a new leader as mad as him.
A polite cough from the hostess pauses the heated debate.
Please, everyone, quiet down. According to the agreement, today's Congress should have been chaired by the Idealist. Since he is still missing, I will be acting on his
Pardon my lateness. Go ahead. I'm ready to moderate.
Unfamiliar footsteps break the regular pattern of events. The jailer leads her visitors to the entrance of the prison hall.
Miss Ford, I looked over the incarceration and visitor records from the past 6 months. There was no mention of anyone named Doris.
Then it seems only the physician knows the whereabouts of Dr. Dorez. Miss Jailer, we need to meet with the physician. It's important.
I get the feeling that that's not going to be very easy.
Listen, you really shouldn't take the inmates' ramblings too seriously.
Considering the identity of the person before her, the jailer softens her tone.
But if it's as critical as you say, I'll make another request later. That said, I'm afraid the meeting won't happen for at least a few days.
Understood.
For now, please join us for today's Congress.
Espectacular! Do you hold literary salons like this every day? This place is practically a writer's paradise. So, you're the host of the salon, Octavia? I say we set aside our differences and have a titillating literary discussion.
Oh, please, God, no.
You've come at the right time. You may serve as witnesses for the Congress alongside the jailer. Like a citizen's
No,
jury.
don't do that on my account. Please, thank you.
Your suggestion aligns with the congressional rules. Very well.
Huh? Congress? Witnesses? Isn't this a salon? Which topic are we discussing? Literary theories? Schools? Principles? Languages? Oh, narrative perspectives?
None of those.
Octavia lowers her head, giving her questioner a long and deep look.
This Congress is about the randomness of fate, Miss Recoleta.
Randomness of fate?
As she sinks into confusion and bewilderment, the jailer's voice rises into a triumphant introduction.
Dear visitors from the Foundation, allow me to introduce the Kamala Congress. What happened yesterday was merely a brief anomaly. In the Panopticon, spontaneous order among the inmates is the norm, and the Kamala Congress serves as its truest reflection.
Spontaneous order?
Yes. Through the Congress, the inmates assign and distribute medication, communal duties, and rest periods. They are entirely self-regulated.
Her tone is filled with pride.
I hereby announce the commencement of the 7th Kamala Congress.
As her words fall, Octavia takes out a worn lottery box and a small trinket from her hand. The prisoners move in perfect order, like a swarm of ants.
Cardboard box, and is that a paper die? It has 20 sides.
Huh?
We carefully examine hidden patterns, much like an astute astrologer tracks the movements of the stars.
Isn't this?
From somewhere in the audience, the girl unconsciously mumbles a revelation.
Isn't this just like the Die of Babylon? The MacGuffin that weaves through the entire plot? The infinite symbiote of fate? And the symbol that compresses time into a shriveled circle?
What may seem like errors or accidents doesn't negate the verities of destiny. On the contrary,
She shared like the whole of his book, well, the whole of her
Just
book
ask
with
the
Aleph,
great Heraclito.
right? And Aleph is doing something. I can't remember what it's called, the Panopticon or something, which is some kind of reality warping tool, I guess.
In an unobserved universe, the die spins in perpetuity.
Dictating the fate of all in time that is both infinitely long and infinitely
God
short.
knows why, though.
Look, I've closed my eyes. I respect the randomness of numbers and destiny. I respect the die's judgment.
As the prisoners recite their announcements, the author's voice becomes more and more sluggish.
Otherwise, we will acquiesce and lose ourselves in the gaps of time and wander forever as ghosts in oblivion.
It's taken a very strange turn.
I don't understand what's going on.
Thank you, Recoleta. You've summed up my feeling about the entire chapter.
The irony that I probably have more idea what's going on than anyone here.
Miss Recoleta, This is all in your novel, isn't it?
I'm afraid so. The recitations, the references to an astrologer and Heráclito, they couldn't possibly be just a coincidence. Then, could it be? Will they look to the die to dictate their fate?
The girl's audible shock does not affect the proceedings on stage. The Congress continues.
I shall perform the first roll. Its result will determine the subsequent roll order for this Congress.
Aces tosses the 20-sided dice into the cardboard box and begins shaking it rhythmically.
The result is 5. This check complies with the prerequisite conditions of the ruling of the die, and the standard roll order has been established. Inmate Jose, please come forth. You are the first in the initiative order. Therefore, fate's judgment shall fall upon you before all else.
Me? Oh, okay.
How weird is this going to get? The prisoner steps forward, taking the fragile box in his hands, shaking it to roll the die of absurd fate inside. The die stops, and just like that, a simple number decides his fate.
17! It's 17! Ah, what a wonderful number! 17! Like an oasis in an endless desert.
The result is 17, and the score combination 6 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3. According to the ruling of the die, he shall receive 60 risperidone tablets, 40 clozapine tablets, and 40 diazepam tablets. Additionally, he will assume the role of cultural manager of the Comala Congress. Before he takes office, inmate Jose must clean the first restroom for the next 7 days.
Wonderful! I'll gladly clean the toilet. I've got the brooms here, the toilet detergent, oh, and the toilet brush too.
The fact that he is very excited about this and very jubilant about this makes me wonder how bad some of these results
I
are.
have been waiting for this opportunity. As cultural manager, I will speak with every inmate and complete the Comala memoir, finally capturing the moments when literary sparks ignite and explode.
Next is inmate Eduardo. Please come forth.
The man in question is a nervous mess. His gaze flickers. His eyebrows fight for space on his forehead, and his teeth clash against each other in turmoil.
But I can't remember the ruling of the die. I can't remember anything. Damn it. Sorry, Senora Octavia, but I don't think I can do this. I didn't get any medication in the last Congress. I've had multiple episodes. It's like my brain's jammed or something.
It's all right, inmate Eduardo. It's easy. You don't need to know the rules to roll the die. Give me your hand, I'll help you.
The prisoner follows suit, hands trembling as he shakes the box, the only thing he can do.
My sincerest apologies, inmate Eduardo. The die dictates that you must voluntarily descend into the sewers and write the thematic keyword that currently causes you the most anxiety on the walls.
Thank you very much, Miss Octavia. I think my head's about to split in half. I need a moment to rest before I head down there and fulfill my destiny.
Touching his head, the prisoner leaves. His steps heavy, his hands empty, but his brow finally falling at ease.
Jailer, are you really letting them make every decision with the roll of a die? Eduardo is clearly in a much more dire condition than Jose. The medication should have been given to him.
As I said, this is how the inmates of the Panopticon maintain order. The physician periodically provides medication, food, and other necessities, and the inmates distribute them in this spontaneous and efficient manner.
So this is the Panopticon, I see.
Neither authority nor violence is involved in this process. This is what sets Comala apart from all other custodial facilities.
Is that it? You abdicate all agency to the roll of a paper die and call it the randomness of fate? What kind of sick joke is this?
Please calm down, Recoleta. This is the method that the inmates have collectively decided to recognize. They're prepared to face the possible sacrifices that it brings. This isn't about you or me. It's not our place to interfere with a procedure that has been proven both pragmatic and effective.
This is pretty messed up, huh?
My duty is to assist the inmates in maintaining order through the methods that they have established. And yours is to witness their self-governance, not judge it.
Jenna takes a deep breath. Her words clearly meant to convince herself as much as anyone listening.
If everything somehow unfolds as it does in my novel, then every role is already predetermined. Verton, do you remember the story I told you last night? The odds of both success and failure were consecutively multiplied.
I remember.
As soon as a character experiences a failure, they continue to suffer failures in an endless chain reaction. None of Eduardo's future dice rolls will ever result in a number higher than 10. At this rate, this system, this sociedad, ruled by the dice of Babylon, is bound to collapse.
Yeah, because it's insane? She looks around, realizing that her words, weighty as they seem to her, have garnered no attention.
Eduardo will never receive any medication. The moment he writes the keyword on the wall could very well be the moment he spells out his own death. No, I can't let this happen. I have to do something.
Recoleta rushes to the stage.
Wait, Miss Recoleta, what are you doing?
This chapter is definitely the weirdest so far. At least it's now kind of interesting.
Few
Sort of.
soldiers would appreciate the idea of taking orders from an accursed die. A skilled commander would never rely on luck to make decisions. On the battlefield, the distance for every maneuver should be clear and precise. Not two numbers with a D in the middle. Unless you're looking to invite a mutiny.
6 and 9 with a D in the middle. Oh,
That
baby.
said, if a die with such power were placed in a soldier's hand, I'm pretty sure they'd roll it and let it decide their destiny.
Look, this isn't Duet Night Abyss. Jesus Christ. What do you think you're doing?
Exactly. There's no good luck without bad luck. Just as a coin must have two sides. Luck essentially defines one's entire life. And whether it's make or break, life or death, the die will keep on rolling. Of course, dice aren't the only tools used to play with fate. Coins, lotteries, even shells on the beach can all serve the same purpose. Thanks to the randomness of fate, a Babylonian may rise to be a proconsul one day.
Who doesn't, Alga?
Slavery
Who
the
doesn't?
next. Well, that's where historians...
Hi, Greenick!
With a little creative editing of the history books, even the random rolls of a die can suddenly make sense. What were once avoidable tragedies are rebranded as reasonable
Yes, we're
incidents
grinding through
or even desirable
chapter
outcomes.
9. But I'm a little lost.
You're starting to sound like a gambler. But even gamblers, after hitting a hot streak or a losing spell, start to convince themselves that they've figured out the grand pattern behind games of chance. It isn't just gamblers either. Witches tried to influence fate through rituals and charms. Ancient mathematicians calculated probabilities on paper. Some even wrote books on game
Actually, I went through
theory.
Intervallo 5. Once I beat it, it should finally be Canto 8. Oh, good luck, Greenick. Good luck.
Meanwhile, others suspected there were cheaters among them. I just hope these high rollers unite to confront the demon who holds the laws of the universe.
Oh, don't rush too hard.
Future in its claws, and give it a well done and a slap in the face.
It'll be a while before there's new content.
Haven't I always? It's just that today, the die rolled a peculiar number. But all things considered, I prefer the other kind of commander. The die is cast, but regardless of what number has been rolled, it's time to cross the river.
The transformation of quantity into quality is the greatest realization of the method of exhaustion. You got Honglu and Faust event egos along with Don's LA Manchaland manager ID. Nice! Great job! Yeah, good date. December the 1st, numbers 704 to 733. Each person is uniformly allocated 1 dose of chlorpromazine. Chlorpromazine? What is that for? Oh, it's Thorazine and... Okay. It's an antipsychotic. It's Thorazine. And 1 dose of thalidomide. Thalidomide, I know what thalidomide is. They're just antipsychotics, basically. Numbers 704, December 3rd, numbers 704, 710, 712, 730... 732, 733. Each person is uniformly allocated 3 doses of chlorpromazine and 3 doses of thalidomide. December 7, numbers 706 to 708, 712 to 717, 722 to 730, 732. Each person is uniformly allocated 6 doses of chlorpromazine and 11 doses of veronal. Veronal? Barbiturate, okay. So that's sleeping tablets. So the treatments are solely medication based. As you would expect. On the stage, Octavia remains the picture of serenity as she orchestrates the Congress.
Miss Recoleta, as a witness to the Congress, you have the right to express your doubts calmly.
Listen, you...
She recalls the complaints of her 2 former companions, the jailer's dismissals, and the confused expressions of every editor she has ever faced. If she were to lay out every detail of her novel here and now, she would only get the same response.
No, it's nothing. It's just that I'd like to participate in the dice rolling ceremony. May I?
Of course. The very fact that you're standing here in the Panopticon proves that you share a common fate with it.
This is absolutely insane. Recoleta surveys the prisoners waiting to cast their die. Their expressions are serene, untroubled, calmly awaiting their fate. The joys and misfortunes of those before them do not affect the long, winding queue in the slightest. She takes a deep breath.
It doesn't matter when I roll the die, since the rolls are simply a reflection of the randomness of fate, right?
Precisely.
Then I'd like to perform my role after the 27th inmate. Is that alright?
As you wish, Miss Recoleta.
Apparently we're having a fight now.
I have all the essentials for writing poetry.
What are the fights in this chapter? Oh my word. A random enemy dies. Oh boy.
Calculus simulator.
I believe in you.
A message from the stars. An adequate
Why are we fighting supplies? Why are we killing boxes? Earlier we killed signposts. This is all some kind of crazy fever dream.
Más allá del todo, a sword shop. Idealismo. Vuelos de fantasía. Do I have to do this? Premia sereno intenso ad infinito.
Random enemy recovers 20% HP.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo. And this is an alien city. Es la verdad. Huh, a truly villainous moment.
Calculating the Arabic parts.
En la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más. Each moment.
One.
Decrypt the cosmos.
We got one. Do 1 damage to a random enemy, triggers 2 times. Nice! Huge gains. That was up by with the weirdest combats we've had in this game.
It seems fate favors you, Mr. Coletta. Here are your supplies. Please be sure to follow the distribution rules of the Congress. This is an essential structure of Comala, and a belief shared by all its inmates. Honor it.
Just as I suspected. These supplies belong to me now, Octavia. I'm free to use them however I please.
Recoleta strides towards Eduardo, who's curled up in a distant corner, clutching his head as his body trembles in silence.
Here, Eduardo. Take them.
But I haven't fulfilled my destiny yet. These precious tablets and capsules, I can't accept them. They are gifts from fate. The die has placed them in your palm.
Imagine giving your drugs to a no-eyes, a no-eyes character. No-eyes, nameless character.
Thank you, kind senorita.
The prisoner's trembling stops. He blankly pinches his arm, as if trying to distinguish reality from dream. Then, all at once, he snatches the medication from her hands and shoves it into his mouth.
Eduardo, what's wrong? Are you taking the medicine right now? There's no need to rush. There's plenty of it. You can have it all.
Por Dios, Eduardo. How could you squander fate's gifts like this? Kind señorita, please, give me the medication. I need it more than anyone else.
No, I'm the one who needs the most. Give me the medication. I beg of you. With the protection of these amulets, I might finally be able to get a peaceful night's sleep. No more trembling floors and wailing ghosts.
The prisoners shove and struggle, countless hands reaching toward the hapless rider, trying to snatch the small round pills of salvation. A blue glow spreads through the room, forcing the prisoners to clutch their heads and fall down to their knees. Their riot comes to an abrupt halt.
You shouldn't have done that, Miss Recoleta. Your ignorant generosity could shatter the very basis of our survival.
She steps toward Eduardo, now writhing in pain, picks up a few stray capsules scattered at his feet. Pills dissolve into a stream of voided sand, vanishing as it pours through her fingers.
We have never had such chaos at the Congress. Understand this. We rely only on the randomness of fate to distribute supplies and assign responsibilities. If you disrupt the status quo, the entire system of the Panopticon will collapse beyond repair.
So here's a crazy thought, right? Why not just split them up and give them out evenly?
It is only by respecting the arbitrariness of fate and adhering to the rules of the Die of Babylon that we have kept this place functioning all this time.
The Die of Babylon?
Tell me, how did you know this name? Are you the one orchestrating this whole thing?
Recoleta, equally confused and furious, grabs the hostess's collar.
¿Podría ser? ¿Eres Aleph? Tal como sospechaba Verdun?
Let go of me, Miss Recoleta. Have you gone mad? The roll of the die is absolutely random. I'm not orchestrating anything. Before the Congress began, I made an oath. I intend to keep it.
Please, calm down, Miss Recoleta. I think she's telling the truth.
She lets go of her grip as the reality of their situation dawns on her.
Sorry, Octavia, but please, you have to tell me how you learned about the Die of Babylon. I must know. Only my pen pal and I should have any knowledge about this die.
I heard about it from the physician.
This whole place is a fever
He described
dream.
it as a symbol of collective consciousness that we could harness to maintain immaculate order in the Panopticon. The Comala Congress was coined, iterated, and perfected by the physician based on this concept.
The physician again. Everything eventually leads back to him. Just as we suspected.
I see.
Recoleta casts her eyes over to the silent Jaguar, who has remained wordless from the beginning to end, watching it all unfold.
Jailer, we have to meet with the physician in person. Now.
I have played enough D&D with mentally unstable people to know that generally it's not a good idea to play D&D with mentally unstable people.
As I've told you many times.
Congratulations, Capital Cabinets.
Too busy at the moment. I couldn't possibly trouble him over a novel and a pen pal. They are just fantasies.
Couldn't you make an exception? What if they're not just fantasies? What if they're tied to the very survival of this place?
What could you want?
Miss Recoleta said the Panopticon could collapse because of the Die of Babylon.
Are you seriously telling me you believe that nonsense?
It wasn't nonsense, nor are they fantasies. You saw with your own eyes how I won the die roll.
It was just a coincidence.
There is a good chance that it was a coincidence. You can see how people would think that.
What if we present you with stronger evidence to prove it's more than just a coincidence? If everything in the Panopticon proceeds according to Miss Recoleta's novel as she says, she should be able to predict what happens next, including the roll results of the absolutely random die.
That's right. The Die of Babylon isn't random at all. It's nothing but a supercilious fraud veiled under the guise of fate, and an actor of the inescapable loop of history. And not one of you is paying attention to me whatsoever. Ugh, to hell with this era of ignoring unknown writers.
Miss Recoleta,
You make yourself very easy
please
to
make your
ignore.
prediction for
Miss
the next
Recoleta.
inmate's die roll. This way, you can prove to Miss Jailer the irrefutable connection between Kamala and your novel, The Rise and Fall of Sanity.
You finally remembered its name! Oh, what sweet balm to my spirit!
Miss Octavia, please continue the Congress and let the next inmate perform their role. Then Miss Recoleta's statement will be proven true.
The hostess of the Congress remains non-committal.
I appreciate the reminder. No matter the interruption, the Comala Congress must go on. Though not for Miss Recoleta's sake, of course. Next inmate, please.
Following the die's designated order, the next prisoner steps forward to roll.
Hello, inmate Garcia. You know what to do.
Of course.
La sexta cara. Un pilar roto. El flujo de la fortuna y la calamidad. So the result of the next roll will be a 6.
Her prophetic precision plunges the Hall of New Encounters into breathless
As fate
silence.
reveals, the number is 6.
Just as Miss Recoleta predicted.
That could still be a coincidence. Do it again.
La 13ª cara. Una cadencia desconcertante, sin un verdadero principio ni fin. La 4ª cara. Un hombre que se ahogaba usó el último de sus fuerzas para nadar a la seguridad. Son la 17ª cara.
cojeaba hacia el distante oasis, solo para que la débil humedad y la inquietante quietud revelen la sexta cara. Otro pilar roto con grietas idénticas a la última confirmó la hipótesis de la investigadora de paracausalidad. Este lugar solía ser un edificio circular. Is that enough? I've almost finished the entire chapter.
It's not possible.
One coincidence after another begins to stir into an uproar. The coincidences appear endless.
Who are you?
I'm sorry if this comes as a shock to you, but I did warn you, Octavia. Now it's proven. The Die of Babylon is anything but the so-called randomness of fate.
Have you been sent here by some god? Or are you a hobby prophet? Have you brought this knowledge to save us? Or to shatter our beliefs? Our world?
A question destined never to need an answer. She lets her eyes fall into the cardboard box and onto the 20-sided die. The ridiculousness of its nature becomes starkly visible.
What is this thing in my hand?
The only way around the dice to get into character. Yeah, indeed. I once low rolled like 20 times in a row. As a mage in D&D, couldn't cast a fireball. My party died, but it was hilarious. Oh dear.
I don't know if it's some kind of sorcery or arcane skill.
You're just having a bad day.
Unfathomable.
And then your party had a bad day as well.
I'll take you to the physician. Not because of your earlier request, but because the situation has escalated beyond my means. The overseer of the Panopticon will decide how to handle your situation.
Oh, thank goodness.
To be honest, Miss
I'm sure this will
Franclata, I wasn't
sort
sure
everything
you
out.
were able to correctly predict everything.
Timekeeper, are you saying that you risked everything on a hunch?
It worked, didn't it?
Come with me. Dr. Merlin's office is in the central tower.
For her part, the now vindicated writer follows at the end of the line, letting her mind race like a bullet train.
En la sexta versión de mi novela, todos en el pueblo mueren a causa del dado de Babilonia. Porque solo la muerte puede cerrar el ciclo de la historia. Y carcelero, eres el empleado del banco, ¿verdad? Entonces, al final, también sufrirás un colapso como el empleado del banco, cuando se da cuenta de que él y el pescador de dunas son la misma persona. If all of this is tied to the rise and fall of sanity, then, as its creator, I will get to the bottom of this.
Skill issue? True. It's not normally like this. Rolling better is always an option. The boundary shatters, and an astrologer glimpses the unspeakable truth. After that, I attended several more literary salons and wrote things I had never dared write before. Miss Octavia, however, never made an appearance. I didn't see her for quite some time. That was until I followed some prisoners to a large hall and heard her voice among a group of unfamiliar inmates. She noticed me and greeted me warmly. She told me she had been working on some new initiatives. She told me of her hopes to gather more support, to improve conditions in the prison and initiate a spiritual shift toward realism and resistance. I truly believed, back then, that everything was heading in the right direction. Hey Velmo! Before all eyes, the host of the assembly, the idealist, steps up to the podium. By the randomness of fate, we have gathered here to participate in the Kamala Congress. Before the eyes of destiny, historians and astrologers alike, I now declare a new rule and amendment. A duel before the crowd of eager eyes. The winner awarded £10 of gold and the loser left with 10 flies to descend upon him. Before the Kamala Congress convenes, we shall assign 2 members of La Sociedad this noble mission, a duel decreed by fate. Torres hears the faint clink of a small object rattling inside a box. Jose, Julio, step forward and draw the sharpest blade of your literary thought. According to the rules, I will preside over the duel with a fairness and impartiality. Now, prepare yourselves. The absurd, fictional, metaphysical duel ends within a fraction of a second. The victorious prisoner receives 10 shining golden pills, while the loser collapses to the floor. The crowd erupts into chaos, Octavia's cries rising above the noise. What's going on? Mr. Julio, he's having another seizure. Miss Erd, please, Julio needs your help. Octavia, you know this is all part of the randomness of fate. The randomness of fate. She doesn't argue back, as she usually would. Instead, she stands frozen in place, as if stunned. What's the matter, Miss Octavia? This is an emergency. I require your assistance. Answer me, Octavia. Why are you trying to change Julio's fate? Because no one should die like this. I don't want him to die. Please, Miss Octavia, help me, so I can help him. Her voice cracks, leaving only the sound of her stifled sobs lingering in the air. What's wrong, Miss Octavia? How's his condition now? Miss Octavia? She remains silent. After a long pause, she casts the heavy stone into the bottomless water. Miss Erd. Mr. Julio is gone. He left us the moment the duel was over. How could that be? Seizures can potentially lead to irreversible brain damage, but how could it happen so fast? A precious life, gone so quickly, swept away by something so senseless, lost in a nonsensical duel. What exactly is this so-called Congress? Some kind of punitive system unique to Kamala Prison? But how can someone's life be decided by something so absurd? Are we simply meant to surrender to a fate so twisted, no matter how absurd it is? Is it so irrefutable? This isn't the fate I seek, it's a distortion of it. It's my fault for not finding a better way. I used to think Mr. Julio didn't care about anything but his own novels. I never imagined my ideals would mean anything to him. But he was the first person in La Sociedad to support me. But that really was an irreversible fate, a fate granted to Mr. Julio by the Die of Babylon. The Die of Babylon? The question is left unanswered. The host of the salon goes on. Julio has stepped off the endless staircase and reached the silent water. He has become as calm water, dissolved into his own pond. Let us offer our blessings, our silence, our farewell to this martyr of fate. And let us imagine that Julio's literary career was a happy one. The hall remains deathly silent. No applause. No response. Life was taken, and that's all you have to say? You really don't care whether we live or die, do you, idealist? And all of you. Don't any of you have anything to say? Why are you all just standing there? If we hadn't kept rejecting the physician's treatment, maybe Mr. Julio wouldn't have... Rejecting? How ridiculous! You have no clue what the demon in human skin is capable of. How he'll reach into your mind and mould it like clay, reshaping it until it becomes your prison. In the realm of fiction, fate, unreality, the dissolution of the ego is inevitable and irreversible. Therefore, we must not resist the ending dealt to us by the Die of Babylon. Do you even know what you're talking about? I've never truly understood you, idealist. I will find a better way. I must rewrite this tragic tale. If you disagree, then leave, La Sociedad. I will not have our great poem disrupted by an offbeat syllable. Besides, your tedious talk of social responsibility should have been purged long ago. Modern Latin America belongs to visceral realism, and you're too ignorant to even attempt to seek it out. What a ridiculous, laughable man you are. Yes, I see it clearly now. It's your tyranny that has driven everyone to ruin. Let me tell you something. I'm not leaving. I will establish a new literary movement right here in Kamala, right here in La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. And no, We will use our literature to rescue the inmates who suffer all around us. I've had enough of your condescending, stone-hearted ego, your pompous sophistry. You only bring misfortune upon us with this constant rambling about that visceral realism. I hope I never see you again, Miss Erd. We have to get you out of here. Another second around, this maniac might just doom us all. So how did she go from that to what she is now? Only the physician, the true overseer of this prison, can save us from this situation. Sorry, did you do highest difficulty in Pre-Storm Protocol? I think so, as far as I know. Distortion? I don't think so, Malik. Only the physician, the true overseer of this prison, can save us from this situation. Please, join the society, Miss Torres. Help us build a renewed Sociedad de Poetas together. I've already spoken with the jailer. As long as we follow the rules and help them manage Kamala, we'll be free to discuss literature. Forgive me, Miss Octavia. While I truly appreciate your kind offer, I'm afraid my conversation with the physician must remain private. Why? Please answer me this question first. From what you've seen, you'd say this prison is circular in shape, yes? Yes, it is. Then tell me, at the center of this structure, is there a watchtower? What? Impossible! You guessed it exactly, and our destination is somewhere inside that watchtower. How did you know? I've had such a lovely time here, so much so that I almost forgot what I came to do, which is precisely why I must put an end to this cruel farce masquerading as fate. Do you intend to rebel against the watchtower's gaze, just like the idealist? You misunderstand me, Miss Octavia. That inescapable gaze and the permanent theme of fate. To get closer to the truth I seek, I have no choice but to meet the administrator that young lady spoke of. You've decided to save the people here with your own hands, in your own way, and so have I. There are things I must face alone. Though she is well used to death, the pain of Yulia's passing still lingers in her heart, causing her to say these words that don't quite feel like herself. I see. Lend me your palm. I'll draw you the way to his office. Good luck to you, and to all of us. Farewell, Miss Octavia. I truly hope all goes well for you in the days ahead. As Octavia retreats, slowly fading into the distance, she quietly adds, and in your journey finding answers about fate, too. Central Tower of the Panopticon achievements from this set are unlocked. That's good, maybe? I think this is the same as the other ones, right, where it's bugged. Yeah, it looks like it. I need to be right back again. One moment, I apologise. I shall return in a moment. Sorry everyone, back in a second. Hello, folks. What's up? Right. Hello, hello, darling. An otherwise tidy room is covered in fine scratches and small unidentifiable stains. The smell of disinfectant lingers in the air, mixed with mildew.
Wait here a moment. I'll report the situation and your request to Dr. Merlin. However, since he's always busy, I can't guarantee he'll agree to meet you. But I'll do my best to persuade him.
Yes, I did answer, Zafiro. I don't think I guess you weren't here. As far as I know, I did, yes. The Jaguar's figure slinks out through the inner door.
Now's our chance, Sinetto.
Our chance? What do you mean, Timekeeper?
It's unlikely that the jailer will let us search the central
Yeah, it's all
tower,
good, it's all good.
even in this situation. We should take the initiative and look for clues while she's away.
I see, Timekeeper. I will do my best.
So they swiftly conduct a thoroughly unauthorized search.
Thank you for your
Naughty,
assistance,
naughty,
Miss
Sonata.
Recoleta. Without your precise predictions, we wouldn't be standing here now. I haven't yet grasped the connection between the die, your novel, and what's happening in this place. But, by process of elimination, it's almost certain that your pen pal, Aleph, is right behind this door.
Sometimes I envy your decisiveness, Vertin. I'm sure many people have praised this special talent of yours.
Are you alright? You don't seem as excited as when we first entered Kamala.
Recoleta holds her gaze on the tightly shut door, uncertain whether she hopes it will open now or ever again.
The all-seeing sentinel of the Panopticon, veiled within the central tower. If it truly is Aleph, I don't know how to face such a terrifying and increasingly plausible reality.
Recoleta, you probably need to be on drugs as much as most of the people in this place.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, something
but
else.
Timekeeper, I think you'll want to see these.
Best boy, Aleph.
Signed Erd. This is a letter from Dr. Dorez.
The delicate signature matches the one on the manuscript
Her
folder.
handwriting, it's as beautiful as I'd imagined. Who is it addressed to? Dear Mr. Aleph.
Aleph? Looks like Dorez and Aleph are acquaintances. Or at least, they've had some correspondence. Dear Mr. Aleph, my apologies if this reaches you at an inconvenient time. I am Dorez, pen name Erd, an ordinary inmate of the Panopticon of Kamala. I write seeking your guidance, if you wouldn't mind offering it to me.
I heard from the physician, Dr. Merlin,
that
you have the answer to every question. A statement which has been echoed by the Idealist and the other inmates. I have something I wish to ask you. What exactly is your role at the prison? Chief Warden? A secret backer? An observer who dominates the prison? Are you truly the supreme ruler of the Panopticon of Kamala?
Tear open the next letter, eager to read on.
Dear Erd, I do indeed have answers for every question, including yours. I'm afraid every one of your speculations is off the mark. I am merely an inmate who chose to imprison himself here, and allow me to point out that your identity isn't as ordinary as you claim. Why is it that you, my fellow inmate and guest of Manus Vindictae, are so interested in Kamala?
Dr. Dorez, a guest of Manus Vindictae.
A muffled shattering of glass interrupts their reading.
It came from inside the room. Do you think they're okay?
The jailer and the physician! What happened?
The door defies any attempt at an answer, sealing all the events in review.
I'm not sure.
Darn doors.
But it could be bad. Come on, let's go in and see if they're all right.
These darn doors. Always obstructing view. The unlocked door leads to another room, more decrepit and oppressive than the last. A cold operating table lies in the centre, surrounded by scattered bottles and medical
It
instruments.
seems we've stumbled upon the physician's office. I should have known.
But is no one in here?
Is this an operating room? As if this prison wasn't bizarre enough already.
Inside the narrow operating room, the Jaguar reacts badly to their intrusion.
Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What do you think you're doing barging in like this?
We were just worried about your safety, jailer.
Enough. Get out of...
Quiet. The reptilian complex governs all our fundamental functions.
Oh God.
Our heartbeat, breathing, fight or flight responses, and our territory and hierarchy awareness. Our primitive ancestors, like reptiles and birds, followed such instincts to survive.
Sir, is there a reason why you're talking like a comic book villain? Is that really necessary?
Through millions of years of evolution, we developed the limbic system. This processes emotions and forms memories. It allows us to feel fear, sadness.
We just came in to say hi.
Our behaviors are given meaning. Now it's the neocortex that makes up more than 2/3 of our total brain volume.
Sir, please.
Language, perception, logical reasoning, abstract thought. This is what forms the complexity of human nature. We read, create, perceive. We try to understand both the world and ourselves. We are forever setting goals, one after another. And all this, these multitudes, happens within the confines of the skull, in the tight folds of the crowded cerebral cortex.
But who asked, though?
Is he performing surgery?
Such a delicate and elaborate organ. Were it unable to forget, what would come of it? Can this space, no larger than the palm of my hand, truly accommodate dozens of people at once?
I was just here to get your lunch order. Alas, the physician sets down his operating scissors and needle, signalling the end of the surgery. Yet at the same time, the old machine issues an alarm, signalling that his patient's vital signs are wavering.
What's happened to the patient? It looks like he's dying.
Her anxiety rises as the question goes unanswered. On the screen, the last waveforms disappear, leaving only a constant, flat tone.
¿Fracasó la cirugía?
Nonsense. The surgery was a tremendous success.
No, she's not really particularly good, Twishry.
I have erased his debilitating hysteria.
You can get her evasion to very high levels, if that is spicy to you.
What are you trying to achieve by barging in here?
The man behind the operating table stares at the uninvited guests expectantly, but does not give them a chance to respond.
Forget it. The next operation
Damn,
requires my
Twishry.
attention. Jailer, show them out. Bring me the next patient in 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, Miss Burton. I'm afraid you have to leave now.
Are you okay with this, Jailer? Is this all fine? Recoletta steps forward, blocking their path. There's a hint of pleading in her voice.
Please, just let us speak with you. It'll only take a moment. I have something very important I need to ask.
Her question is not given time to take shape.
Important. Nothing is of greater importance than my experiments in the Panopticon, outsiders. To ensure they continue, the stability of time and schedule is absolutely paramount.
Experiments in the Panopticon?
So you really are the controller of the prison, then?
Controller? What an outdated notion. Superficial, really. The Panopticon has no need for such power, regardless of who occupies the central tower, or even if no one's there at all. Every inmate is both the observer and the observed, both wielders and subjects of power.
Right.
Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the Panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it. Komala is simply a manifestation of this model. Once I confirm its feasibility and adaptability, this model can be applied to any functional setting with only minor modifications. So far, it has proven to be far superior to any current system of governance in our world, transcendental even. Curse it. Why am I wasting time explaining this to you? Time is running out.
I'm not sure about that. The investigator keenly senses the key within his words.
Dr. Merlin, you keep mentioning time.
The dream.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Really? You need to ask? Even those oily-headed lunatics know it. The end of this era is imminent, is it not?
Indeed. The word that was so close to being spoken.
You know about the storm?
That's what you call it, is it? A storm that washes everything away? You employees of the St. Pavlov Foundation should know better than I. Soon, this era and everything in it will cease to exist. I must prove the feasibility of the Panopticon model before this place is turned to ruins, or something even more unrecognizable.
Why?
A storm that washes everything away? Vertin, what on earth are you two talking about?
Don't worry about it, it's no big deal. The conversation extends beyond even the most imaginative creations of an aspiring writer.
No one can predict the era to which we will be reversed. I have seen the eras change time and time again. The transformation of this place, over and over. But no matter which era each of these 9 storms, as you call them, has taken us back to, Cordeismo continues to plague this land.
Cordelissimo.
Dependency theorists, martyred revolutionists. I've seen them all. You, young writer, are no different from those intellectuals who were swept away in the rain. There is no romance in this era. Only the repeated cycles of madness and brutality. An endless, meaningless struggle. Only in this forgotten corner can we momentarily escape the plundering of the marauders and the chaos they unleash. Although it won't be long before this place is looted by those oily-headed lunatics. Just as it has countless times before, on this land as rich as silver.
So, how exactly do you play into all of this? He mutters to himself.
But there is still hope. Even in a wasteland, we may still be saved, as long as I uncover the path to transcendentality. I will find the ultimate answer. Ugh. I've already wasted far too much time on you. Leave, now.
The physician turns away, beginning preparations for the next surgery, organizing his worn-out instruments.
You heard him. Please don't press things any further.
All right, Senor, I get it. Obviously, you don't want to discuss my novel with me anymore. So I won't insist upon it. All the letters we wrote to one another. All those inspiring revisions and suggestions. I guess they meant nothing to you.
That's your issue, Recoleta. That's your issue with this whole situation. He doesn't want to talk about your fucking book. With waivers, rejections, closed doors, harsh critiques, this proves more devastating than all of them together.
But there's still something I must tell you. Jailer, could you please allow us a private conversation with the No. With Aleph.
Hearing this, the physician stops.
Leave us, Jailer. I'll spare these outsiders 5 minutes.
Jagal turns to leave, her face revealing an uncharacteristic sorrow. She lingers on the girls one last time. This time, she offers no words. This guy's off his rocker. When he pulls out the ice pick, don't be afraid. Panic is proof that you're still lucid. For now. In 1935, Professor Antonio from Portugal became intrigued by a medical study documenting how gorillas became docile after the removal of their frontal lobes. Yeah, so when we were talking about lobotomy earlier, it seems that might be what he's been doing to the patient, or been trying to do to the patients or something. Inspired by this, he successfully performed the world's first human frontal lobotomy, known as leucotomy. The surgery was remarkably successful, paving the way for significant breakthroughs in research. In 1949, Professor Antonio was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his work. Through continuous practice and refinement, he and others eventually improved and perfected the procedure, even developing a specialized leucotomy. However, the surgical technique required a high level of expertise, and as a result, it was never widely adopted. In 1945, American doctor Walter Freeman modified the procedure, which became infamously known as the ice pick lobotomy. The technique involved rendering patients unconscious with electroshock or anesthesia, and then hammering a steel pick roughly the thickness of a chopstick through the upper part of the eye socket into the brain. The pick was then manually rotated to destroy the frontal lobe. In 1950, following strong recommendations from psychiatric pathologist Vasily Gayanovsky, the Soviet government became the first to announce a complete ban on frontal lobotomies. Over the next 2 decades, most countries, including the United States, followed suit and passed laws prohibiting the procedure. Not our finest medical moment, the old frontal lobotomy, particularly the ice pick lobotomy. Got OG Deborah from Dancer Deborah banner. They're both, they both basically, that one probably has a more useful inherit. Silver linings. Only the steady beeping of a heart monitor keeps the eerie silence at bay.
Dr. Merlin, or should I say Aleph, I don't know why you're using my novel to manipulate the Panopticon.
I don't know what's going on with Merlin and Aleph, but Aleph spoke to him like a external voice.
But you need to know that it won't serve your purpose, whether in fiction or reality. You claim that the inmates are both the observer and the observed, and both wielders and subjects of power. How could you be so blind as to not see the true state of the Panopticon? The inmates haven't achieved any perfect order. No, they've devolved into pitiful caricatures of themselves, performers in some endless pantomime to be watched from the central tower. Even their medication has become a prop to demonstrate the so-called randomness of fate in the theater that is the Panopticon. This farce hasn't made the Panopticon a better place. No.
Really?
It has warped it into a
No.
twisted theater of cruelty.
Huh?
The sick are denied
No.
treatment and left to quietly perish in the dark corners of its halls. And literature has died alongside them.
The true crime
This
here.
prison is a monster, born under the gaze of this all-seeing power. Aleph, is this truly the ultimate answer you've been searching for?
But the real victim is literature. The physician suddenly seems startled, stepping back and accidentally knocking over his tools.
What? Are you suggesting that this is the answer I've reached? That my experiment has been a failure all along, and I've been too blind to see it? No. Impossible. Foucault's theory is flawless.
Having his life's work denied is something he cannot tolerate. The man searches the tabletop with feigned composure, but in doing so, he unintentionally sweeps all the surgical tools onto the floor.
I have removed every obstacle to the running of this prison. It is pure, sacrosanct. I have constantly re-evaluated the system, adjusting my instructions to my subordinates to ensure the most efficient maintenance of the established order. And now, you stand here and tell me that everything I've done has been meaningless from the very beginning? That the power model I have implemented has already been replaced by an alternative? No, outsiders.
No outsiders.
The Panopticon shall not be disrupted. I will not be swayed by your lies. This facility is superior to all of us. Nothing here escapes my notice.
At last, in a barely noticeable corner, he finds a 20-sided die wreathed in black mist.
That said, it isn't easy to work a miracle, as we all know.
Uh-oh.
I shall personally verify it all myself.
I agree with the physician. I think we should leave them to it. I also think maybe we should just leave this place to it. Yep. All of his emotions have dissolved as he grips the die. The narrow operating room shakes as if responding to him, emitting a distorted screech.
Visitors.
Sometimes you gotta let sleeping dogs lie, you know.
You have come here with plagued ideology.
Ooh, this is cool.
In an attempt to break the subtle balance of the panopticon. But did you not notice the tiles beneath your feet? The cracks and water stains on the walls, constantly changing right before your eyes. This room, the previous room, every room, you have blindly wandered through them, seeing them as nothing more than the building blocks of a monotonous labyrinth. But this place was not born from the chaotic imaginings of a madman. No. Every inch has been crafted through the meticulous harnessing of order and power. Every wisp of spider silk drifting in the wind. Every speck of rust on the gallery rail. Every detail of the panopticon has been built by my own hands. With this ever-shifting die, concepts may be transformed into reality, and ideals into substance. I observe the movement of every entity, the passage of every second. The moment you entered this realm, you too became subjects of my experiment.
This guy's kind of cringe.
Peace be with us.
Go get him, gang.
Admit it. This is all getting out of hand. Impossible! All is under the die's control. What may appear to be chaos is nothing more than a temporary deviation.
How is this place?
A sword sharp.
Why does this place exist?
Accurate reading. See how they are.
So long lives this.
Who has signed off on this place existing?
The puppy.
I believe in you.
It's special, precise, perfect.
Like myself.
It is far from perfect. You know that.
That's
as well
Aleph.
as I.
That's Aleph.
Why else would we be conducting this experiment?
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its maximum speed.
This happened when the Idealist was attacked too.
Hoot Dungeon Master.
In a prison fabricated
Is this how you would want your
tiles.
D&D adventure to be, Milky Way?
Did the physician really build all this with such a small, simple object?
The distortion is getting worse. Prepare yourselves to fight or flee.
The situation begins to spiral out of control. Now everything in the room screeches and twists until they become a mess of meaningless black and white lines.
Please, Dr. Merlin, stop this.
No. You're asking for the impossible. Power model of the Panopticon is destined to permeate all of society.
Goonest of all time.
Significant
Gates.
interferences could never plunge it into chaos. But it already has, Merlin. You failed. I have not failed. As long as I keep the prison running.
The physician fiddles with the die, muttering baffling and incoherent words to
It
himself.
isn't your power model running the prison. It's the die. It's simply a form of magic, unrelated to the microphysics of power you seek. It provides no aid in your experimentation with power. It's a false hope.
It's Aleph, yeah.
A castle in the sky.
How you doing,
given
Fox?
to you by the military junta and Manus Vindicte.
I hope your day has been less troublesome today.
Manus Vindicte? So you really are working with them. What exactly do you intend to do?
Then I've also failed. I've ended up a pathetic fool, lost in the chaos of reality. Just like the idealist chasing visceral realism, Paracelsus seeking the fountain of youth, and Zahir obsessing over the one-sided coin. When did it all start falling apart, Aleph?
Having fun with the story? This has been a bit of a miss for me so far. Chapter 9, I really haven't felt at all, to be entirely honest.
The daily disinfectant concentration reached 28 milligrams. Or the crack in the second-grade brick on the wall expanded to 6 millimeters. Or was it when Warden Tartuffe left Ushuaia?
I would probably go as far as to say as low point of the game. This latest bit is at least a little bit more interesting with Aleph and everything. It all just seems so, I don't know, larger than life.
We've been abandoned, haven't we?
I prefer it when the stories are a bit more grounded.
You designed and have maintained.
It's not just about how crazy the prison is, it's about like the reaction of the normal people that we have brought in here with us.
But it is these details that trap you. And as the bars close around you, you are losing your name, Merlin. And you're becoming a physician. A man forever imprisoned within these walls. I don't understand. All these false eras are like a dreadful novel with no conclusion. Trying to find answers within such things is, in itself, a mistake. Much like them, you are destined never to attain transcendentality. Tell me, Aleph, does the ultimate answer even exist?
Kinda, yeah, Fox. The die becomes too heavy for him to hold any longer. It drops to the floor. The distortions and tremors of the prison finally subside, as if the pulse of a massive heart had stopped for an instant. Amid the swirling dust, the girls help each other stand, but fail to notice the truth revealing itself before them.
Timekeeper, are you alright?
Yes, and you? And Miss Recollector? Are you okay, Miss Recollector?
The smoke clears, but no one responds. The named girl simply stares in shock at the figure before her.
You're...
The word utopia derives from Greek. It means no place. People cannot understand the structure of the labyrinth, yet they continue to follow its paths. They cannot comprehend the mechanics of fate, yet they believe in its jurisdiction, as if by doing so, everything will naturally fall into place. And now, the polar night approaches. How good it is to see you, pen pal.
Okay, so this is actual Aleph now. So they've got some kind of dissociative disorder, or there's possession going on? Something weird. The illustrations for Aleph are cool, yeah they are. Does the Foundation ever actually require employees to clock in? Have you ever heard of Foucault? Soneto? Yes, he's a renowned French philosopher and social theorist. I read books about his theories at the SPDM. So those are precisely the kind of books they'd never confiscate. Sorry, I don't understand. Never mind that. Could you explain what you read in detail? Alright. Foucault argued that madness isn't a natural phenomenon, but rather a cultural construct. In early times, punishment was a public spectacle, a display of power for the rulers. Nowadays, things are different. After the Enlightenment, punishment became a form of public education, intended primarily to deter crime. That's true. The phrase public execution has all but disappeared from everyday language. Discipline and punishment. By that logic, the SPDM aligns closely with Foucault's ideals. But DAILIES believed that another model of power had replaced disciplinary power, the power of administration, a highly efficient yet indifferent system of management. The system holds control over the environment, and under such circumstances, the individual's inner self ceases to matter. Timekeeper, is this discussion because of what the physician said? That's right. Initially, I just wanted to hear your perspective on this. Now, I'm starting to see how this model reduces people to little more than animals. Right, Timekeeper. They're both the little arcanists are so fucking weird. They really are. Like Burton and Sonedo, they are so like emotionally stunted.
Where did the physician go? Wait.
Oh god, Marshmallow's here. Watch out, everyone. Where did the physician go?
Sir? Are you?
No one notices when the unfamiliar prisoner appears. He seems calm and almost ordinary, like an unchanging mirror that has stood here all along. In this room, in this labyrinth, passed unseen by everyone. No! The answer she now sees plainly makes her step back in a panic. But in the end, she says the name out loud. It sounds heavy, cold, and leaves her at a loss.
Aleph. It's you. My pen pal. You are, in fact, in Komala. All those letters. All the ideas we shared. They weren't just my imagination or some prank. Vertin, Soneto. It's all just as I told you.
Recoleta, like, do you not think that there are more important things at play here? Like, nobody gives a shit.
They weren't meaningless. They're all real.
Talk about self-obsessed. Jesus Christ. Yeah, why does she feel no joy? Oh, I don't know. Because she's stuck in some fucking hellscape where they determine your well-being by a D20 roll. Yeah, her book is more important. Man, I actually hate Recoleta. She is the worst character in this game.
So, sir, are you Aleph, the ruler of this prison? Are you the one controlling the panopticon with the die? The one hiding Miss Dores's whereabouts?
What curious inquiries. Quite different from the last 2,666 questions I've received. My guests, you may call me Aleph, or by any other name, be it a symbol of God's oneness or a farcical epithet. I am merely one of the many prisoners who voluntarily reside here. A single letter in the alphabet of the Panopticon.
A letter? The way you speak is quite different from Dr. Merlin. Still, I wonder what your relationship is with him.
Under the dim lighting, the man looks drained of all energy.
But allow me to make a guess. You're Dr. Merlin, aren't you?
I'm afraid that's not entirely accurate. But you may think of it that way. Merlin is a figment born of my mind, an incomplete reenactment. He is me, yes, but not entirely. He, or rather they, failed to find their answers. They fought against their predestined fates, only to be inevitably crushed under their weight. I simply stood by and watched it all unfold. That was the extent of our relationship.
They?
You've already met Merlin and the Idealist, even witnessed their demise, shackled by the delusions of verses. The Idealist lost his own name, Merlin, too, imprisoned himself within the system of the Panopticon. I'm sure their desperate pursuits caused you some trouble. Please forgive them. After all, your fleeting encounters led to the demise of them both.
I think I understand now.
I'm glad you do, Burton.
The idealist and the physician are both parts of you.
Yeah, they're all the same person.
Or, to put it another way, they're your alter egos.
More like dissociative personalities, I would say, Burton, if we're going to be technical about this. It seems the jailer's diagnosis, that the whole prison is mad, has been shown to be more accurate than anyone would have imagined. Yeah, who would have guessed?
The physician mentioned Manus Vindictae. What's the relationship between this prison and the Manus?
Visitors from the Foundation. We all witnessed those eras perish. In 1977, not long before the fourth storm, I arrived in Ushuaia. Shortly after, some members of the National
Enjoy your life,
Studies
Marshmallow.
Association reached out to me. But it wasn't just them. An arcanist organization called Manus Vindictae also approached me. Each of them wanted answers. They named me their advisor.
You acted as an advisor to the Manus?
The two parties presented me with a concept and a parable, respectively.
A concept and a parable?
The Foucault Association sought to explore the feasibility of the Panopticon concept here, while Manus Vindictae showed me a parable of the past and future. Day and night, I wandered through endless texts, endless realities, as I searched for answers. And thus, Merlin was born. He was both an experiment and a price I paid, a new concept, a new direction. Pursuing such things always leaves me confined by the limitations of human knowledge. Merlin spent his entire life exploring Foucault's theories in pursuit of that singular yet infinite answer.
What about the Manus, Mr. Aleph? You didn't explain why you helped them.
Explain why? Because they asked me to. Just as you have. I simply worked to answer their questions.
So you're saying that, to you, we are no different from Manus Vindictae?
Why would you be?
And if we ask, you'll answer us, without holding anything back?
Is that not precisely what is happening this very moment?
Aleph picks up the fallen die. It flickers with a familiar, comforting glow.
This is what the Manus gave Merlin. A magical die named the Tear of Kamala. It was once a gemstone that belonged to a god. At the beginning of the century, explorers plucked it from an ancient gate they
Hi, Kid 14.
in Antarctica.
How's it going?
To the explorers' amazement, the gemstone could turn human desires into reality.
I like this interaction the most in Chapter 9. Not sure if it makes up for the rest of it. This is interesting. This is actually quite interesting. Yeah, it just all seems so, like, convoluted, this chapter. I don't know if, like, the very grand introduction to the prison and everything was really necessary. The huge exposition of Recolletter's fucking book and all of that stuff. It just, I couldn't be less interested. But this is kind of cool.
So they cut it into a die, a symbol of fate, and used it to
It's like all of that stuff was there to flesh it out.
which was later transformed into the Panopticon you are standing in right now.
Because they didn't have enough content or something. That's the way it feels to me, which I know is probably really mean. His words are direct, yet they still leave the outsiders perplexed.
Then, Aleph, you really are the mastermind behind the Panopticon?
The silent girl grips her notebook. Her knuckles turn white from the pressure. The draft of an unpublished novel, with words that only she knows. The countless hours spent at her desk, the self-reflections, the meticulous questioning, revisions, and scrutiny of every word. That book holds the life of its writer.
You said Merlin used the Panopticon to seek his answer. What does that have to do with my novel? I don't get it.
Olive, why would you use my novel to manipulate this place? Roberta, Garcia, Octavia, Pablo, the jailer, everyone. Not one of them deserved to be trapped in a deadly loop in which everyone's fate is already predestined. They're just like the ghosts in Amalfitano, inescapably trapped within the ruins.
She doesn't. It's her whole life. I mean, that's what they've been saying, right? The writer's book is their entire life.
Tell me, what is it you really want?
It's a bit... The character writing there is a bit single-minded for me. She's very one-dimensional. Hearing this, the lonely prisoner fidgets with the die, looking puzzled.
It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. The third line of your first letter.
Third line of your first letter.
You said you wanted to give the rise and fall of sanity an ending.
I just think that without the literary stuff, this whole concept would be very, very interesting and I would really enjoy it. But because they mixed in all of the random literary, poetry, society stuff, I found it really, really, really boring. Because it's just been verbose and nonsensical. Much like myself. The greatest arcane skills demand through preparation. Every list is a crystallization of countless insight. Regarding the Blurred by Waterstains ritual, a large number of arcanists. This should be an easily achievable goal for Manus Vindictae. Young people capable of lifting bricks and setting sail are plentiful. Devotion remains the best catalyst. 2. Raw Lion's Tail, Sacred Scarab Wings, Nucateo Shell. When combined with the Fountain of Immortality, it seems likely that Manus Vindictae aims to achieve something extraordinary. Given the shell's properties, it can withstand an immense amount of energy, ensuring the ritual's success. This is indeed an incantation requiring considerable meticulous preparation. And finally, the location, Blurred by Waterstains, remains an excellent choice. But for the ritual itself, timing is of paramount importance. The time referred to here is not our traditional understanding, but time itself. The serpent brings an apple, but I already possess the wisdom. Dear Mr. Aleph, the National Foucault Studies Association extends a formal invitation for you to join our organisation. Our mission is to guide society and the world toward a more structured and enlightened future. We believe your exceptional abilities will be instrumental in achieving this vision. We eagerly await your response. Sincerely, Jose Tatufe. Kamala Prison. Ushue. I keep forgetting how to pronounce it. It's awful. I'm so ignorant. Ushue. Yep, it's that. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place for me, personally.
Los registros históricos del Dado de Babilonia aún se pueden encontrar en la biblioteca de la Universidad Santa Teresa.
I much prefer the chapters in this game that are like a bit more, that are more grounded.
Haría la historia demasiado ambigua.
And the interactions in this game. I think this game does really good characterization when it's and really good storytelling when it's not getting lost in the source. As we were all prone to do so. Like many good DMs do, in fact.
¿Cómo supe todo esto? Necesito agregar un rol para el narrador.
They get too caught up in their superlative narrative that they forget about, you know, making the game fun.
Un poeta surrealista de México me contó esta historia. Una anciana entró en el bar al que solía ir en el pueblo. Al mismo tiempo,
El empleado del banco también entró al bar.
This is them working together to iron out their chat. This is actually kind of cool.
iba a construir una fábrica
to iron out her story.
en Amalfitano.
Espera, empleado del banco. No sabía que había bancos en Amalfitano. Pero sí,
Their collaboration.
tiene sentido. Los bancos comerciales son, sin duda, un sello del capitalismo. Gracias, amigo por correspondencia. Antes de convertirse en empleado del banco, era un defensor de las antiguas costumbres del pueblo. Era un pescador de dunas.
Después de aceptar el destino otorgado por el dado de Babilonia, eligió dejar todo atrás. El triste y aterrador pueblo y los ciclos ocultos dentro de la infinita aleatoriedad.
Oh, qué irónico. Pero también es realista. Ahora solo necesitamos un personaje contrastante. Una anciana tejedora se sentó en su antiguo taller, girando incansablemente su rueca, un regalo precioso otorgado por el dado de Babilonia.
La tejedora ciega relató suavemente todo lo que había vivido.
¡Qué idea brillante, Aleph! Una tejedora ciega no podría haber presenciado el asesinato. ¡Fantástico! En este caso, agregaré a un conductor de burros que es asesinado en este capítulo. Con cada una de tus sugerencias, la historia da un paso adelante. Gracias, Aleph. Pero todavía no veo ninguna señal del final. Es como si no importara cuántos personajes nuevos agreguemos. Todavía falta algo en el pueblo desértico. Aleph, ¿qué debo hacer?
Just keep adding characters like the Trails of series until you have so many characters you can't even remember what the lead character is meant to be.
Tú misma me preguntaste, ¿cómo le doy un final a esta historia? Me describiste cómo tus palabras se habían transformado en
Spoiler, yes, sorry.
infinito, un lenguaje irreconocible, una colección de información ambigua y una parábola que
Sorry,
había
everyone. Sorry for the
perdido
spoiler.
todo su significado. La ausencia de un final
Criminal spoilering.
atrapándote para siempre en ese abrasador pueblo desértico. Todo lo que estoy haciendo es intentar encontrarlo para ti.
They would never. JRPGs would never.
¿Estás diciendo que has estado manipulando los acontecimientos en el panóptico desde que intercambiamos cartas por primera vez septiembre pasado?
She struggles, vainly hoping for him to deny it.
Sí, cada vez que revisabas la novela, se hacían ajustes correspondientes en el panóptico. Reflejar fielmente las complejidades de cada detalle era clave para asegurar que la historia avanzara sin problemas. Estos ajustes los manejaba principalmente Merlin, a veces el idealista, y antes de ellos, Zahir y Paracelso.
¿Cada vez?
6 versiones de la historia del Amalfitano ya se han desarrollado en el panóptico.
Eso significa la rana aplastada en el barro, la vaca muriendo de vieja, el lirón cayendo al mar, el fantasma asesinado en el duelo y los cambios repentinos al dado de Babilonia. Todas las revisiones que sugeriste, todas las muertes, el caos y la locura, ¿realmente sucedieron aquí mismo?
The ever-knowing prisoner falls into a long, dark silence. He will not answer a question when the one asking already knows the answer.
Incluso la eternidad tiene sus límites, o Recoleta. In the 6th revision, we added the Blind Weaver, an extraordinary figure, just like the paracausality researcher who carries a suitcase that you introduced in your 7th letter.
The paracausality researcher carrying a suitcase. Miss Recoleta, is this character really based on the Timekeeper?
What? Of course not. The paracausality researcher is an entirely different character.
Don't you understand? We're only one die roll away from the ending.
Aleph lifts his core of the infinite labyrinth. The tear of Kamala swirls slowly in his hand.
I don't. What on earth are you trying to do?
Within the mirrors, an endless stream of information appears. A seemingly possessed telephone babbles, an old radio sings, a flickering slide projector whirs and cracks, a muted film projector spins, a timetable opens, and dictionaries of countless languages flow past. A room without an exit, an eternal predicament, a prisoner's dwelling.
Recoleta, it is the cycle of fate that has brought you to the panopticon of Komala in Ushuaia.
Yeah, the fault lies with her, Milky Way.
Now, return to the rise and fall of sanity. Return, and become a character once more. You've been searching for its ending. But how could you possibly find it when you're no longer inside the story? I believe that this time, you will witness the grand finale with your own two eyes.
Finale.
The answer you've long sought lies in the inevitable final row of the die.
So, the jailer is the bank clerk, and Erd is the blind weaver. But what about Roberta, Garcia, and Octavia? They weren't even assigned roles. They were just playthings, helpless in the face of fate. What right do you or I have to decide what happens
Burn the book. Burn the book. Burn the book.
But they couldn't possibly understand such a thing, could they? To you, it's just a story. But to them, it is the manifestation of bittersweet destiny.
Do you think hiding behind the guise of fiction absolves you from the reality that you've turned the Panopticon into a living hell? Yes. You're the only one who truly understands the rise and fall of sanity. Goodness knows how many manuscripts I sent out that never received a reply. I was so grateful to you. For your replies, for understanding my novel. Those things were more precious to me than any
I can't open Imgur. Luck. Imgur is now banned in my country. Imgur won't open in my country.
Had I known that your feedback was created in such a way, and at such a cost, I would have preferred not to receive it at all. Don't you get it? Even if they don't understand my novel, the people
it's because of the Online Safety Act. Imgur was like, nah, we can't guarantee that our stuff conforms with it, so we just can't be bothered with it. We're not gonna allow Imgur in the UK anymore.
We formed an inseparable, miraculous bond. They're a part of me. How could you treat them like fictional characters? It's disrespectful.
So if I want to look at anything on Imgur, I have to use a VPN now. The rider's resistance is so sharp that it cuts through Aleph's carefully constructed labyrinth easily.
But you raised the question yourself.
Yeah, it's not great, folks.
Why do you resist receiving its answer?
He lowers his head. And for the first time, cracks appear on that indestructible mask.
They're always like this, aren't they? They throw a question at you, only to abandon it along with the fading of the era. This storm will spare no one. You've known it all along, Alice. Only the timeless Panopticon can maintain control. The all-seeing tower. The perfect governing system. What a hopeless fool you are, Merlin. Haven't you heard what they say? There is no need to build a labyrinth when the whole world already is one. Your meaningless questions will be swept away by the tides of time, only to resurface on the shores of our minds once more. We've seen it happen over and over again. Surely you've realized by now but the only true meaning can be found in literature. For over a century, literature has remained the singular, ultimate answer. This lonely cowboy is simply feeling lost at the moment. Spare us your ramblings, idealist. You're wasting our time.
Enough.
The dye that reflects the heart can no longer bear its weight, as it glows from within burning fissures. On the surrounding mirrors, countless reflections of Aleph appear, each wearing a different face. They crowd into the room as a flood of ghosts.
Aleph seems to be in a terrible state. We have to be careful. Something isn't right about that dye.
Where is
Ah.
that button hog hiding?
What a spooky boy. We're still on auto for this, apparently.
Go ahead. Keep the story going. Carry it through until we finally feel the sweet gratification of the ending.
I love a sweetly gratifying ending.
Your endeavors are doomed to fail. There's only madness in literature and art, not transcendentality.
How should I simulate?
They're off to the races. I'll let them go with it. I believe in them. Hey, Boo Craving!
A message from the stars. An adequate sample.
Do I have to do this? Idealismo. Vuelos de fantasía.
That's how I feel every time your text box comes on the screen, Recoleta. Do I have to do this?
A sword shot. I believe in you. En la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
I hope work hasn't been too tough today.
The puppy
I seem to be doing okay here. Just swell, I'm glad to hear that.
These explorations, these fractures, they're all failures, aren't they? In this infinite expanse, I feel nothing but infinite sorrow.
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its maximum speed.
Aleph is a freaky deaky guy. And we've all been there. Infinite sorrow. The chaotic battle comes to an abrupt halt.
Wait! Mr. Olive? Are you human?
Tsunade steps back, lowering her Glasfeder. She's shocked to realise that her opponent has no arcane skills at all. From beginning to end, all he had was the die.
Please hand over the die peacefully.
Mr. Aleph, please stop resisting. It's futile.
Futile. Yes, it's all futile. The cage of rules, the ideals of literature, both are futile. Mere illusions conjured along the path to transcendentality. They all fear that they're nothing more than phantoms in someone else's dream. That reality will devour everything, including their very existence. That's why they drift further away from transcendentality.
This is the effect that exchanging over a long course of time messages with Recoleta has on a person.
They couldn't break free from that false dream. None of them could.
Aleph stumbles as he looks up at the storyteller.
Both the physician and the idealist walked toward their own destruction. Just as I expected. But your novel still has hope, Recoleta. Its ending hasn't been written yet. We cannot deny that it may be the answer to achieving transcendentality.
You're not going to stop, are you? Not until you get your answer.
Truly a fate worse than death,
You
yeah.
have no choice but to seize the die from him by force.
I only have to suffer a day of Recoleta. Everyone else, oh my god, anyone who... No wonder those guys, no wonder her friends at the start were just like, well, probably won't see you again, Recoleta, see ya. So Nedo's arcane energy gathers at the tip of a glass feather. At this moment, the silent storyteller takes a step forward.
Enough.
I said enough.
She shakes as she reveals the notebook that has never left her side. Yeah, Recoleta is just like, yo. About my book, though. Like, these people are suffering, sure, but the real crime here is my book. Like, do you not even care about my book? Is anyone listening to me? She's out of control. Quite the novel chap. Jesus, penguins. Oh my word. So, someone has already opened it. Perhaps the lady, or perhaps the sender themselves. Like, if I ask Recoleta, what's the time, she is going to answer, my book is horse. What time is it, Recoleta? It's like, let me read you a passage out of my book. I'm like, right. And she's like, in this, we discussed how the bank clerk discussed how time was actually, in essence, meaningless. And in fact, it's like, no, I just want to know the time, please. Please, Recoleta, please. Recoleta haters, like, she's not done it for me. She has not done it for me. Dear Miss Recoleta, I have completed reading your 6th edition of The Rise and Fall of Sanity. There you go. That's the issue, case in point, which you enclosed with the letter dated February the 8th, 1991. Below are some of the personal insights and suggestions for the story's direction. I believe we are nearing the conclusion, and I sincerely hope you never lose your passion for writing. Additionally, regarding the character of the Blind Weaver, the letter remains unfinished, as it appears the correspondent encountered an unforeseen interruption. I would have been so much more interested in this chapter if Recoleta wasn't in it, and I don't mean that hatefully, I mean, like, I don't think she was a good addition to this chapter. The whole of that narrative that surrounds her, like, they could have probably found a different way to put it across and still included everything else in the chapter. She feels like very extra, but yet she keeps demanding to be the focal point of it, when clearly the problem is, you know, the insane, like, the kind of, like, mentally detached, psychologically troubled, like, warden of this place, and the fact that the inmates are part of some kind of weird social exam, social project, you know? But it's just my taste. I'm sure there are lots of people out there who love Recoleta. Sorry, what was this? International Book Fair. People move between bookshelves and corridors, engaged in heated conversations. The air is filled with the mingling of multiple languages.
I'm afraid we can't publish your novel in its current state, Recoleta. We look forward to seeing more refined work from you in the future.
Yeah, she's made that very clear, Emmy. That's my problem with it. I feel like if that wasn't the case, the whole chapter would be much more interesting from my perspective.
Ah, Senor Cruz! What a pleasure to see you here. I'm an editor from the Naranja Dulce publishing house. Could you spare a moment to discuss the copyright for the Bluebird? We're huge fans of your children's literature.
I want to know more about the interesting prison and like all of the crazy rules and things that govern it. And more about the insano warden. And I don't want to know anything about Recoleta. I couldn't be less interested. The editor leaves, hurrying after another writer, leaving Recoleta standing alone in place, the 17th publisher to reject her today.
Hey, relax, Recoleta. Look at all the books around you. This place is heaven. You can't get down on yourself. Not here. There's so many writers and publishers here. It's only natural you'd be turned down 17 times. This is just the beginning.
The young writer, attempting to forget her 17th rejection, flips through the event guide in her hands.
Now, which section should I visit next? Oh, this brochure might help.
She turns to the last page of the thick handbook, where all the invited authors and their contact details are listed.
Estupendo. An exchange of ideas between writers. Nothing could be more incredible than that. I recall James Joyce was inspired by a letter he received from Henrik Ibsen. So, maybe what I need is to find someone to share my manuscript with. But who?
Maybe if you get rejected 17 times, you should take the hint.
Theo Emasums. Aleph. Averroes.
That is weird, Sir Van Stein. I don't know why that would be. A knock at the door interrupts her daydream.
Oh, it's you, senor. Don't worry. I promise I'll catch up on the rent next month. Although I must say, this apartment's hardly worth the price. The cracks on the walls must date back to the last century.
It's very thematic, but I don't appreciate it. It's not to my taste, I mean.
Make all the excuses you want, Ingrid. If you don't pay the rent soon, you'll either end up in that crumbling...
This has definitely been the low point of the game for me. Like, very, very low point of the game.
Oranges at the San Telmo market. By the way, Julia told me you lost your job at the textile factory. You under some kind of can't work in one place for more than 3 months, curse or something, señorita?
Oh, you don't even want to know about the terrible things that happened in that factory. All I did was lend the oppressed workers a hand.
Bah, you're just like those college kids, full of hot air. Anyway, I am not here about the rent. Didn't you tell me to watch out for your letters a while back, when you just returned from abroad? Well, here it is. A letter for you.
The girl freezes for a moment and snatches the letter and slams the door shut, almost buzzing with excitement as she unfolds it.
Dios mío! Someone actually wrote back to me! This is incredible! Oh, thank you so much for bringing it to me, senor!
I don't necessarily think so. It's just not to my taste, right, Emmy? I'm sure for plenty of people they really like this chapter and they really like Recoleta and it maybe really works for a lot of people. Just really misses for me. I don't think it necessarily needs to be rewritten from zero or anything like that. I think the story works just fine without any of the literary aspect, but I understand that they want to focus around certain historical points and the ban on literature in South America is what they went with here.
It's from, let's see, Aleph.
Usually when there are Twitch chat problems, it's due to an unstable connection.
What are you writing?
From my experience.
Oh, hola. You're right. I just arrived in Buenos Aires 3 days ago. My trip's been a lot like a Copes Tango performance, full of twists and turns, but nothing much worth telling, really. I'm actually writing a reply to my pen pal. Long story short, I sent him a manuscript of my novel, and to my surprise, he actually wrote back. Amazing, isn't it? In our recent letters, we've been discussing how my novel lacks a key character to drive the story toward a decisive ending. So we've been debating whether to introduce a new ghost to act as a turning point for the story.
Oh, so then you're a writer? Hey, Pancho, come over here. I found an actual real-life writer.
What's the big deal? I wrote plenty of poems in middle school.
Oh, so you're a poet. I have a feeling we're about to embark on an incredible adventure together. Are you interested in joining the visceral realism movement?
What? I've never heard of it, but it sounds like fun.
Fabuloso. We have no time to waste. Once I finish this letter, you two must join me on a journey to Ushuaia.
An assistant called Toilet Thinker.
Ushuaia? The end of the world? Why the heck would we go to that icebox?
Oh, don't be such a downer, Pancho. Just think of the fun we'll have, the breathtaking scenery we'll see, and the incredible stories we'll hear.
Fine, Maria. I'll deal with the cold if you really want to go so badly.
By the way, could you tell us about your novel?
Oh God.
I'll tell you all about it on the way. Now where to begin? Alright, let's start with the cottage with the blue roof in Amalfitano.
Some words should never be uttered.
It's been 6 months since we first exchanged letters.
She initially met her pen pal because she got rejected 17 times to have a book published, I think. And found a list of names that she could consult for advice, basically. And Aleph was one of them. She sent out letters to everyone on the list. And Aleph was the only one who replied.
Since then, I've been traveling. First from Chile
Might not be
to
exactly
Mexico,
that, it's close
then
to that.
from Mexico to Argentina. And I've never stopped writing. I'm not really sure what the purpose of my novel is. I just keep writing and writing. I can't stop. What power does literature hold? What responsibilities?
No, she actually had a
Perhaps
list of
only
names.
By continuing to write, will I
that were,
understand one day?
I'm not sure whether they were recommended to her or she did research and found who to write to. At a book fair, yeah. Recoleta flips through the notebook, every turn of the page containing a different coloured letter. After their long journey, these pages of letters form a faded riddle, their handwriting long since blurred.
Aleph, you're right. I do want an ending to my novel, but not like this.
Okay, thank God.
You really have no idea, do you, Recoleta?
Her only reader realises she has still not grasped what is happening, forcing him to reveal a truth he has long since concealed.
The rise and fall of sanity is your story.
What do you mean?
You're writing your own fate.
You are a ghost, wandering this forsaken land.
You are a character in your own novel.
Still, you are a wandering
sorry,
poet,
Aleph.
born
Striving to
in
create a miracle.
Amalfitano, the foolishly brave protagonist of the story, and the embodiment of the author herself. A reflection, yes. The author, no. You are simply a figment of her imagination, a manifestation of her dream to wander. Have you not realized it? The literary pursuits and romantic adventures you described, they are merely faded memories from 1975. The poets who joined the visceral realism movement with you left Latin America long ago.
Faded memories.
As for the novel, it's yours now. A story you're writing. A story about yourself. Your departure has turned Amalfitano into a ghost town. The characters have lost their connection to you. They're gradually fading away. If the novel is destroyed, you too will cease to exist.
Wait, this is... Miss Recoleta? Is what he said true? I know you never lie, pen pal. In your first letter, you told me that a character's role in fate must be determined from the outset and consistently adhered to throughout the story. Reading the perspective and insights of a walking encyclopedia, having such a person be willing to share their thoughts at all, was an exhilarating experience. I had never imagined my novel could develop in this way. Words could hardly describe how I felt in that moment. No one but you has ever understood the story of that town, let alone offered any revisions. Following your advice, I added the bank clerk, the dune pescator, the blind weaver, and the murdered donkey driver. Amalfitano was no longer an empty town with a single blue-roofed cottage. The new ghostly residents had begun to fill the skies over it. The story was finally reaching completion. I could feel that the ending was within reach.
Ooh.
I became increasingly eager to meet my pen pal. I couldn't get the thought out of my mind. I wasn't sure what I would say to this Aleph. A simple thank you, perhaps, or maybe a discussion about the future of Amalfitano with its sole reader. Or maybe I'm no different from everyone else. Led up the garden path by fate. But even if I am a ghost, as you say, an incarnation of someone else, a fictional being, so what? My resolve will not waver, even if my existence is bound to fade away, because this isn't what literature is supposed to be. You once told me there isn't an ounce of reality in fiction, only voids and glorified lies. Let me tell you this. Whether real or fictional, corporeal or intangible, I have accepted my existence. Now, let's put a stop to this, Aleph.
Please.
The inmates aren't characters in my novel. They're people trapped in a prison, just as you are. By simulating my story here,
yes,
you have made me into some kind of god, a guilty, false creator, a dictator of fate. I never wanted any of this.
Burn the book! Burn the book! Burn the book!
The puppy wishes to come along.
These are the Dodge Ghosties, are they not?
Lo veo. La frecuencia perfecta. La admirable aleatoriedad del destino. Creo que lo he encontrado. La fuente del dado de Babilonia.
Las deudas de los muertos. Esas facturas. Todas han sido hechas trizas.
Oh, we hit the good part of the book.
No estoy atrapado.
Good part of the chapter.
Desde el día en que perdí la vista, nunca imaginé que la rueda giratoria volviera
The Blind
a girar.
Weaver.
Calculate, simulate.
Pasó en todos los momentos.
The Blind Weaver.
Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Ah, let's not be too harsh. It's not like the worst thing I've ever played or anything like that. It's just,
And this gives power to a truly villainous moment.
you know, this game has done a lot better in my, you know, for me.
I will pray for you.
Again, I don't claim to speak for everyone. I'm sure there are some people who absolutely adore this chapter. I don't want to tell them that they're wrong. Just have different tastes. Shattering words and ghostly illusions brought forth, breaking free from the story's structure and the gaps between its lines, filled with regret and obsession. Torn letters and book pages flutter in the air like snow in a crystal globe on a winter night. Everything is quiet.
Huh? Miss Recoleta has vanished. Did she really cease to exist like Aleph said? Recoleta.
Hi, Cotton Candy Corps! How's it going? Right, what do we got going on here? A great marketplace of ideas and knowledge. B-section works guide. 1. The Bluebird. Watson Cruise. Children's literature. Editor's review. Children's book, but not just for children. Viewing the world from a different perspective reveals an entirely new reality. 2. Fox Beneath the Sky. Ah, Fox, you're famous. Well, part of the story, this is chapter 9, Cotton Candy Corps. Towards the end of it, I think. We're on the tail end of it, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Fox Beneath the Sky, Tadeo. Social Literature. Editor's Review, a classic intellectual autobiography offering profound reflections on the nature of time. 3. Blood Monster, Averroes. Horror fiction. Editor's Review, undoubtedly the finest novel about vampiric creatures this century. A 300-year tale of immortality, jealousy, and humanity. Attending authors, contact information. Tadeo Emerson's Aleph. So this is basically what she took the list of names from. These are the people that she wrote to try to get help on her book. The Fair Guide. Middle-ish. Beneath the earth, those who were never granted marble nor memorials call out her name. Have you played everything in Reverse 99, Cotton Candy Corps? On an unknown night, the wind carries the... Oh god. It's going to be speedy. Wind carries the cold desolation of the desert. In the cottage with a blue roof, a girl dreams of a circular prison. Then, she wakes.
Qué sueño más extraño. El sabor de la realidad, tan amargo y triste. Pero lleno de pensamiento dialéctico. Tal vez la gente del panóptico reflejaba mis pensamientos internos.
She looks around, surveying the cobwebbed corners, where stacks of manuscripts have piled up to the ceiling and over empty ink bottles collecting dust.
Entonces realmente soy un personaje en la novela.
Her hat has definitely improved.
La misteriosa cabaña con el techo azul fue mi hogar todo el tiempo. Entonces, los rumores que los fantasmas propagaron eran realmente eso. Rumores.
The young writer steps out of her home and into the streets of the familiar yet foreign desert town. Countless nameless characters and ghosts arrive upon hearing the news, filling the roads and skies.
Bienvenida de nuevo a Malfitano, querida escritora.
Gracias, querido ícono del capitalismo. Pero, ¿no descarré esta novela en pedazos?
A woman wearing a peculiar hat steps forward.
Verás, Amalfitano es una dimensión más allá de la vida y la muerte. Este pueblo es un reflejo de tus pensamientos internos. Es incorpóreo. No puedes desgarrar algo incorpóreo en pedazos. La literatura es infinita y atemporal, como un río que fluye a través de la vida y la muerte.
No me extraña que seas mi personaje favorito. Nunca dejas de iluminarme.
Desafortunadamente, la literatura es una vocación peligrosa e inútil. Nadie entiende realmente, ni siquiera recuerda tu trabajo.
That's in writing, in case you're right and it's a spoiler.
¿Recuerdas el dicho? Los únicos verdaderamente muertos son aquellos que han sido olvidados.
She's like a figment of memories of things that already happened. She's lost memories from presumably a different era. Or she's actually a ghost. And she's writing in her own, she is a character in her own novel. What was it, like 1973 or something is what Aleph said? That she was carrying memories from a different era. Carrying forgotten memories from a different era. Yeah, and she also seems to have written herself into her own book.
Recoleta, Desaparecerás para siempre si dejas a Malfitano otra vez.
Yeah, Cotton. Yeah, Cotton Candy. I'm afraid I'm literally spoiling you for the chapter here. I'm so sorry, Cotton Candy. Yeah, I don't want to. She's a character from a book written in 1975. Sure. So she's already written herself. She is a figment of the character that was written from back then, from the group of Latin literateurs.
Siempre he admirado tu pensamiento crítico, señor.
The Recollector took over, yeah, being one of the characters in the novel, and ended up writing it, continuing to write it herself, I guess. Yeah, it's the writer's will lived on in her, and she continued to write it somehow, while also simultaneously being a character in her own tale that she was writing. That seems to be it. Rough hands grasp the writer's palm, feeling at the lines etched into her skin.
Todo estará bien, Recoleta.
You don't mind? You're good then. I'm really sorry if I did spoil anything. I would hate to spoil story for someone in a game like this. What's Inkheart? I'm gonna have to look this up. Inkheart. Inkheart is a 2008 fantasy adventure film. Apparently it's quite good. A teenage girl discovers her father has an amazing talent to bring characters out of the books, and must try to stop a freed villain from destroying them all.
Lo que sea que haya pasado, ahora has regresado. Eso es lo que importa.
Technically, yes, Milky Way. How was I to know? How was I to know? I said she left the book because the main character left. The other characters were dying out. Yeah, like because I think the author. Something happened to the author, right? Hi, Senna. Crowd erupts in cheers. How are you? How is Frieren? How are Frieren and Fern? Died, I would assume, yep.
Arregla la aleatoriedad del dado de Babilonia y aplana la frecuencia catastrófica.
The young rider takes a step forward. Everyone, the living and the ghosts, watches expectantly. I don't really know where Aleph fits into it all at the moment.
Entonces, el final que he estado buscando es el que el otro yo no pudo darme. El yo que se lanzó de cabeza a la lucha contra un poder.
I have faith that Fern will materialize on your account soon.
El yo que finalmente dejó esta tierra. Después de todo este tiempo, finalmente he encontrado mi final.
She grasps the gleaming die of Babylon.
Solo un lanzamiento más y todo habrá terminado.
A mod in chat indeed. The head moderator, no less. All moderation decisions do go through Senna.
Mi historia, mi pueblo, todo finalmente llegará a su fin. Pero el sueño sobre el panóptico también
Prime
terminará,
mod indeed.
¿verdad?
Oh, she isn't out yet. I see the banners are staggered, are they, Senna? She stops.
Oh, cariño. Es solo un sueño.
Ah, no me digas que estás abandonando tu búsqueda de toda la vida por un miserable sueño.
Este sueño es cruel. Nadie entiende esta gran novela ahí ni este pueblo asombroso.
Pero aquí, eres una verdadera escritora. Este es tu hogar, Recoleta.
Pero ya extraño a mis amigos en ese sueño. Existe, así como este lugar existe.
I see. Thank you, Emmy. Thank you for the info.
Pero nosotros también somos tus amigos, Recoleta.
Podrías desaparecer si dejas a Malfitano. ¿Estás segura de que quieres irte?
Senna, did you know that Imgur no longer works in the UK? I can't look at Imgur links anymore because of the Online Safety Act. Imgur were just like, nah. We're not having any of it. The young rider puts down the die in her hand. The die that signifies the end of everything vanishes into the sandy wind. Yeah, I know you, Senna. Gonna have to start using VPN all the time.
He pasado mi vida emprendiendo aventuras tontas y no recompensadas. Así soy yo, ¿verdad? Amalfitano es, en efecto, un lugar ideal. Un lugar para vagar, para un viaje corto y para perderse un rato. Y tiene a ustedes, mis amigos ficticios, a quienes quiero tanto. Pero debo regresar a mi sueño y ver a mis amigos ahí. Ellos son igual de importantes para mí.
As they hear her words, the ghosts of the town smile with relief.
Sí, tienes razón, Recoleta. No se puede negar que eres un alma noble y apasionada. Cada uno de nosotros lo sabe.
También eres nuestra querida amiga. ¿Por qué te detendremos de hacer lo que realmente deseas?
Everyone makes way for her as a path into the boundless void unfolds.
Deseamos lo mejor, Recoleta. Buenas noches, querida. Que tu sueño sea dulce esta vez.
Gracias a todos, mis amigos. Nunca los olvidaré.
The girl wipes the tears from her eyes and steps into the looming darkness. All is silent as she enters the barren land. There's only the faint sound of footsteps echoing against a vast and empty darkness.
I've read your work, Señorita Recoleta. To be frank, it lacks both depth and breadth. This town of yours is still far from reflecting the complexity of society, and the narrative lacks a discerning perspective. It still needs some work if you want it to truly resonate with our audience. Just go for it, Señorita. You're at a perfect age to explore, experience, and learn.
Time wheels, and at last the girl feels her existence again within the void. She reclaims her voice.
What's happening to me?
1,000 or perhaps countless faces emerge before her again.
Of course. The rise and fall of sanity is my story. So, even though the novel's been destroyed, the story, and myself along with it, lives on in the minds of those who read it. Thank you for your feedback, editor. Even here in this great expanse of darkness, I can still hear your words. You have my gratitude. Thank you for reading my novel, even if you didn't understand it, and likely never will.
She navigates a labyrinth of words and an endless expanse of mirrored waters. The darkness surging toward her is like a rush of waves on a dark night, making her presence feel heavier.
Honestly, I find your story totally fascinating, but I'm still struggling to understand the connections between all these nameless characters. Couldn't you make it clearer? Like a movie?
Typical. Trust a writer to try to be all obscure and mysterious.
Maria, Pancho, you guys are the best traveling pals I've ever had. Our paths may diverge in the future, but the joyful memories of our journey across grasslands, snowfields, and deserts together will remain forever.
Shelley, yep, Shelley's rerunning right now, Senna.
It's been great coming along.
Not yet,
with you.
Senna, no.
You're totally one of a kind. We'll be waiting for you at my aunt's vineyard.
We would hope soon,
After a
but
hard day's work will do you
you
good.
never know with Treecom, do you? The Passionate's companions wave to her, never looking back as they continue forward. The girl's steps are no longer weightless. With every step she takes, they feel heavier and more real. Yeah, she got priest class change. She lingers inside the infinite mask in the mirror, the boundless universe filling her with both confusion and illusion.
There is ambition in her writing. It's passionate and poetic, fractured and chaotic. But when viewed as a whole, her work feels like little more than a superficial illusion. It lacks the depth to truly touch the soul. I will refrain from offering further comments until she stops romanticizing her childish adventures. To put it bluntly, her phraseology feels overly deliberate to the point of distortion. Her verbiage is like a collection of vague sentiment bubbles.
Yep. Agreed. This Aleph guy knows what he's talking about.
I see, Aleph. Then this is how you really feel about my novel?
1,000 readers will interpret a story 1,000 different ways. Some believe the text itself is dead, and it is the reader who gives it life.
They're all Aleph, right? They're all creations of Aleph.
The truth cannot be fully conveyed.
It sounds like Aleph is the prime.
That said, I think the rise and fall of sanity is a good story.
Her heart skips a beat. Within this paradise, that harbours the boundless histories and mysteries of humanity.
So the eternal paradise is
She finally finds the mirror that shows her reality as it truly is.
Always imagined. Or is this just another reflection of my inner thoughts?
Not here right now, I guess, folks.
I like it
Oh
here.
god, penguins.
It's nice being surrounded by literature,
You're on one today.
but it's time to go back to reality.
Love a good music box jig.
You're right about literature, Dorside Beggar. It is a dangerous and futile calling, but I still believe in it.
The investigators from the Foundation breathe a sigh of relief together. Recoletta's reappearance is as sudden as her disappearance. Sonedo hasn't even had time to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Recoletta, you're back.
I'm so glad to see you're safe.
Yeah, it seems like Aleph, well, the way that he talked about it at least, Aleph seems to be the prime personality that has plenty of dissociative identities.
And I'm so glad to see you two worried sick about me. Thanks, mis mejores amigas Soneto y Burton.
Why is the book still there? This darn thing, we can't get rid of it. The reborn writer turns to the prisoner sitting dejected nearby.
See, Aleph? I still exist.
Amalfitano is gone. It's all over. You're simply a wandering ghost now, never to return home again. You may still exist, but Amalfitano will never get its ending. You've nullified its existence, rendering all of this meaningless. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question. I've failed once again.
His die falls to the ground. What she used to construct a beautiful dream, now whatever magic it held has dissipated.
Amalfitano and the Panopticon were two parts of a whole. With Amalfitano gone, Komala no longer has any reason to exist.
I'm sorry, Aleph. You, who know all the mysteries of the world, who seek answers to every question, have lost yourself in the process. You can answer everyone else's questions, but never your own. Who's the person behind that mask? Is he real? Does he still exist?
Who am I?
The weighty ending to the story leaves the prisoner still trapped in a blurred illusion. exhausted. Kamala prison groans, like an aging water wheel struggling under its own weight, distorting, fading, and collapsing into the currents of his mind.
Stay vigilant, everyone. This is just like when the idealist and the physician had their meltdown, only this time, it seems even worse.
I think
New book is going to be called Reverse 1999. Maybe.
Down the panopticon.
Beyond the crumbling walls, a shivering figure is faintly visible. He grips a gun tightly, the black barrel shaking in his hands is aimed at the people in the room.
Freeze! Stay where you are. All of you.
Hi. Hi, officer. I know, everything's normal in here. Just run-of-the-mill prison.
Take a deep breath, soldier. The smoke's cleared now. This story, this battle, will soon come to an end. A writer has departed from her domain, leaving her creation scattered behind her, like blood-soaked bandages and fragmented skulls in the trenches. What a garbled mess.
I don't understand at all.
Glad we're on the same page.
God.
Thank heavens my commander wasn't some kind of literature. Else I'd have been blown to bits before I could decipher their poetic orders.
You've developed a sense of humor.
Well, it's all thanks to a certain writer. The embodiment of the wandering poet and traveler from Santiago to Buenos Aires. She impressed me with her precious experience as a cafe dishwasher and campground caretaker. What really rekindled my sense of humor was her seriousness about her literary pursuits. You'd understand what I mean if you'd ever heard a cheesy joke at a comrade's graveside. Drawing strength from her wanderings and rebellious exploits, she attempted to change society, wielding the sword of literature as a revolutionary intellectual and a leader of thought. Some would hail her as a battle angel of Latin America, with words as piercing as bullets and poems as powerful as tactical bombers.
I doubt literature has such a profound impact.
Many share your doubt.
Nah, it does.
Myself included.
I'm only saying that. Like, words are powerful. Words are really powerful. Words can capture the heart of the masses. Words are potentially the most dangerous weapon of all.
Here. Come closer. Let me tell you a secret. Many, if not all people, foolishly think it's the executioner who drops the guillotine blade, the powder that fires the bullet. While they're half right, they're substantially inaccurate. Craters on the battlefield aren't the result of bombs, but a clashing of ideologies. A trigger pulled long before the powder ever ignited in the barrel. As for literature, well, it's probably best not to buy too much into the Latin American boom. Forget about the status report from earlier. That said, at least there's one thing that's certain. Books can bite back, and they'll leave scars.
The lack of poetic techniques in the chapter overall. Haven't noticed any assonance, alliteration, repetition. A couple comparisons. That's about it. There was a lot of analogies used. A lot of analogies, metaphors, similes used, especially in the early part. That was part of what really like did me in up until, I don't know, about 14 or so, like when we started to get interested on Aleph, and it started making a little bit more sense. It was all just like an endless string of like analogous slop. It was a lot of like empty space where nothing made sense whatsoever. It's like watching Steins Gate. I don't hate literature at all. Oh, I love onomatopoeia. Bzz. A prisoner steps out from behind the wall, a weapon held in his shaking hand.
I was just setting up my exhibit whenever I started shaking.
That's our boy.
Then I realized it wasn't just my imagination.
True ID.
So I followed the cracks in the wall and found my way here.
Well, welcome.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something's happening to the Panopticon, isn't it?
His panicked hands shift the gun towards Aleph, who has collapsed on his side.
Are you the physician? Or is it Aleph? Whoever you are, please restore the Panopticon to the way it was. I'm begging you. You can do that, right?
The mind that once created infinity now watches as it folds back into nothing before him.
Why aren't you doing anything, damn it? Why is this happening? Oh, the die. If you won't help me, then I'll do it myself.
The prisoner, in desperation, lunges forward.
Calm down, Garcia.
Oh, we gotta beat him up.
May the peace be with us.
This looks a lot less threatening than a gun.
Calculate, simulate.
A sword sharp.
An accurate reading. Who charts the star's orbit?
He didn't read Steins Gate. True. I know loads of people who love Steins Gate, by the way. Again, it's just a personal taste thing. Weakest chapter in the game. Again, this has been a low point in the game for me. I feel like the end part of this is a lot more palatable for me, again, than the rest of the chapter. But yeah, there were a good like 12, 14 books of pain there. Garcia, weakened by his long confinement, is easily knocked to the ground, unable to withstand even the lightest touch of arcane skill.
Why is this happening to me?
You refunded for Steins Gate. Oh boy.
So close to completing the
I don't blame you, Treasurer.
Can't you see, Garcia? There's no one controlling this place now. You're free. It isn't the die that's trapped you, nor is it the walls of this prison.
Back in your days as a 4chan delinquent, no doubt, Senna.
It's the rules and that overpowering gaze from the central tower. But now that's all gone. You can go outside. You can set up
You
your
must have been,
set
what,
anywhere
15?
you want. No need to stay stuck in this.
Looking back at all that he has lost, the artist cuts her off.
No, Señorita Recoleta. You've seen the world out there. You know as well as I that there's nowhere else I can go but here. This is the only place in the world where I can hold my exhibit.
That's what I thought, yep. That's the story we're going with, Senna.
And you've ruined it. You've ruined everything.
This room's about to collapse. We've got to leave.
Wait, why would you say something that would hurt me so much, Senna?
Mr. Garcia, do you need
Let's
a hand?
steady on here, okay?
I can take care of myself, thank you.
His drip, though? What, this?
Go a different way. I have to go back.
Is this
setting up
drip?
my exhibit.
Ah, because the agent, sure. He drags himself forward with trudging steps, retracing his path to leave.
Burton, what about Aleph? We can't just leave him here.
Into male chokers. That's a chain. He's a prisoner.
Of course not. We still have questions he needs to answer. Sinetto, help me get him up. Let's get out of here.
It's not drip. Oh, it is. Okay, yeah, I do see what you're saying. He's got crazy drip. Yeah.
Yes, timekeeper.
Fair play. The dejected prisoner looks at Sonetto with confusion.
Your words are always at odds with your thoughts. You carry an ocean of questions, yet never reveal even a single drop of them. Why have you never shared your doubts? Why do you stay silent in the face of everything and everyone around you?
I believe in my duty.
Calling out Sonetto. So I guess Sonetto's story and character development is far from done as well. If they're like, because that's a bit of a callback, isn't it, to chapter 4, where Sonetto had to stand up for herself and actually spoke her mind. Prisoner shifts his gaze to the other Foundation investigator.
As for you, paracausality researcher, you're different from any other seeker of answers. Even on a desperate, near-hopeless journey, your heart holds little doubt.
Perhaps not every question needs an answer, Mr. Aleph.
Is that so?
The prisoner, so used to answering others' questions, seems to have run into one of his own, but unfortunately, no one is here to answer it. I don't know how much left we have of this chapter. Maybe we still need to find out how Manus was involved in it.
Look, it's sinking.
Hi, Halo.
Corpses float on the planks, and the fleeing prisoners are swimming toward the shore. Time to abandon ship.
What ship?
One that was exiled to a desolate corner of the ocean by the resplendent civilized world. It's both a prison and a sanitarium. Are any of your friends aboard? If so, you might find the following report a little offensive. Dregs of society. Human scum. These are the terms used to describe its eccentric passengers.
That is generally how I feel about myself, so...
To be fair, they do lack discipline and independence. But that may well be a response to the heavy pain they've endured.
I'm like, yeah, you've got a point.
Some theorists suggest
you've got a
that
point, military
victims
narrator.
Trapped in the confines between rationality
20 parts, thanks, Crapping on
irrationality.
I guess we're very close to the end.
And redefined by historians as they please. But let's ditch the theories and simplify things. The moment the shackled called madness was fastened around their necks, whether they were truly mentally ill or not.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about me, to be honest, this bad one. I won't put that onto you guys. You guys are angels compared to me.
And now, the mad passengers are storming the shore.
Ah, they are spreading their disease.
But one can gain immunity through controlled infection. The disease can become its own vaccine.
Ah, we were talking about that earlier.
Just be aware of the ignorant commander who defies a wandering lunatic in pursuit of a little knowledge. Let's dig deeper. Scavenge through the messy
How classy,
field for dark
Zafriel, to just drop that in capitals in chat.
These people born mad.
True man of class.
After watching the inhabitants of this earth tear each other apart in one war after another, I've concluded
well, Crapping on
knowledge drives people to
I
madness.
learned in chapter 8, because I was paying attention to the story, that Schneider could come back because Mr. Carson came back in another time. She may not be Schneider, but maybe she'll be carried by the storm to be a different person who's the same person.
Madness is a side effect of the sedative that is knowledge. As long as those on land continue to consume it, this ship will never be short on recruits.
She's the 3rd anniversary limited. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
This is a war between madness and civilization. Both sides have leveled accusations, spilled blood, and pummeled each other. And soon, everyone will have leapt into the trenches and been beaten to a bloody pulp.
Yeah, CN will know first.
This fate.
England, Global is only 2 patches behind CN, right?
The one leaning against the sunken ship showing no signs of struggle or sorrow. Garcia.
Yeah, she might be really different. Or, you know, it might not be. It might not work like that. They might figure it out.
Yet there he is, staring
Maybe everyone will
blankly
live
at the
happily
shore.
ever after. Verdun and Schneider can finally kiss. The fandom can be over the moon.
He's in his home base. He holds no hope for forgiveness from his enemies. Not in the slightest. He's a one-man army, fighting only for himself. Alone.
A 7-foot tall pickle with 24 abs. Now we're talking.
Now, do a 360 and look again. He's been utterly defeated.
But if I did a 360, I'd be facing the other way. I don't get it.
Dear. Why are you so interested in the panopticon of Kamala? Dear Mr. Aleph, whether as a doctor or a writer, I simply cannot turn a blind eye to the friction around me.
Especially the discord and injustice I have witnessed here in Kamala. So, I would ask of you a question. Is there any way to resolve the endless conflicts in this place?
I'm gonna guess no.
To put an end to this, a true ending is required. Your arrival has made it possible for this simulation to have an ending. Or rather, a victory.
What do you mean by...
I don't think that's ever the answer.
I'd
Cabinet,
appreciate it if
sorry.
you could clarify in simple terms. If this victory comes at the cost of any inmate's life, I'm afraid I cannot accept it.
I don't know, Sir Vanstein. So, my thoughts, which are a little bit cynical, are that they felt that the chapter wasn't long enough when they completed it, so they added those bits after the fact, those parts after the fact, and then couldn't voice them before release. That is generally why that kind of thing happens. They fleshed it out with those pieces, with those story pieces, but then couldn't voice them. But obviously I don't have any knowledge of Reverse 99. That's just generally the way that that kind of production thing works that I have seen in previous games.
I also have another question for you. If I leave, will the stories and conflicts here come to an end?
Miss Grace of Manus Vindicte will grant you passage. But in any case,
Love chapter 11 when it comes out.
Will continue to
Yeah, I'll get to experience it with everyone else. Scrapping on Cabinet, that's part of the fun. I've heard chapter 10 is very good. I've heard chapter 10 is a pretty good story, so I'm looking forward to that as well, of course.
The sins of
Still got that
humankind
coming up.
will not cease until veins turn to wires,
Probably
flesh and bone
this
to
weekend,
geometric
Friday
shapes,
maybe.
and the world around us twists in the colors of an oil painting.
I must say,
Yeah, I've heard it's very
words
good.
have left me rather baffled. Fragments of the events you describe often appear in my dreams. Could it be that these things really happened?
Reverse 99 has been quite hit or miss with me. Like, I really liked 3, 5, 6, and 7. 1, 2, 4, 8 were all kind of just okay, and then most of this has been a bit of a low point. So it's like pretty much half and half.
If that's the case, why can't I recall the details? Why am I left with only disconnected pieces?
Haunted Highway was also absolutely amazing.
Madness and Kamala.
Really good.
These bizarre
I enjoyed Haunted Highway maybe the most out of any of the content in the game. It was really good.
What have I forgotten? Has someone or something altered my memory? I can't shake the feeling that something crucial to me has been lost in the river of time. Some kind of duty, perhaps. What should I do?
More suited for character-specific stories, not main story relevant. Yeah, they the main story seems to come second to this chapter and the last one. It's like the main story is kind of almost an afterthought in them. And I don't mind a bit of side story, but this game actually has side stories, so I'd like the story chapters to be, you know, like the main story arc. It's okay to introduce new characters and stuff and have them play into that, but I'd like it still to be the main attraction of it. That's just my opinion, though. Again, like, it's just to everyone's taste, right? My opinion is no more relevant than anyone else's.
Answer a question that already has an answer. One given to you by the person who escorted you here and made you a promise. You're so close to the place where the truth lies.
I'm looking forward to getting to play through all of the
Why are you here?
Man, I keep forgetting the term of it. The side stories, essentially, because it showed me, like, I was shown how good Haunted Highway was very early on. It was so good. Yeah, Reflections. Thank you. So I'm looking forward to seeing the other ones. Because if one's good, like, others are bound to be good as well. Maybe not all of them, but I'm sure I'll really like some of them.
These letters we found have answered a great deal. But there's still something that isn't clear. Mr. Aleph, what exactly did the Manus promise Dr. Doris?
But we're going to have to do that steadily over time as we unlock them.
An era. A chance for her to remember her duty.
An era? You helped her leave the Panopticon in the end. Where did she go?
Momentarily roused from his dream, the prisoner looks blankly for a moment before his gaze drifts back toward the distant illusion.
Southward. There, on the no man's continent, Manus
Antarctica.
Vindicte is preparing to recreate the parable of the past and future. A glorious past and a glimmering future belonging to Arcanus. Dr. Doris is deeply connected to this particular parable.
What exactly are the Manus planning to do in Antarctica? And why would Dr. Doris go there voluntarily?
I've done 2 of them, Zafril. 3.2 is Chapter 12 and Mystery Box Carnival, New Limited. Can't wait because of the crumbs teased in the game and the live stream will be in 4 weeks. Cool. 2 weeks. Yeah, I've done 2, Zafril. We did some more of it yesterday. We finished off the second one. There's still so much stuff I need to do to like catch up, quote unquote. The information revealed stirs unease in the hearts of the investigators from the Foundation.
Mr. Aleph, when did Dr. Doris depart?
Take a wild guess, Sonetta, yeah. What did Manus planning to do in Antarctica? I don't know, bad shit.
It was a day when both the clouds and sun were visible.
A day when both the clouds and sun were visible.
Probably gonna try to make the
Could
storm,
you be more
aren't they?
specific?
Pacific? You mean the time of day?
His mind long ago lost any sense of time, a necessary exchange to make room for an infinite cosmos of words. He once again finds himself without an answer.
When both clouds and the sun were visible.
Hey, Vertin, I think I know. It was 3 days ago. Then Dr. Doris wasn't going to Comala on the day I met her. She was leaving. She was headed to Antarctica. It was cloudy that afternoon, with a brief spell of sunshine, just like Aleph described.
Then it hasn't been long since she left. Excellent news.
3 days. If we set off immediately, we might still catch up to her.
Aleph is a pretty interesting character.
Based on the intel we gathered in Ushuaia, Manus Vindicte bombed the entire port 3 days ago.
He was very much like the saving grace of this
They
chapter.
wanted to prevent any interference from the Foundation. It's unlikely we'll find any functioning ships there. I'll report the situation to the Buenos Aires branch. Timekeeper, I'm afraid we'll have to find another way to get there.
I have a boat.
You do? A small boat gifted by Manus Vindicte. Okay. During the past several storms, he's taken the boat, travelling to Antarctica at Manus Vindicte's invitation to evade the reversion.
Could you lend it to us?
Ah,
The situation
that's
is
how.
urgent, Mr.
So
Aleph.
that's how he survived the storms. That makes sense. I was wondering that. During the past several storms, he's taken the boat travelling to Antarctica at Manus Vindicte's invitation to evade the reversion. Said to be bad because it takes the entire chapter just to learn where Dorez went. 99% of it is irrelevancy regarding the relationship between Recoleta and Aleph. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Most of the chapter is not focusing on the main story. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. And they put main story content in side story. I think the Teton series wasn't written in the best way. I may have missed out on stuff, like maybe I would have had a better understanding if I could have played the events in order. But obviously that wasn't really an option because we don't have them unlocked. So I'm not sure. Maybe it would have made more sense. Maybe I'll, when I finally do those, when I get to those, it will make more sense. I don't know. Can't really say. Beneath a decrypted lighthouse, a battered little boat bobs in sync with the waves. It's small and fragile, not the kind that seems capable of braving an icy sea.
This boat will automatically take
Icy
you
sea?
to McMurdo
Ice
Port,
Crown Citadel?
the landing point Manus Vindicte established by the shores of the Ross Sea.
Oh, congrats, Marshmallow. Soneto eyes the boat with skepticism, rightfully distrusting this advisor of Manus Vindicte.
This looks like Manus technology. Its arcane energy source is highly unstable. Timekeeper, I suggest we wait for support in Ushuaia.
I don't usually agree with Soneto, but I have to admit, I don't have much confidence that a
What do you mean you don't usually agree with her? You've known her for a fucking hot second, love.
Mr. Aleph, do you know anything about Manus Vindicte's
How many times have you even
ritual?
spoken to her?
How far has it progressed?
The ritual could begin at any moment. I believe that's why they left
Jeez.
Kamala.
The gall of this girl.
Upon departure, one of their members, a woman named Grace, told me they would seal off the sea.
Are we too late?
If you wish to find Doris,
Chapter
you
10 trailer,
must
okay.
follow the same path she took.
The distant drone of the raging waves fills the background like a repeating omen.
I see. Mr. Aleph, members of the Foundation branch will arrive soon to evaluate your condition.
The die
hope you'll
the
answer
die
their
is like a
questions with
big
the same
part of
patience you
the
showed us.
chapter. It's a big
Thank you.
focus, like central point of the chapter.
Soneto,
His like magical die.
Let's go.
Presumably Manus
Yes,
Vindicte gave him.
timekeeper.
Oh, in fact, I think they said Manus Vindicte gave it to him. The power is drained. As always, Soneto keeps any mission irrelevant queries to herself. The girl is preparing to set sail. Turn to the young rider beside them.
Thank you for your assistance too, Recoleta. Perhaps you'll consider joining the...
A thunderous crash echoes from behind them, the sound of a collapsing building.
What was that? It came from the Panopticon.
Maybe it's the Panopticon collapsing? Sure sounds like it. As day breaks... Oh, wait, hold on. We got this. Here. There's a passage here. Its author unknown. Journey to and fro. I return once more to Kamala Prison. To me, this massive cage is no longer an inescapable labyrinth. When I left, the lady from Manus Vindicte did not stop me. Yet, I could still feel her gaze, so sorrowful, so blurred, so cold, never once shifting away from me. On the streets of Ushuaia, a young girl pointed me back toward the prison. That severed thread tugged at my heart, and I knew with certainty that my mission lay here. If I were placed before fate, my life and death would seemingly follow a predetermined path to its destined end. And as I walk this path, I must carry not even a shred of hesitation. This time to speak with Aleph, the one who answers all questions. It took you 100 hours to finish a quarter of Borderlands. Now that's a good game if you're still enjoying it after that much and you still want to play the other 3 quarters. Hope you're having fun, Aratems. Blazing flames reflect in their eyes, just like the name of this island might suggest. A winter night stands sentinel over a great conflagration as every brick of Kamala prison crumbles and falls. I don't think I've watched any of the trailers.
Control gone. Kamala is collapsing. The inmates aren't even real criminals, are they? And they're still in there with no clue that they're no longer being watched from the central tower. We have to go tell them. We have to get them to safety.
I think I may have watched 1 or 2 somewhere along the lines.
Yes, we should help them get out. At least until support arrives. But the Manus ritual.
The battered boat sways within their sight.
Don't worry. I'll go alone.
Huh?
You should hurry. When this is all over, I'll write to you, my dear friend.
Trailer watch party. I'd really rather not. I don't think I'll gain much from watching all of the trailers.
During this journey together, our teamwork has been impeccable. So, you can trust me to do this. I'm not doing it just to help you or the organization you represent. I'm doing it because
I think I'll just be sat there like, I've kind of already seen a lot of this.
Okay, I trust you. Take care of yourself, Recoleta.
But if the storm truly is imminent, as Dr. Merlin said, then, Miss Recoleta, you'll...
Battlefield 4 is meant to be very good. Soneto, more familiar than anyone with the Foundation's exhaustive regulations, has no ready answer. She knows that, in this era, before those arcanists who remain ignorant of the truth, she must watch her words.
I don't quite understand what this storm is all about. But don't worry.
Yeah,
a brand new adventure is the best thing that can happen
Battlefield,
to a
you know what I mean, whichever Battlefield it is.
And I doubt it'll surpass the epic adventures we've shared over the past couple of
Whichever
days.
one it is.
I'm going to write everything,
Some friends of mine were talking about
the
it.
2 of you, into my new novel.
Then I'd like to be the first to read this new novel, if that's alright.
Of course. Listen, I believe literature is like an endless, timeless river. So we'll meet again someday, somewhere.
Ah, Borderlands.
Probably in someone else's story. Who knows?
She takes one last look at her new friends, feeling as a longing as if they had known each other for decades. Then, without a backward glance, the girl sprints back to the burning ruins of the prison.
Adios, mis queridos amigos.
It's okay, maybe her next novel will be better. She'll have learned, right? She'll have learned. I haven't played Borderlands since Borderlands 1. Ah, that's the art, right? There is a Monsters and Memories stress test this weekend. Yep. It's a stress test. They're merging all the servers together. They're just trying to load the server up as much as possible, so it may not be very functional. But I'll probably try to log on at least for the start of it to to help. Because they just need as many people logging in as possible. All the visitors depart one after another. Yeah, no Pathfinder today. One of the players wasn't feeling very well today, so we just called it for today. Amid the distant echo of singing, the creator of the prison stares into the fire as it burns. Thanks for asking, Aratems. I appreciate it. The moment holds for a time until a breathless jaguar appears at the dock's edge. I was wondering what was happening to her, staring at the human before her with uncertainty.
Dr. Merlin, you're Dr. Merlin, right? I finally found you.
This is the sickest character.
What on earth happened in the central tower? Right after I left, the whole Panopticon started collapsing. The tower's in ruin. I've been looking for you everywhere. Please, sir, come with me. It isn't safe.
That won't be necessary. The snow is still falling.
It's criminal that we can't play as that character.
Has already gone up in flames.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Fate.
They're
nothing but a ridiculous joke.
I mean, her character was written from the start, and it's still playing out now. Like, this is the ending of her character,
It's
right?
over, Jaguar. You have lost your memories, your identity, your name, and now your title. You are no longer a jailer trapped in the Panopticon.
I don't get it, Dr. Merlin. What are you talking about?
Oh. The jailer takes a step back, a predator instinct sensing the danger of the words to come. The damage may not be physical, but it threatens to shatter what little faith she has left to hold on to, and the life she has always known.
I'm going back to Kamala. Order must be maintained. The prisoners mustn't be allowed to escape. Please take care, Dr. Merlin.
That's so sad. Yeah, she's awakened. Nerves torn between panic and hesitation, the jailer at last turns toward the searing flames.
Hey, you! Don't run off like that. It's dangerous.
No one heeds her cries. One prisoner after another flees in terror, escaping the crumbling labyrinth.
In deserts, in stars, in labyrinths.
We dream on death's straw pillow.
The jailer drifts through the raging scene, unable to steer a sensible course. At last, she pins down a frail and powerless prisoner beneath her weight.
Stop! Get off me! Let me go! Are you blind? The Panopticon is falling apart!
It's you, Roberta.
The jailer recognizes the prisoner under her grip. Roberta, a kind and quiet prisoner, always well behaved, now panicked and desperate to escape.
They are all mad! I knew it! They've been insane from the start! The whole place is burning to the ground and they still won't leave! They're still talking and talking about things that no one cares about! I can't help them! I never understood what they were talking about! The rhythms, the factions, the ideologies. Yes, the people were nice. The idealists too, but I've had enough of this prison. I've had enough of the Panopticon.
She collapses onto the ground, sobbing.
I never should have joined these movements. It was all meaningless from the beginning. I want to leave this place. Go to Spain or France. Anywhere but here. I want to go back to Magdalena.
The jaguar releases her grip. Without a backward glance, Roberta leaves. The jailer steps back into the circular structure she knows as her only home.
Nada podrá parar ni vencer mi ser.
Under the night sky, she sees Kamala Prison glowing like a brilliant bonfire. Like the prison part of the whole thing, I really enjoyed. I actually really liked it. But the literature,
how does
part,
literature make you feel?
nope.
As though I'm a kid
Need that
looking through a
wallpaper, yeah.
kaleidoscope for the first time. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle.
The young rider drowns in the vortex of words as the blind woman walks away. She walks silently toward Kamala Prison, arriving at the dock hidden between cliffs and reefs. There, the prisoner who answers all questions awaits her arrival.
A ship sailing to an unfamiliar land, a parable of the past and future, an era that once existed and is yet to come.
Oh, yeah, you can just grab it off the stream, can't you?
Is this the answer you've provided, Mr. Aleph?
No, Erd. You will have to find this answer yourself.
You get paid more for more lines they write.
No one can help you with this.
I could believe that.
No one.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Aleph. I will remember what you've told me.
So, the Platonic year. Whirls out the right and wrong. Whirls in the old instead. All men are dancers, and their tread. Goes to the barbarous clangor of a gong. We saw this earlier in the chapter, didn't we, with this poetry? Right at the start. W.B. Yeats, 1919. She's so thin, yeah, she's a real waif. We did it. We're the winners. We are a winner. What's this? The answering machine, the butterfly, and the literary critic. Oh boy. What's going on here? Oh boy. What are we stepping into here? What are we getting ourselves into? At the far end of the corridor lies a cell filled with countless communication devices. That's Aleph's story, I see. A solitary figure, tall yet stooped, waits within his modern citadel, listening for the dormant voices of telephones, wireless sets, and phonographs to awaken. The black telephone. On the cell's leftmost wall hangs a black telephone. Its metal casing is cheap and rusted. Manufactured in 1977, it arrived as a gift from the National Foucault Studies Association and the powers that be. The Idealist. And still, its prototype... Oh, this is him speaking. And still, its prototype eludes me. This is a mere replica of a perfect form. As we seem doomed to hear nothing but grievances on the futility of learning and the tedium of oppression and power, we might as well name this thing bureaucracy's most miserable mouthpiece. Zahir. So Zahir lost his mind over a one-sided coin, I think, if I remember correctly. Except because it's not voiced, yeah. Your choice of name is acceptable, yet still, I see you bending it to your ideals. This is his first character story, yep. You cannot keep doing this, Idealist. grasping only a fragment of a thing and then twisting it to your whims. The brown telephone. Suspended on the cell's right wall, a solemn yet refined wooden box traced with the warped inscriptions of the Arcanum. Now and then, Arcanists choose it over ink and parchment to send their messages. Now then, should I regard it, or regard them, for that matter? Kamala Prison and the so-called Manus Vindictae. Living proof of dependency theory in its purest form. Your theories are far too radical. A moment, please. Yes, let's call this the parable of a blind age. The silver telephone, the cutting-edge combination of arcanum and advanced technology wrapped up in a frigid metal exterior. Signals surge through its circuits. Its frame quivers as it drones in a low wail. Only Laplace could have produced such a thing. Observe how it has been altered in the most unusual ways. Signals wander through its delicate pathways, dissolving into obscurity, their source irretrievably lost. Lost, as we are, in modernity. It's nothing more than an effort to conceal the identity of the person on the other end. You're right. Why are we even bothering to name these horrid machines? This is the most worthless game of semantics we've ever entertained. We were waiting for a call. The telephone does not simply ring by virtue of our being here, just as Estragon and Vladimir will be forever waiting in vain. In language, we must deconstruct what is taken as truth. More importantly, what and when is now? Are we still within reality, or is this an edifice of our own memories recalled later? If we are only memories, then waiting for anything, even if the telephone's ringing, is a paradox. Caught between the endless avenues of what has been and what is yet to come, like every one of us. Patience. All we need to do is wait. Ah, a scene lifted straight from the great absurdist tradition. Our players today, the idealist, and so here. Act 1. A human in pursuit of transcendentality. Our tragic star, Aleph, a human consumed by the desire to grasp the primordial core of the world, to reach a singular philosophical truth. A concept with neither genesis nor terminus. He was proud once, certain that nothing would be more excruciating than the burden of the unknown, that certainty would break. His pursuit led him to the gates of transcendentality, where he understood at last. The key was scattered across the fabric of existence itself. Finally, one day, he devoured his Ouroboros with unflinching resolve, a distilled fusion of sulphur and mercury, submitting to the forbidden elixir as it unravelled and redefined his very form. He thinks to himself, I'll find the truth and ultimate truth, and soon. Ring, ring, ring. A sharp piercing ring. The telephone dares to disturb the scene. Their heated discourse halts as each withdraws to the other side of the mirror. The man in the wooden chair gradually lifts the receiver. Hello. This is... wow, there's a lot of this. There's quite a lot of this. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Your continued support is invaluable to us. Whether you're in Cuernavaca, Gomez Palacio, or beyond, you will always remain a valued client of the Akbar Company. Silence pushes out the telephone line. On the other end, hurried breaths beat out against the transmitter, filling the receiver with an irksome hiss. One moment, sir, please stay on the line. Any feedback you have will be crucial. Your opinions are indispensable to the Akbar Company. Our main office is in Gomez Palacio, near the Museum of Literature and Fine Arts, just past the Lake of Fractured Reflections, through the forest where a single leaf dreams. You must have heard of it. Surely you've seen the burning bridge. In fact, all you need to do is check your credit card statement. I guarantee you've used our services before. Simply complete the following satisfaction survey, and you stand a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Tlön. The Lake of Fractured Reflections, the forest where a single leaf dreams, the burning bridge. The prisoner poised by the telephone is sure that these places do not exist in Gomez Palacio or anywhere else, but the riddle woven into these words is of far greater value than the promised ticket itself. This first character is already... yeah, it has gameplay. Oh, it has gameplay too, I see. I've never heard of your company, nor have I been one of your customers. But you must have played our indisputable board game, Romance Language Edition, a linguistic marvel of subverting contingency and materialism. Regrettably, at present, the game is single player only. We are, however, working on improvements. Tell me, would you be interested in a multiplayer format? Perhaps you've got a few close friends handy, some fellow language game aficionados? Fragments of glass and unbroken mirrors cast back to the prisoner's image, multiplying him into infinity. The prisoner nods wordlessly. Splendid! We are now ready to enhance your board game experience. Kindly stand up, face the direction of the Aurora, open up volume 11, Hronia and the Synthesis of Scientific Cosmology, and spin around 16 times. Stay calm. A mild sense of disorientation is entirely natural response. Now, what vision presents itself in the mirror? In the mirror, the poet, philosopher, physician, and alchemist ripple in unison. Tangled convergence, devoid of purpose. Now I'll need you to check the second appendix, Idealism and Contingent Phenomena Concordance Table. Then identify the correspondence notion and scribble it down at the top of your chart. And there you go. Your multiplayer upgrade is now complete. From now on, every game will begin with a single action, placing a mirror at the map's centre. Everyone knows. Mirrors expand the world. Mirrors invoke revulsion. Mirrors embody the infinite. Naturally, we hope you will be understanding. This upgrade does come with a few flaws. It's not a seamless revision. Should you experience any irregularities, we recommend removing all traces of material reality from the game and reinserting them, manually if necessary. Thank you for your participation. Tell me, what do you think of the game so far? The question is laid out like a trap, a test to reveal whether the prisoner is still imprisoned within the confines of language. A manual removal of all materialist elements is a consummate game of words. A brilliant reply, sir. Brilliant! Yes! You have demonstrated a stellar understanding of the indisputable board game's true significance. As it stands, our current understanding of reality is inadequate to unravel the mystery of this inexplicable call. We must anchor our objectivity in the solidity of being itself. Through thought and discourse, we will, in time, find our hands upon the door of transcendentality. Transcendentality. That's a hard word. You sure you want to do this now? Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. Radio host. It's Grace. Ah, it's Grace. I see. Hope they inherit my experience in the art of gooning. I certainly hope that they do not. A doctor whose medical methods embody a classic systematic power model. This character has balanced attributes capable of damaging the opponent while enhancing himself with the flexible use of different cards. Help, gain 1 additional memory die. Is this like a board game, I'm guessing? So damage based on the number of memory die, gain armor. Memory die, Eureka based on the number of memory die. Okay. In this indisputable board game, you'll play as yourself. Find reason within the irrational and find answers in the trivial. Just defeat these phenomena one by one and cast them back into your meticulous mind. Tap here to see the skill effects this phenomenon holds. Tap here to check this phenomenon's intended action for this round. The phenomenon is about to interfere with us. Get ready. At the start of each round, several memory dice are rolled for you. Let's tap Confirm Dice to confirm these rolls and lock in the memory dice for this round. You can use your memory dice and response cards to battle these phenomena. You can use the memory dice and response cards to battle these phenomena. Okay. Each response card has a casting cost and a number of coloured dice must be assigned to pay for it. Ah, I see. Manually adding extra memory dice on top of the cost will amplify the card's effect, casting a more powerful version. Let's tap this and select an attack response card. Okay. After tapping on a response card, the memory dice required to pay for its casting cost will automatically be assigned. Tap the response card again to cast and activate the effect. You can still play more cards for the round. Tap and select a defense response card. Tap the response card again to cast and activate its effect. Tap to select a Eureka response card. Tap the response card again to cast and activate the effect. In the upper right corner of each card is the cast chance, showing how many times it can be cast per round. These reset each round. If no more response cards are available to cast, tap here to end the round. These are extraordinary rolls, but we don't need this many dice of the same colour. If any of the rolls aren't to your liking, you can re-roll as many dice as you wish. Tap a memory dice you want to re-roll. Tap to select a memory dice you want to re-roll. Tap on re-roll dice. Now tap on confirm dice to confirm these rolls and lock in the memory dice for this round. Tap here to check this character's passive skills. Tap here to check this character's active skills. I want to look at them more. Tap to select a Eureka response card. The required memory dice for the casting costs have been automatically assigned, but we can still add more manually to strengthen the card's effect. Tap to assign an additional memory dice. Okay. Response card is now fully enhanced. Tap it again to cast it. When the Eureka gauge is full, tap on the character panel to cast out an active skill. Tap here to check the effects of the casted active skill. Damage dealt plus 100%. Okay. Now what? What do you want me to do now? We good? We good to go? Am I free? Am I free? See you later, Marshmallow! Much love to you. What's that? Thanks for following. Man, I haven't heard that in years. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, that seems easy enough. Minigame is easy. Deal 8 damage, inflict 2 stacks of agony. Agony damage taken plus 50%. Okay. What do we do with that? Ah, we have a second enemy here, I see. Send all Eureka, gain 1 stack of profoundness. Steady treat out. So we have this now. Do we need armor? Like, we don't really need armor right now. Do we need anything other than damage? I guess we can keep the Eureka. What are these rolls? We're getting diced out here. Here I am. Just trying to cause some damage. Excuse you, sirs? We're getting hacked. Wait, why do these roll so high? Why do these roll so low? Maybe these only roll like a 1 or something. I don't know. Oh, whoops. I fucked it up! I messed it up! Just getting used to the controls. Yeah, we got diced. It's a Blood Bowl term. When you have bad luck in Blood Bowl, you get diced. We don't really care about taking damage, so... No. Oh. Did I not add that die? Whoops. So these only roll from a 1 to a 3, I guess. Says increased damage on it, doesn't it? Yeah. When you gain max Eureka, you can use the skill which gives you 100% damage bonus on this turn when you attack. Ah, I see, I see. Deal 32 damage. I would love to deal 32 damage. That'd be one of my favourite things to do. A single die appears up on the desk. A worn black 20-sided die. A symbol of chance and fate. The solitary prisoner rolls it between his fingers. The cell itself shifts imperceptibly with the rhythm of his breath. Is this the indisputable board game? A tool for responding to the questions from the other side of the line? A word game shaped by the randomness of being and the pursuit of idealism. I suppose a die that never settles is quite fitting. But who will oversee our game? The poet? The philosopher, or some as yet unknown player standing at the edge of our arena. Imagine that, sir. 21 minutes and 40 seconds, and here you are, still on the line. You, sir, are a kind and patient gentleman, but beyond all, you're an impeccable connoisseur of board games. The Ukbar Company's business has covered every facet of human life and will, if no one stands in our way, eventually come to encompass every aspect of reality. Now, through the marvel of modern telecommunication technology, we intend to help you become a part of the inevitable. But our work is far from over. Within a global corporeal empire like Ukbar, there is always more to be done. Each day I traverse the burning bridge. Oh, forgive me, sir. Back to business. Have you got any pastimes you'd like to share, or shall we say preoccupations? The answer to that is both singular and infinite. Really, sir? I don't mean to offend, but I wouldn't call answering phones a pastime, even if it's something I happen to do as well. It's far from the sort of thing that stokes the fires of passion. Now, a fascination with linguistic paradoxes, linearity or the lack thereof of storytelling, psychology and speculative fiction, those are true passions. Perhaps that's why the company decided I was so well suited for this role. Only, I admit that lately, things have been unusually complicated. Ukbar has a way of erasing memories. Is it arcane skill or merely idealism? I can't say for certain. What I do know is that I've been searching for a number, a forgotten one, a woman's number. 37? I hear her voice, always, ceaselessly, and always loudest when I step onto the burning bridge. The static sharpens to the point of becoming unbearable. Then, in the unnatural silence that follows, the prisoner hears an echo from the unknown. Hi, this is Laura. I'm not home right now. And to be honest, I won't be back for some time. I'm exhausted, and I just can't stay here any longer. But one day, I will return. If it's important, leave a message with Orbis after the tone. That way, I'll get it as soon as possible. An answering machine, and the speaker has a Spanish accent. Certainly not Castilian, not European. Latin America, Spanish-speaking territories, Argentina, Mexico, Guatemala, Peru, Chile, Venezuela, Bolivia, Cuba, Costa Rica, Panama. Why not dial every number in these regions? You will find her voice eventually. It eats away at me, sir. Day in and day out, confined to this coffin of a cubicle, I find myself asking, where has she gone? Has something happened to her? Is she safe? My mind turns more and more to darker explanations. That something has happened, that her life has come unwound. I just want to help her. Maybe she was someone I once knew. I can't remember much of anything but from before. Sometimes I'd rather she was just another customer and nothing more. I need to check on her again. Making calls is what I'm best at, and I can keep calling forever. Or for as long as I stay in Ukbar. Until I've gone through every pattern of numbers. Every one of them. Again. You're absolutely right, sir. Sooner or later, I will find her again. That's not unhinged at all. No worries, says Afriel. Enjoy! Enjoy your sleep. Oh, I keep doing that. They're so close together. Right, this has more HP this time. Still not really like our amount of HP. Welcome back, Fox. Damn. Should I find it this? This is fine. Good morning, El Kabowski. I hope you slept well. A cluster of nerve pain tightens its grip on the man as he withers away in confinement. There was no phone. I'm sure you realised that already, but I'll remind you, it wasn't there. Not until it started ringing. It was a survey call from hell. No real questions were asked, and no answers were needed. No philosophy, no science, no history, no art. Nothing of any real consequence. Surely it wasn't an actual call from hell. I suspect this is nothing more than another of our neuroses manifesting itself as we enter our labyrinth of recollection. It every so often collapses into chaos. Given that, it would be better to conclude that this was only an illusion wrought by hypothemesia. Fragments of discourse interlace, shaping a story both novel and obscure. Like Las Babas del Diablo, the threads of reality stretch in myriad directions, linked by some unknowable force. What is it that you suggest? That we're mentally compromised? How positively unlikely. Just to consider how many of us are doctors here. If we were really slipping into madness, then we could treat it. But taking medicine at random is not a compromise we can handle. We don't have much time left. Paracelsus. We cannot afford to waste it on ourselves. To see a rose reborn from the ashes, one must at least have the patience to watch it bloom. Perfection is demanded in all things. Even the tiniest particle of dust could doom the creation of the elixir of immortality. Every alembic, every ember, every vial must be meticulously positioned without deviation. But achieving such precision is too difficult, wouldn't you agree? Recollection? Recollector? Of all of us, you stand closest to our triumph, Master Alchemist. Ah, this is the alchemist. The Paracelsus is the alchemist. All look to you, all follow your guidance, and yet, are you about to claim, as LF does, that beyond this point, there is only emptiness? No, of course not. I'm only pointing out that we can afford to lose ourselves in these infinite minutiae day after day. Mental fatigue is an inevitable consequence of the strain that we put ourselves through. I've walked this path for many years. The rose, nourished by the fountain of immortality, has remained unchanged for 1,000 days. But who can say that if it will wilt tomorrow? I've done everything within my power. The rest is in the hands of God. The darkness stirs as an old, worn screen flickers on in a darkened room. The dull tone persists, rippling through stagnant air. Inside the sealed glass, a rose trembles as one of its wilted petals falls. His hand rises, hesitating for a moment before selecting a chat window that has long remained dormant. You're back. We are aware of it now, but awareness is not enough. Our theories are insufficient, our knowledge incomplete. We need more books, more truth, more reality. Defeat all enemies. It's a die. When starting a new chapter, you will play as a new character with new response cards. Tap here to check the new character's passive skills. Okay. Start of a round, game 1, a stack of association. When playing a response card, add and roll 1 short-term memory die. Response card. That's this? Spend all Eureka to refresh or cast chances on response cards. Okay. Oh, we can only use 1. I'm stupid. Oh, we can only use 2 here as well. I'm stupid! Oh, we can gain more Eureka. I see. Almost caught up already, yeah. We're getting there. Oh, I don't know why I didn't just hit it. In 1 stack of association, when playing a response card, add and roll. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we have one more door. We have one more entire door to do in 3 doors. Endless scrolls of messages spill across the small screen like a nosy virtual neighbour, disregarding any notion of consent. There's something unusual in the way that this dialogue is unfolding. Who in their right mind would greet a person missing for over a year with "you're back," as if your last exchange had been a few minutes ago? I'd be willing to put my money on it. You have no concept of time whatsoever. The prisoner requires no special insight to see it. The linguist, on the other end of the screen, is not the one he had previously been speaking to. You're not the linguist. Naturally, I'm not Ludwig, your linguist. You can call me Lawrence Butterfly, if that name holds any meaning to you. As you wish, then, Lawrence Butterfly. He complies without resistance, reshaping the designation in his mind. Then you're saying that he has vanished. The linguist, I mean. That's right. One day, he just up and disappeared. There's nothing left but an empty husk and disaster in his wake. No one can say for sure what happened. Everyone's been scrambling around since. It seems like we keep expecting him to just reappear and take back his garbage spot as easily as he left it. Then you're searching for him as well. That's a generous assumption, but at least if we're talking about what it is I'm doing, then sure. As for why I keep doing it, let me paint a picture for you. I'm in a long-abandoned office. How I got here is irrelevant. Let's just say that a certain research institute's security team dropped the ball. This place is empty, worthless, except for this 3x6 computer, formerly property of your linguist. Getting it up and running without setting off any alarms wasn't easy. I've said this 1,000 times before. Refined dragon tree resin is a disaster waiting to happen. Using it for any electronic device was madness. Now the entire circuit board is crawling with these damn critters. This computer, much like the linguist, has been weighed down by an utterly gratuitous affinity for classical design. All things considered, the fact this thing still functions is nothing short of a miracle. Laplace, Lorentz, thief, robber, researcher, arcanum, linguist. The prisoner orders and reorders the word in his mind, absent of ethical weight. So far, no answer presents itself. The only thing of any use in here is a remote communication program. It's so damn clean, it almost makes me mad. Even more baffling is that this program is still running after all this time, and there is only one chat visible in the logs. Yours. For someone the linguist never mentioned to anyone else, Mr. Aleph. You two certainly had a lot to talk about. Your chat history reads like an infinite loop. Between June the 12th and June the 22nd, 2004, you dissected a single preposition over the course of 3,000 messages. Interestingly, 2004 is after 1999. That's math. From March to July 2005, you two spent 4 months fixating on whether holiday language exists, exchanging 1.2 million words with a little editing. It could pass for a landmark philological thesis. I have to say, it's a bizarre thing. You're like some kind of ghost in the machine, a hallucination he conjured. So what are you? An undercover Laplace agent, or maybe just an imaginary friend? I'm not with Laplace. As for being his friend, I wouldn't know how he defines us. We merely exchange our thoughts when the occasion arises. Alright, you're touchy about calling them a friend. That's fine. I wouldn't be surprised if Ludwig felt the same way. I suppose that makes you something of an unofficial advisor to Laplace. My responses are not confined to Laplace as an institution, nor were they reserved for the linguist's questions alone. Oh, so you'll just answer anyone about anything? Why's that, Aleph? Think you know everything? That's a bit egotistical. Unless you're actually a program. Just some old process running on a loop in this dusty thing. Huh, maybe that's why they've kept you on. I'm not a program. Thanks for your honest answer, Aleph. And yet, oddly enough, I feel more confused about you than ever. No matter, I think your responses might somehow be more mechanical than a program. So, let's change the subject. I'm not a program. I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat. I'm playing a responsibility, yeah, so we get, this just gives us a stack. We don't want this trash. So we don't want this trash. Oh wait, we did want that trash. Never mind. I'm stupid. We really did want that trash. Oh, wait, we were meant to do that after. I fucked it up! It's fine. That was not efficient. Needless to say, that was not efficient. Ah, that'll do. Guess we might as well use this. We just take no damage anyway. Can't use that, can we? No. It doesn't feel like this game mode is very dangerous. Maybe it will be later. hoping to find some, a little bit of cheeky Eureka, you know? Eureka -1 that, oh, that's good, right? Want our Eureka to be as low as possible. Almost time for CN reset. What happens on CN reset? What do you get on CN reset? 2 books rest upon the unpolished wooden table before him. 1 book bears the title Meaning and Mental Phenomena, Vienna, 1st edition, 1921. The other, Structural Analysis of Symbolic Systems, Selected Philosophical Propositions, 1918. Just dailies. I see. I didn't know if you were like waiting for something today. The pages are aged and yellowed. The first cover is adorned by a precarious slip of paper with the words, "To my dear friend Aleph, Ludwig." Books rest against each other at a calculated 20-degree tilt, an arrangement that forms a structure both intelligible and functional. Problems do not truly exist in gradients of complexity. They are, at their core, just a series of problems. Every problem must have an answer. Each answer, in turn, may lead to transcendentality. That is how it is, isn't it? You know, I dabble in a little side business, purely for the enjoyment of it, which has led me to some truly unusual encounters. But a screen-bound conversationalist claiming to possess all the answers to the universe, now that hits my top 3 most bizarre for sure. Second place, an arcanist who was erased from the very fabric of society. A few years back in Luxembourg, I was researching an arcanist when, overnight, he simply ceased to exist. Maybe it was a curse. Whatever it was, everyone forgot all about him, which in turn made my research obsolete. Apologies. You'll find I enjoy extrapolating from and deciphering my subjects' minds until I get a full grasp of them. It's really the only way to find some joy in the work. As for the strangest of them all, it was something that happened in 1999. I was at Cambridge, sitting on a philosophy class, when the bird-headed professor suddenly stopped mid-sentence and declared that being a philosophy professor was the most absurd profession in the world. No sooner than that, he left and resigned his post. Another investigation cut abruptly short. Thief, assassin, sociopath, Laplace, Lorentz. The scattered words solidify, locking into a discernible pattern. This time, the prisoner has his answer. You're an assassin with a talent for analysis, and the linguist is the latest of your targets. If you're looking for the linguist's location, I cannot help you, at least not yet. Your identity is irrelevant. I simply do not know. An absurd truth, but what compels against unguarded honesty? Perhaps because he is even less of a threatening conversation partner than a program? Don't be so hasty, LF. For researchers and assassins alike, truth is like Las Babas del Diablo. Thousands of strands, impossibly entangled, forming patterns that twist into incomprehensible messes. But what you mistake for incomprehension is merely the first flicker of a clue. Tell me about your work, you and your linguist. I want to see what kind of cosmic embers your twin intellects have sparked. The linguist and I, or to be exact, he and the idealists, have been engaged in the pursuit of a perfect linguistic framework. Is that so? Then you believe in the possibility of a perfect language? There are languages whose phonetics are widely regarded as elegant, and others valued for their communicative precision. Yet among them all, I found no single language that embodies perfection. Yet the idealist is determined to create a language that tolerates no vagueness, one in which every term is precisely defined and controlled. In this endeavour, he and the linguist were aligned. Sounds like you could do with talking to 37. The linguist held that only by building and maintaining rigid definitions would we be able to erect a true foundation of metaphysics. Completing this task would eradicate the notion of skepticism that has persisted for a country and resolve the nascent contradictions of empirical inquiry. Each of them sought to create a linguistic framework capable of encapsulating their own understanding of reality. I see where you got along so well. Someone's coming. We'll have to put this on hold for now. The details of your perfect language model, I have a feeling they hold more pieces of the puzzle behind the linguist's disappearance. I will unravel Las Babas del Diablos. The words twist and distort before the prisoner's eyes. They unfurl into a band of digits and keystrokes, their logic forming an entire world and revealing to the prisoner sights never before seen. The dust-covered office door opens as a security officer storms in. Identify yourself! What are you doing here? The entire floor is off limits! Me? Oh, I just happened to be passing by and noticed this door was was open. If you want to point fingers, maybe start with whoever left this place unlocked. Step away from that device, ma'am. You're in direct violation of Appendix 3, Section 68 of the LSCC Safety Management Regulations. According to protocol, I have no choice but to... Hold on. There's a piece of history right here. You need to respect its delicate circuitry. Handle it with care. Ah, great. Now you've gone and riled up the critters. A swarm of critters surges through the machine, shorting its circuits in an instant. Flames catch on dust-laden files, and the abandoned office erupts into an all-consuming blaze. Well, let's just hope that Ludwig really is dead. These bad boys. Oh, film. Oh, I could have done this. I forgot that we had this. Very dead. Ooh, we've been locked on those dice. Okay. So we can hit here. Should kill there. Oh, it really didn't. We have passivity. Oh, these are actually locked, as in we can't use them. Oops. I did not understand that. I thought they were just locked so we couldn't re-roll them. That's my bad. Those are not the Eureka we're looking for. Can't kill that guy though. So we can't use those. I really want to find a Eureka. Okay. That's actually fine. There's no point in us resetting because we don't have any dice left. We have the Eureka for next turn. Wait, what do these mean? Are they locked in a different way? I don't know what this means now. Lana, after her merge, had a strength IV Lana that ended up with 81 strength base. Yeah, I saw that Lana's strength got really high on somebody's Lana. No. Thank you. Oh, what am I doing? Doesn't work, does it? Might as well use that. What are rewards from this? Get some big dollar items. Not really. Has to be done though. Also, it's quite interesting hearing about Aleph being tied in. Literally went and played the whole game of Death Palette again. So janky, what the fuck is it so good? I had a little look at it, it looks really weird. I wouldn't be totally against playing it though. See, like, the, I saw someone on the Lana thing, like, I saw someone with a very high strength Lana. I can't remember how high it was. I think it was like 87 or something. I don't actually know how. Oh, it's because it had a bondmate on it. That's why. Because it had a, strength bondmate on it. I still haven't spent my points on Lana. They've been sitting there for God knows how long. Good night, Sir Van Stein. Good night. Be right back, just 1 second, sorry. I'm so sorry. Alright, you BRB. There you are. Yep, be right back. Sorry. Sorry. Chili cats. Chili cats. Hey. Come in. Put your tongue back in your mouth, you silly cat. Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Sorry, everyone. Story's fucking incredible. The gameplay is okay. The story might be better than Limbus Company. Cool. Yeah, it sounds fun. The other party's online indicator turns grey, never to light it up again. I rather enjoyed talking to our friends from the computing centre. They're such a diverse bunch, always thoroughly interesting. Friends? Interesting? Really? Textbook sociopaths hiding behind a veil of academia? Is that what you consider interesting? As for this remorseless predator who delights in dissecting others, all they've done is flail about looking for clues to find their vanished prey. But they aren't our problem yet. The only fitting destination for an arcanist criminal is Kamala Prison, right beneath our feet. If circumstances allow, we'll ensure the assassin gets an invitation. Maybe she's too caught up in her research. We shouldn't impose undue interpretations on her words, considering how language itself defies definition. Analysing the inner logic of language grants insight into both the universe and our place within it. You're starting to sound like the linguist. It's an alluring thought. After all, isn't the transcendentality we seek inextricably linked to the definitional nature of reality? The linguist had posited that language is merely a totality of The linguist has posited that language is merely a totality of propositions, just as the world is a totality of facts. The direct mapping between them suggests that the world possesses an inherent linguistic essence. Sorry, everyone. That it is through language that we may uncover the fundamental essence. The world has no inherent essence. Why can't I say that word? Transcendentality. The transcendentality we seek cannot be articulated through language. I won't even entertain the idea. Even your antipathy to the concept demands at some level that you have studied it. Ha! Merlin, like when you wrote that scathing review of our young novelist's manuscript, you can't deny it. You finished reading. Aleph did. By your logic, we are merely constructed identities from the fragment of Aleph's infinitely reflective mind. We are Aleph. Your rhetorical prowess is admirable, but not when I'm the target. Why not invest that effort in your theories? Tell me, Zahir, have you found your single-sided coin yet? This was mentioned in the story. A coin that shows the obverse and reverse, comprehensible only through the dialectical lens, yet never the same in any two pairs of eyes. Why don't you tell me first? When did this pursuit of transcendentality become our excuse for escaping reality altogether? So I haven't found it yet, but the success of my search is not dictated by my effort, nor by the whims of interest. I will find that coin, but when I do, it will come to me in some unguarded instant, a moment that defies all effort. Still, to get there, I must study it endlessly until it is indistinguishable from my very being. The futile clash of thoughts dissolves into nothing. In a place where the borders of reality and dreams collapse and blur, the prisoner takes hold of a black radio inscribed with arcane symbols. Hello! Wait, where'd Oh, hi, Marceline! Hey, welcome! Marceline? You have to let me know. Hi, guy. Hi. Welcome in. Sorry, I've been reading text. My brain is jellified. You adjust the dial, sifting through the frequencies. Next channel. Now, doesn't that just feel great? Sink into it. So many sweat, but none for me. Imagine being sweatless. It's worse than being maidenless, so I hear. A poet whose tongue isn't eloquent enough to express the ever-flowing ideas in his mind. Character specializes in dealing damage through the mastery of Eureka. Replace one memory die with one universal memory die. One memory die with one universal memory die. I guess that can be used for anything. The idealist seeks an all-encompassing language and can convert ordinary memory die into universal die that can be used for any purpose. Cool. Cool! I love dice! I don't know. So we need those. Doesn't really do us any good, does it? We need more banging dice. This is one attack. 2 Eureka. 1 shield. Ideally, I guess we want 3 Eureka. That's fine. We don't need shields. Oh, this can use regular die. Ah, I did not realise. Oh, and this is infinite. Oh, okay. So we just want as many attack die as we can get, really. Don't really care about the incoming damage. We can't re-roll these ones, right? So that is fine. On an attack die, really. Strat seems to be attack as much as possible. Yeah, ignore anything that's going on and attack as many times as you can. That is the win con of this game mode. At the moment, at least. Which is probably for the best. Like, it's good that it isn't too complicated. It isn't, like, super unfun or anything. Give me 1 second musing. It's musing when Eureka changes... When Eureka changes? Changes? Deal 3 damage to a random enemy and gain 2 armor. Is that when you have it fully stacked? I'm not sure. A soothing voice rises from the speaker, warping within the coils, reshaping itself into something that defies comprehension. To all you faithful alchemists out there, followers of the Sufferer, devotees of the Mask, this is the Pan-American broadcast, brought to you by the Manus Vindictae. A single spark of arcane radiance is all it takes for our extreme to dissolve into its opposite. A whisk of static seeps between the words. From the demented repetition of classical compositions to the relentless assault of bad news, from literary autopsies to the vogue of tragic radio plays, every note, every word, every sorrow is just a little touch of the dial away. Pan-American Arcanist Radio bringing you the latest voices from McMurdo Port. Antarctica is still basking in auroral radiance today. That glowing tide will keep gushing into the sky and hovering over the world until time itself breathes its last. I wonder, listeners, how does the sky weep where you are? Is a storm raging, or has the sun fallen? Let us relish this moment, together on the last evening on Earth. Hello, Miss Grace. Extend my sincere regards to the preacher. Through the static, a soft and steady breath emerges, quick, restless, and measured at precisely 106 beats per minute. The line is open. A listener from Ashire is now on the air. Pan-American Arcanist Radio reaches the ears of the devoted across continents, from Los Angeles to Sao Paulo, from the Chisos, or to Ashaya. Chisos. Yeah, Chisos, I think it is, right? Chisos to Ashaya. Our dramas have captivated arcanists everywhere. But you, sir, you are a mere human. That is an enigma in itself. I say mere, but you are anything but ordinary. That much is clear. Years have passed since Mr. Forget-Me-Not and I last spoke. A mere intersection of research, nothing of significance. There is nothing exceptional about me, except the fact that I cannot leave this place. I will speak plainly, Miss Grace. So long as you... Well, this is Miss Grace. Whoops. I will speak plainly, Miss Grace, so long as you find reason to listen. This station has many listeners, but none quite like you. Interesting. So he was really in deep with Manus. I mean, they gave him a human harbour from the storm. So I guess he must have been in pretty fucking deep. Because they don't like humans. So I'm told. I don't even know what I'm re-rolling for there, to be honest. Gain 1 stack of musings. When a Eureka changes, deal 3 damage to a random enemy and gain 2 armor. I don't think I care about that. Can't reroll those. Well, it's supposed to be attack that I really... Ah, so close, so close. Oh, I really didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Oh, I didn't even use the armor. It's unimportant. So now when we increase our Eureka, we get this, which I mean is not great. See if we can find ourselves an attack die. Bet you armor me. Good man, good man. So we get there with an attack and a Eureka, or 2 attacks. Double the current Eureka. It's a very complex game mode. Small-minded individuals wouldn't be able to understand this or play it to the level that I am demonstrating here, so please don't think that you can just pick up this game and do extremely well at it. The radio host's face is a mosaic of countless others. Kayla, Grace, Cecily, Newman, names without weight, faces without permanence. She drifts unseen, a colourless moth in the dark. Ooh, a moth, you say? So we know that there's a mole in Manus called Moth. Don't you give me that face, Tweshwe. An existence without self. From the mirror, they sigh as one, a chorus laced with disdain. So alike, and so inflated. One condemned to remember, yet commanded to forget. Scheherazade. Scheherazade. A Scheherazade without an audience. Keeper of shameful secrets. Lost in the tragedy of their own illusions. Scheherazade. I've seen that word used before. It's a reference to something. I think it gets used in Suikoden. Major character and storyteller in the frame narrative of the Middle Eastern collection of tales known as 1001 Folk Tales. Pronunciation? Scheherazade. Is that the same Fireball as in that one Dick Music minigame? Huh? Fireball? Huh? A Scheherazade without an audience. Keeper of shameful secrets, lost in the tragedy of his own illusions. And so, hypothermia is no blessing, but a curse without a cure. The story begins in San Francisco, 1990. Our protagonist is a young girl called Cecily, lost in the flow of things. Somewhere between 18 and 22, she speaks with a low Saxon lilt. Behind her, the cry of black-fronted Pipinguan sounds. The cry of a black-fronted Pipinguan, I'm guessing that's a bird, sounds. So precise it could be real. She may actually be from Blumenau. Man, I've had some words thrown at me today. Some places that I do not know anything about. An arcanist is in search of an exit, yearning to slip beyond the grasp of thoughts, phantoms, and power's unseen hand. There's a place she knows, one where the sun does not shy from those who seek hidden truths. The Manus Vindictae. Children of the esoteric, keepers of heresy, zealots of the arcane, they are as a mighty shoal amidst the currents of upheaval, never still, always moving. When you hit the enemy, it might be. Of course, they'd never turn away astray. The things she feared remained unrealized. She was taken in and reshaped. For the cause, she became Kayla, became Miss Grace, then Newman, then Cecily. So all of these identities are all Miss Grace. The tree had shed its leaves, and foreign branches took their place. Who she had been, no matter what. Of course, Kayla. The tree had shed its leaves, and foreign branches took their place. Who she had been, no longer mattered. She became another, again and again, until even time forgot what had once grown there. The idea that as a shape-shifting creature, as something that assumes the identities of others, you eventually lose your sense of self, which is a great trope. The whispers of innumerable voices gather on the other side of the white noise. This Monday's edition of the Ushuaia Times. Dear God. Today has been a bad day for words. The Ushuaia Times reported on the sinking of the Free Breeze. Among the survivors, some claim to have seen a great number of islanders aboard, adorned with seashell ornaments. There's reason to believe that some of the Nukatai army, may have forsaken their homeland. We hear now Louis reporting from the scene. Why they departed, we cannot say. Was it the allure of modern civilization, or a promise that somewhere in the farthest west a river of immortality awaits? Their arrival was a moment of wonder, but by the time the night faded, they were already lost. A sound hangs in the air, almost a sob. The young lady does not weep, she merely breathes, her sorrow measured in time, her grief a part of the rhythm of existence. And so this gripping incident reached its tragic epilogue, the fate of the people sealed over nothing more than a shell. I think we know what we're doing here. No, don't passivity us. No. Oh, there isn't much we can do about that. Yeah, so The passivity doesn't affect that. This is fine. Attack. Great. Falling back into his reverie, the idealist idly presses the power switch, yet the broadcast's performance or disorder and delirium has already reached its end. The radio plays no more. A name carried in whispers, the panopticon of Kamala, where every question finds its answer. Quite like these stories that travel up from the telephone lines. The stranded, the deluded, the ones forever haunted by riddles without solutions. They come here, drawn by forces unseen, by paths not meant to be travelled. They ask, they seek, they wander through lives frayed at the edges, tangled in paradox and unreality. Do you really feel nothing in the face of these challenges? Don't you realise we can shape what we have here into something that holds actual meaning? This all leaves me feeling somewhat lost. Have we found clarity or more confusion? I'm not sure, but it's already taken up too much time. Idealist, do you still remember what you're set out to do at the very start? Of course I do. My poem, I would never forget it. The idealist scans the confines of his cell in panic. Finally he finds it. A tiny fissure in the wall. Beneath the crumbling plaster, I named it A History of Eternity, for within it lies poetry without end, the very source and medium of my great epic. Its delicate contours speak to me of sorrow. With every passing day, the crack extends a little farther, and so your poem will never reach its final line. There will be a way. If this endless and sorrowful poem is to be conveyed with all the elegance and exactitude it deserves, then I must construct a language worthy of it. One all-encompassing, unhindered by ambiguity, not a conceptual illusion, but something absolute, precise, essential, a language of creation, one that shall unshackle every artist and poet alike. So that's what you've been discussing with the linguist all this time, your perfect language. Claro que sí. But now, with the linguist gone, our language's birth hangs in limbo. That is the tragedy of the telephone. We speak, yet we remain strangers to each other, and he, perhaps, to himself most of all. But I will continue onward with these new projects, poems shaped by many hands within these walls, a curated collection of these imprisoned tongues. Within them, I will discover the systematic method behind every language. Through that, I will ensure the opening lines are flawless in their meaning. Until then, I will host our literary salons, wandering through this literary labyrinth with the intent to build an exit someday. But for all your efforts, the poem remains unwritten, unexecuted. Not even a single word has been committed. You are lost within your literary labyrinth, lost in infinite inquiry, so much so that even your name has abandoned you. Idealist, do you even remember who you are? The poet, the writer, the pioneer of thought, bewildered, he stares at the sorrowful crack in the wall. Who am I? Ring, ring, ring. The line stirs once more with another call from the outside world. It never ends. Lift the receiver and vanish into the interplay of reality and perception. To lose meaning is to lose yourself. In the end, he will vanish within his own story. It defies reason. Why haven't we reached transcendentality? Not even the door seems within sight. I cannot fathom it. Is all of this meaningless? Are we condemned to stand on the edge of that which cannot be spoken? How does one bring about an end to the endless? Chapter 10 was amazing. I'm looking forward to it. Death Palette is like a little game. It's like a little narrative game on Steam, which looks kind of cool. Symbol of history. Deal damage based on the values of the dice consumed. Okay. Okay, so we're blasting. Rolling dice. Eureka +1. Rolling dice. Eureka +1. Okay, so we don't want armor. Maybe we roll this. Oh, this actually literally uses any die. I see. I just assumed that was red dice. Wait, not enough dice? That's weird. We use red dice for that. Oh, it doesn't matter. Spin those. I guess we need to have at least one red die. Add and roll one short-term memory die. Yeah, it's quite a short game, right? The wind whistles. It cascades over the Atacama Plateau, scouring the sands along the highway. Oh, thank God, I actually got through. Please don't hang up, sir. You wouldn't believe what I've just been through. Listen, we were stranded on some highway in the middle of nowhere. Oh, want to know what I can see? Well, sand dunes. Sand dunes. Endless sand dunes. No villages, no steeples in sight. Only a highway, half buried beneath the desert. Wolves lurking behind the dunes. Not even a single cactus. There's a sign just ahead. It says, Cuentos Completos. It says we're on the Cuentos Completos. That's impossible. I've lived in Antofagasta long enough to know there's no such road. There's nothing else around here apart from this phone booth. Weird, isn't it? A road to nowhere with this strange relic or something that once was, and somehow it's now my only hope. I dialed every number I could think of. Emergency services, roadside assistance, the publishing house, the university, the bank. Nothing. Not a single connection. I was about to lose my mind. I'm still half convinced this phone booth is nothing more than a hallucination, but then I caught sight of your number. An impossible coincidence. It had been scribbled onto the back of a manuscript lying forgotten in my car, with a scruffily written note. He can answer any question. Call it an impulse? A feeling? I can't explain it, but I called your number and against all reason, it's gone through. Thank God, I was beginning to think I'd wound up in hell. Hello, madam. Please, just call me, the literary critic. That's what my colleagues call me. Mockingly, of course. They think I'm hopelessly out of my depth, a clueless fraud, an imposter in the world of letters. But there's no use dwelling on that now. I've accepted the name, just as I've accepted the weight of the job. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention, I'm an editor working on HA Publishing House. Working for HA Publishing House. You know, the Forgotten Prose, the portrait. Ring any bells? An editor. Ha! Very perceptive, sir. In fact, that's precisely why I'm out here stranded on this Cuentos Completos. It's my friend Lisa's birthday. Lisa's birthday, see? We were supposed to go to the reserve. We were going to visit the geysers. I can either say geysers or geezers, but not geysers. to visit the geysers and the valley, the flamingos, the little desert towns, all the things she loves, the colonial architecture, abandoned settlements, remnants of religion, history, natural landscapes, geometry. Supposed to be a perfect day. Then I noticed something in the back seat. Manuscripts I was sure had already been submitted. I'd sent them to the publishing house yesterday, and yet here they are. So I had to turn back and drop his manuscripts off at the publisher. But Lisa, she wasn't pleased. We argued, and by the time I looked back at the road, everything had changed. We've been driving in circles for, what, 2 hours? 3? I don't even know anymore. There's nothing but sand stretching out in all directions, except for a sign marking this place as the Cuentos Completos, and this strange phone booth. If you can truly answer anything, sir, then answer this. What do I do next? Cuentos Completos. Yo. Oh, when I want anything other than attack dice, well, you give me an attack dice. That's how it is. Yeah, I get it. Scumbags. I get it. Oh, I see how it is. Oh, we should use this first, shouldn't we? I'm an idiot. We need that because we need at least one red die. It's not very useful, is it? Oh, we should have rerolled this too, really. Oh, this is locked. Oops. Oh, tits. Yeah. Oh, we can just use 3. Game vision based on the number of memory dice. At the start of the round, add and roll 1 short-term memory die. To get to like double our die sort of next turn. 2 signposts. Holy shit. Holy shit. Expectation game vision based on the number of memory dice. I kind of just want to battle them though. That doesn't make any difference, does it? If we're going to do that. Oh, fuck. I wanted to use all 4. Oh well. Wait, we can't use that. Why can't we use this? I don't understand this game mode. I don't understand this character somehow. We had 3 dice. Why could we not use that? 4, it let us use triple blue dice even. This will do. I want to re-roll these first, probably. I think we have to micromanage this too much. I still don't get why we're not getting enough dice for this, for a second attack. It feels like we should. Again, I don't think it matters. Dice amount and colour on the bottom of the card, and when X is colourless you can pick and choose the dice. So I thought that, but like quite often it lets me just use any dice for this. Any dice at all for this. So I don't know. I really actually have no idea. I don't know how it works. Maybe it's just that it can't take armor dice. I'm sure there's text for it somewhere that says that I can use Eureka dice for it. It's probably sitting around somewhere. The driest wind in the world. Salt mountains, desert, and an infinite horizon of red and brown. A highway without end. It looks like they were right all along. I really am a fool. Lisa couldn't take it anymore and walked off. She left me, left the car, just walked into the desert without looking back. I couldn't stop her. I couldn't even explain. I don't even know if there was anything I could say. All I know is that the desert isn't a safe place for someone to go walking around all on their own. She had every reason to be angry. Why did I turn around? I let a stack of paper, a manuscript that might never even be published, destroy her perfect day. I can't even decipher these manuscripts. The writing, the literature, none of it speaks to me. Where is Archimboldi? 4 chapters in, and not a trace of him. He's the book's most important character, so why has he disappeared from his own narrative? Why is Kamala full of nothing but restless spirits, and why is it that the dead can talk to the living? What compelled Pierre Menard to rewrite Don Quixote? How can one man produce a text identical to another's, word for word? Why must the narrative unfold through these fragmented dialogues? Flashbacks? Always with the flashbacks. Where did Santiago and Ambrosio actually meet, if they ever met at all? Can you give me an answer, Mr. Aleph? Why is the world of words like this? Perhaps I've been looking for meaning where there is none. I guess this was never the right job for me. I see that now. The publishing house is barely scraping by, and honestly, who still has the luxury of reading these days? It won't be long before the Antofagasta branch shuts its doors for good, and I can't do a damn thing to stop it. I don't even understand what I'm supposed to be doing. We all keep at it, but what's the point? Nothing about this place has meaning to you, then the simplest solution is to let it go. That's it? Yes, I see. Thank you, sir. You're absolutely right. Sunset. A crimson radiance spills across the boundless sands. With a heavy sigh, Monique slumps against the car, burying her face in her hands. Footsteps crunch through the sand behind her, and the sound of leather soles on loose stones. She lifts her head in disbelief. I'm so sorry, Monique. I shouldn't have left you alone. I just needed a moment to pull myself together. Come on, let's head back. You were right. There's still time to make it. We'll still have time for dinner, and as an added bonus, you won't get fired. This is exactly the best time to be unemployed. This isn't exactly the best time to be unemployed. No, I'm the one who should be saying sorry, mi corazon. Forget the publishing house. I'm done with that place. Monique grabs the manuscript and, with firm conviction, tears it to shreds. Wait, Monique, what are you doing? To hell with these stories. To hell with everything else. Today's your birthday, Lise. All that matters to me is you. Let's go. We'll follow this road, no matter where it takes us. Even if we lose our way, even if we never find our destination, I can't think of anything more romantic. Can you? Monique, hop in. I'm gonna give you a birthday we'll never forget. You only turned 27 once. Mi amor. This is already the most wonderful birthday gift I could have wished for. This day belongs to just you and me. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. The engine rumbles as the car starts up again. The desert wind lifts the scattered manuscript scraps. Their torn fragments dance on the breeze, momentarily revealing their title, The Rise and Fall of Sanity. That's what happened. Recoleta. Then, as it swiftly rose, the wind subsides, and the manuscript, the words, and the mysterious phone number on its back are consumed beneath shifting red sands. A red sedan speeds down an unknown highway, shrinking from sight until it ultimately vanishes into the horizon. Huh. So he spoke with the original writer of that book, and he was the one who basically convinced them to give up on it. That's actually a really cool twist. I'm glad I read to the end of this. La Biblioteca de Babel is now available. Here we'll play through a series of stages with random encounters, and the entire set resets after defeating the final boss. Let's get started. Do we need to do this? In La Biblioteca de Babel, we can play as any character of our choosing. In each stage you will encounter random phenomena, defeat them to earn random rewards. La Biblioteca de Babel. So Edie's cat is called Babel. As in, like, after the Tower of Babel. So every time I read this, I'm just like, Babel. Like a call to him. Like, Babel. Baby Bell. La Biblioteca de Babel will be restored to its original form after the final phenomenon is defeated. May you reach the eternal truth within these endless cycles. Okay, do we need to do this for chives? Don't know if we do. Ah, we do. Well, I mean, we can complete it once. We could complete it once. Physician, which was the simplest to use? Which was the biggest blaster? Not you. Definitely not you. This one did like loads of resets, I think. Hello? Oh yeah, we need Eureka here, don't we? Whoops. I forgot. It's not really what I was looking for. It does its job. Yeah, that was an interesting little read. Ah, we get to pick. I see. Obviously it's this. Obviously it's a big hit. Come on, you scumbag. Give me a little blue out. Yeah. It's kind of like roguelitey, I guess. Actually robbed. It's fine. We'll find one. We'll find one. I believe. I believe. We've actually been robbed. Like, I can't actually believe how robbed we've been here. That's criminal. That's criminal. That's actually criminal. That's so criminal. Where are blue dice? Easy blue. Wow. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I've been robbed out here. I just can't believe it. I can't reroll any of them. I really shouldn't have rerolled that. That actually made no sense to reroll that whatsoever. Because we could have attacked twice on this. Damn armor dice. We can't actually do anything, can we? I can only reroll those, yeah. Must be one of the debuffs that's on us. Oh, that's the money. I think it was me. Gain 1 additional memory die. Replace 1 memory die with 1 universal memory die. Eureka dice can be considered as attack or defense dice. That must have been the effect that we had before. Take 1 additional. Super nice. Ultra nice. So yeah, our damage stays over as well. Oh, our Eureka stays as well. Surely we can find a single Eureka die. Surely. Unbelievable. Frailty, is it? Passivity, yeah. Also grants access to Zahir's Eureka skill. When calculating response to cards that consume dice values, add the current Eureka value to the consumed die. Make a response card, Eureka -1. Guess let's just do this. Oh god, every time we re-roll. Damn, this thing's gonna be really tough. I should have done this first. This increases our damage by 1, doesn't it? Can't find that armor. Oh god, this thing fucks. And it locks our dice. Ouch. Yeah, I don't know how we beat this. We'd have to, like, do something broken. It's probably some, like, broken combo we could use. It's mean. Critter Crash mode, yeah, I've done quite a bit of the Critter Crash mode, Rashina. Unfortunately, we are a bit short here. Oof, oof. Ouch. We're good, right? We're still good. We did alright. Wait, we're dead. Why are we not dead? Ah, there we go. I don't think we really need to push this. Like it'll be good to get. It's always good to get resources, but like yeah. That mode, I'm sure we can do it, but like I don't know what the most broken thing is here. Is it this guy? Is this guy broken? The armor based on the armor dice. Eureka dice can be considered as attack or defense dice. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm expert enough at that mode. I have no idea what's going on. Took the game a minute to tell me if I was dead. Yeah, it wasn't too sure, but it reminded me. It reminded me good and proper when it figured it out. We did all of the like important stuff in that. So that takes us on to here. Damn, we're like current-ish. We're current-ish.
Brings down weeds in the field, and the rain lets us...
Right, speaking of Critter Clash, we can go and play a little bit of Critter Clash to round things out. Oh, let's hold on. Let me go and farm my Nemo first. Then I'll hit some Critter Clash like it's hot. Reveries, yeah, like Reveries is something that I want to be able to. I want to get all of the characters first. Reveries is the last thing I'm gonna do. The last thing I'm gonna try to do. Because Buddy Fairchild's gonna help us out a lot in Reveries, I have no doubt. Critter Clash. Yeah, we got some more points to farm in Critter Clash.
So long lives this. And this is adequate sample. Decrypt the cosmos.
Buddy needs story stars. Oh yeah, like don't worry. I'm not gonna be able to do that today. Anyway, Milky Way. Yeah, I need to go back and do all the hard mode stages. He needs all of his portraits are locked at the end of the hard modes. But I will. That's just another thing that I need to do. It's on the big list. I don't need to save stamina potions because I can always just refresh with my hard stamina. As I do every single day to farm out these cubes.
Decrypt the cosmos.
I still don't know what cube to use on Buddy. Like his kit doesn't seem to really fit any of the cubes that well. It's probably either the cube that gives like crit damage when you ult, or the Eureka cube. He can't use the Eureka part of it, but like he still gets lots of damage from it. I couldn't see any others that would really apply to him very much. I think it's like the crit damage cube. I think it's like Hisabeth's cube or something.
Just as I deciphered or prophesied.
The puppy wishes to come along.
An adequate sample, an accurate reading.
I'm really bad with the names of cubes, as you can probably tell. Balance, please. For...
I will pray for you. Sorry.
For Buddy. Balance, please, for Buddy? He's Leaf, though.
The puppy wishes to come along.
Who charts the star? An accurate reading.
I think it's like Same Old Story is the other one that looked good-ish for Buddy.
Warning, warning, the puppy is fleeing the...
Main stat being ult might. Doesn't he not get the bonus from the added thing though?
The fire brings down weeds in the field, and the...
Bonjour. Comment allez-vous?
Isn't I don't think I have the cube. Isn't this better? Isn't this like way better? I guess it's harder to get the incantation. It's harder to get a stacked incantation. So yeah, I guess balance please is fine. Still gets the ultimate might, yeah. He gets like the 6%, just the flat 6% on it, and ultimate might, right?
Turn on that cute boy box and switch to FMA.
Bonjour.
It helps, I guess, like, I need to raise balance please anyway for a knight, so that would be an easy one to raise, since I'm probably not going to use them together in the same team. Yeah, this is 6% damage and ultimate might, right?
You kids should get together and sleep in one big room.
Or
Like
it's more when it's leveled up? I'm not actually sure.
Comment allez-vous?
I don't think I have Hisabeth's cube yet. I don't think I can access it yet. Man, it's got like a 3-letter name in it. Yeah, I don't think we have it yet. It's probably from somewhere, isn't it? And I can't unlock it yet. It was probably from like an event or something. Cubes are a mystery to me. Anyone know where Hisabeth's cube is from? I think it was probably in an event and it hasn't like cycled in yet, right? I think that's why I can't see it. So I'm through enough the story now that I should be able to see all the cubes, I think. Yeah, that's probably why I can't see it. So I'll have to use either... Probably balance, please. In the meantime. Or, same old story. Same old story? Names are so hard. Another story. That stacks up to what? 6%, 3%. 3%, 6%.
Bonjour. Comment allez-vous?
A night. A night. Yeah, that's probably better, isn't it? Because then you don't need... Yeah, that is definitely better. And I can use this on the night as well. Yeah, it'll just be waiting for it to come out, really. The DNA thing. Whatever it's called. Hi Vrim! How's it going? So that's a good one to use in the meantime anyway, because my resources are fairly limited. I doubt there's many times I would want to use a knight and buddy on the same team. Probably, maybe. So it really doesn't make too much of a difference. And by the time a knight gets his Euphoria, I wouldn't be surprised if we have access to that other cube anyway, and we probably rolling in cube resources by that point. I don't know what else I need to buy. Now I need more greeds or copies of... I need another 2 copies of Laughter and Laughter. I think all my greeds go into this.
Oh, it's you. You patting me on the shoulder so suddenly triggered my genetic memory of being
I don't know how many greeds I have. 3. That's not too bad. We're close. Got so many cubes. Yeah, I got loads of cubes. It's because I've been farming every day. I've max farmed every single day. Where did I get a knight? I bought the selector. Emmy.
Yes, that's right. We're listening to this one.
And he was the most inhuman character on the entire roster. So we went for a knight. Because he was the most inhuman character on the entire roster, Emmy. Same reason that we went for Ulu over the good characters and Barbara over the good characters. Can't wait to be a gacha demon. What are you gacha demoning for? I don't know if the prowess is good for Ulrich if he is by himself. I was trying to figure that out yesterday, but you know, everyone uses him with like Lucy or whatever. I don't know if he generates enough dynamo for himself to make his portrait worth it when he is the only dynamo source.
That's what gets people.
I was trying to figure it out, but it's too hard for my brain.
Has to have a self-destruct program, you see. One wrong try, and you're locked up.
It probably is though.
You kids should get
Yeah, I max stamina refresh every day. Items.
Like what we used to do in the caves. So none of you miss my bedtime story.
I'm sure I won't be able to forever. It's just because we've been kept afloat by story gems. Use it on 5 stars too. What, the portrait thing? I have no idea. We'll find out soon enough, I suppose.
Where is that buzzard hog hiding?
So long lives this. And this is
An adequate sample. A message from the stars.
Go get the last ego. Vrim will be fine. I have total faith in Vrim's ability to get that. The other choice for me is the P1 a knight, I think. Because although that isn't really that great right now, I think a knight's Etheria is meant to actually be quite good. I didn't even know he was getting an Euphoria when we picked the knight, which was awesome. It was fate.
A message from
The P1 on a knight is 25% more ultimate damage. He uses quite a lot of ultimates.
I will pray for you. Sorry.
The puppy wishes to come along.
You accidentally select the wrong banner in the pick banner. No.
An accurate reading.
Didn't you get lucky on that banner anyway, or something? Out of terms or something. I can't remember.
Just as I deciphered, or prophesied.
The puppy wishes to come along.
We still have so much to do in this game.
The star. A message from the stars.
Aratos would never lose a 50-50. It's never happened.
I will pray for you.
Where is that buzzard hog hiding?
I don't even know what a Liang UA is.
The star. An accurate
Well, I'm very happy for you, Crapino Cabinets. Second half anniversary limited. Got you. The amount of extra stamina we've gained from those jelly bears.
A message from the stars.
No, I haven't looked at the Chapter 10 trailer yet. We can look at the Chapter 10 trailer. What I need now is Lucy, Flutter Page, and a 3.1 character. Lucy's coming back this week, right?
At its maximum speed.
You bet.
Oh, that was not the right browser.
You better not mess with my
What is this?
gang, or you'll be messing with Oopie Goopy, General Munchkin Man, Lil Jim Bob, and worst of all, Larry. You better not mess.
What? That makes no sense. Oh boy. That is brain rot. Silly. Wait, can I just watch this? Can I watch this in the client? Oh, I skipped it, didn't I? I skipped it, I remember. Because I was worried about spoilers.
I think I found her. The mother spirit
rewatched in the
slumbers
client.
to the south.
I probably figure it out if I had a brain. But I don't.
I'm the only one left.
Everyone that's talked about this has said it's really good, chapter 10. So, I've got high estimations of it.
Possibly serve them.
A gesture of good faith.
What's your purpose in all this?
We're out of time!
The road ahead will only grow more dangerous.
Nautica! Where are you going?
At last, the moment has come. They shall lead us to the promised land. For the sufferer is returned.
Hmm. Oh, it's her. She's back. She's back again. To the surprise of nobody, Akana's not dead.
Mom.
Ooh. She's back. It took her a few chapters, but yep, she's back. Yeah, so surprising. Nobody could have ever seen that. Nobody could have ever seen that coming. The first thing when I saw her, I was like, there's no way that she's dead. There's absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. It was a kind of cool twist with Igor, where they handed him the headstones and he was like, yep, no sign of life. And then it was only revealed in the next chapter that he was obviously working for them, and he didn't confirm it. As soon as he started getting set up as a trader, I was like, oh yeah, she's fucking still alive. Chapter 12 is sounding like absolute lore-dropping hype like Chapter 8 was in terms of lore, right? So Sophia again, I was screaming. Yeah, indeed, Emmy. Look at her headpiece. Is that? Do you think that's where her power is from? From that like thorn that she wears through her
Fire
head?
brings down weeds in the field, and the rain lets the seeds germinate.
Maybe it's revealed. What's this? New volcano pieces and new demo sticker booster packs added. Wait, this is probably... This has always been like this for me. Her 2 big circles. You are truly a man of class. Graphical cabinets, you truly are. Right, let's hit some showdown. Let's show some people down. Celebrate the growth. Yeah, Drillis, I'm in. Let's do it. Let's grow. Oh, we have to find growth pieces though. Accelerate the growth rounds of 1 random forest piece. Oh, we can get it off of this, can't we? Wait, what's that? Sorry. Increases to... Increases by 1 piece after purchasing 3 forest pieces. Okay. All of these suck. Regulus is an absolute monster. Yep. You are not growthers. None of you are growthers. Ghost Fort, innit? I mean, we've got that Ghost Fort synergy. These are the wrong... This is not the growth that I'm looking for. Fine. Fine. They did it. Hello? Look at this stacked board. That's outrageous. That's out of control. Aha! Here's our boy. Do we want this? We could. Probably just look for more growth. That'll do. Enigma. Yeah, we haven't had Enigma or Forget Me Not, right? Don't really want that deterioration shit. This is actually OP. So we could just go for that. No normal pieces. We're getting robbed out here. This is normal, isn't it? That's mine. Well, it's fine. We can take another beating, it's fine. It's gonna be alright, I believe in us. We're playing for the end game. How have we not found a normal piece? It's outrageous. It's actually so outrageous. Oh, that is normal. That counts as normal. It's fine, we just need to not lose now. So purchase effects. Growth. This is honestly not really that great. It's fine, right? Grant attack for you, to all different carbon pieces, yeah. We need to not lose on either side. We are very low. Damn. Well, shit. We got absolutely fucked up. That's on me. That's on me. I couldn't find any normal pieces. Spend 3 Musei coins to upgrade a target to level 3. Pieces with prime numbered attack and HP cost. Musei coin -1. What are you doing? In this new battle, gain HP equal to 50% of your total HP of all your green, blue, and yellow pieces. Not sure about that. Grant a permanent shield to your square piece. Now this we would have to find the shield unit. Or like some of the broken shit. At the end of your shopping phase, grant XP +1 and 2 files in front. I mean, I guess we can do that. 37. The most base character, really. I like 37. I like 37. I like Medicine Pocket. I like most of the cast, to be honest. Oh, of course, neutral doesn't count as a habitat, does it? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot! Oh, Matilda. Oh, Matilda. Oh, I should have done that first. Stupid. Stupid! This searches for a forest beast, right? Didn't hit a grower. No grower, no shower. We've been robbed out here. Oh, of course we can only use this once, can't we? It's fine. Looking for a growth. That's pretty good growth. We're probably just better off refreshing, to be honest. That Matilda is gonna like just dominate one of the sides. We don't really need to purchase anything anymore, do we? Oh, we got beaten up. Sweetie Pie, could you come over here? Thank you. We need to make sure this is as strong as it can be. Matilda Duck can probably just hold this one off by herself. Oh damn, we're getting bled out by stuff, unfortunately. Which is not ideal for us. This is fine. Yeah, very low on morale. That will make us win, but it's probably a bit late for it. What we really need is something that can recover us HP. I don't think we can get in here very easily. Uh-oh. That's going to be problematic for us. That big boy is going to end us, I think. Yep. Darn it. Hey! Hey, Shazay! You saw a clip of me on Luana's Twitch. Damn. How's Luana doing? I haven't spoken to Luana in ages. Ah! Just been whipped by a tail. Ages. Oh, this one comes with Liang Yue. Shield to the furthermost, the two frontmost square piece. When entering battle, the two frontmost square piece. Really? Okay. Seems good. Yeah, how are you? And how is Luana? That's a shield piece. Oh, I could have just taken that for free. Well. I don't think I want to mess around with that. Ah, there she is! How you doing, Luana? How's life? I was summoned. I'm good, thanks. What's going on? What's been happening? What have you been up to? Are you enjoying not being able to access Imgur? It's the UK news of the day. We want things that don't have shield in front, don't we? I forgot. I'm Stoops. I'm Stoops. Access what? Imgur. Yeah, try going to any Imgur address. Unless you're on a VPN. Our nation has been brought to its knees. At the hand of our government. At the hand of... Why can't we access? Because of the Online Safety Act, Luana. Imgur were like, we can't guarantee that there's not going to be shit that you shouldn't be able to see on our Imgur, so we're just going to block it in the UK. So Imgur is just blocked in the UK. Imgur couldn't be bothered with dealing with the Safety Act, basically. They were like, nah, can't be bothered. Which is fair. To be honest, it's pretty fair. Pretty bit off with this, huh? Nah, it's fine. Yeah, indeed, exactly. Like, porn isn't cool, and if you watch porn, you're a bad person, so you should have to register online to do so. Nah, it's to keep kids safe. I kind of get it. I get it. But yeah, it's pretty much ruining the internet. And I imagine that other sites will probably follow suit. We'll all have to use a VPN before long. Oh, we can't afford that. I can't just afford things infinitely. That's not the way the game works. Yeah, they just want to put you on a list with other degenerates. I mean, that's fair. I probably belong on a list with other degenerates, so it kind of fits, to be honest, Liana. Need to make this bigger. This is fine. This guy's fine. Ah. That's a good one. Oh man, we have not had any good runs. I'm too bad at this, clearly. People rocking around here are too strong up in these heights of expert. They know what they're doing too much. What time is it? Oh, we'll play one more, What's going on with my life? I'm streaming 12 hours a day every single day, Luana. I have been for over a year now, and I'm playing children's games. Carry an additional coat rack piece for this match. That's kind of cool. Let's do this. Nail those grave pieces. We'll get that easy. We've missed grave pieces. Shit. It's fine, Top Hat Man will be great. Technically paid to play children's games today. I learned to count to 10. That's pretty great, Luana. That sounds like a pretty dream job. Do they have a professional name for something like that? I can't quite put my finger on what it would be. You found a triangle. Damn, I wish I could find a triangle. Okay, we're top hatting. That's basically it right now. We could feasibly try to grab a grave piece here. No. Grave piece? Grave piece? Any grave pieces? Any grave pieces? I don't mean you. But thank you. Thank you for coming. I mean, that will make grave pieces. So there's that at least. We'll generate a lot of money. You're a scumbag. This doesn't help us. We don't have any square pieces. We don't have any pieces to grow. There's one. We found one. We're good. We're Gucci. Ish. So make one. We're gonna get absolutely battered, as per usual. Now we could do with finding that forest piece. Oh, these are fine. Now this is good. Now this is good. This here. Oh, we've got no money left. I just spanked all our cash. We could really do with getting this. I think we sell these. Probably just sell this back. Is this square pieces? Oh no, it's random. We're still very weak, so we're probably going to lose again. But we're getting there. This should be here. No. That's fine. Those aren't useful. This is kind of useful. This can get real big. It can get so huge right now. Okay. Now we're making money out here. Well, that's really good for us. Do we start merging these? Probably. I don't know what we're searching for anymore. Deeps, I guess. What do we start merging? We merge this, probably. Is here? I don't know. Probably merge this. We're gonna make extra things anyway, right? How does that thing? A patrol bot. That's getting us anywhere, is it? I guess you merge these guys. It's okay, we're gaming now, we're gaming. It's too late for this, but we could buy it as a deep. Wait, what the hell is this? King Bunkle? The beast. Attack and HP plus 2 if there are different. There are no extra carbon, because we could buy this just as a Growther. It's kind of a bit late though, isn't it? Let's merge that. Buy this. Oh, I should have sold that first. I'm stupid. We can get another one. For this. Treat ourselves. Probably want to keep that. Rather than merging. Can't merge anything else here, can we? This side is much weaker than that side. Let's try that. Oh, that. Wait, now that side's much stronger than that side. Things are a little sketch here. These are a touch sketch. Sorry guys. I'm concentrating so hard on this. My brain has turned to fucking jelly. Been streaming for too many hours. That's just the right amount of hours. Can no longer function in any way, shape or form. I think that's it, isn't it?